foreign places. Talk about taking over. We ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is one of the paragraphs in the 2016 Auditor General's report that is cause for worry. Even though there are many others, but this one is very outstanding. Now, the Auditor General's findings indicated that the sum of 300 million was allocated to the Georgetown restoration initiatives for environmental improvement, improve health and well-being. This is prior to 2016, I need to say, just for the record. This is not a 2016 appropriation, 2015. In the audit examination, the Auditor General has flagged 5 discoveries that the Auditor General have flagged 5 discoveries that I would like to have answers, and I'm sure the nation would like to have answers. 167 times, monies were expended totaling 159.9 million, which is approximately 160 million, where there was no evidence of payment, vouchers being certified by the accountant or any other authorized officer. Mr. Chairman, could the accounting officer or the representative of the City Hall outline to PAC the procedures for payment that obtains at City Hall? That's the first thing I would like to be examined. What is the procedure for payment?
Thank you very much for that question, Honorable Bishop Edgil. Before we go to the question to point it in the direction of the accounting officer of City Hall, I want us to get clarity on something first. This is a question for the accounting office of the ministry. This $300 million, it was warranted to the mayor and city council?
According to my information, that is so, Mr. Chair.
So the mayor and city council spent this money?
Yes, sir.
Well, with your
just a clarification, was it one warrant or was it a series of warrants, if you understand me? Was it just like one check or was it over a period of time?
I will ask the treasurer if she can indicate that. Mr. Chair.
Yes. Just now, Madam Treasurer.
Could I just
Accountant
ask
General.
a question? Yes, are you sure it was a warrant that was issued or was it a direct payment?
It's my understanding it's a
subvention.
warrant.
It have to be a subvention, just for verify for
We're trying to
subvention.
clarify if it was a warrant or a subvention. If you are unaware, PS, probably we can engage the former PS.
Yes, that was my suggestion, Mr. Chair. I am unaware the breakdown and the releases, so perhaps we can do so.
Mr. Emil Magarel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the PAC, PS colleague, and good afternoon. It was not a warrant. A warrant only goes to other government agencies. It was a direct disbursement that is made to the city council in the full amount from the consolidated funds based on the Fiscal Transfer Act. I think it's section 6 or 5 that allowed for a grant to be made in respect to works that were determined under the particular transaction. So the payment was made via the IFMIS directly. A check was cut to the city council. It was not an inter-departmental warrant or a warrant.
So for clarity, it was one check to the tune of 300 million.
Yes, I think to my recollection, I may be corrected on that, but it went directly from the to the city council. But we can confirm my recollection. It was one check.
Thank you very much, Mr. Magarel. The question that was put by the Honorable Bishop Edgell can now be answered by the treasurer, the city treasurer, or if you are in a position to answer, accounting officer.
Mr. Chair, I will ask the treasurer to indicate the procedure at the municipality.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. As it relates to payments, depends upon what type of payments. It might start with a requisition. However, the completing of the voucher for the payment as it relates to the signatories that were signed, you have on the front of that voucher, you have who would have prepared it. There's a line for someone to be entering it. And then you have a certifying officer. Then you have an accountant supposed to sign on it. And then it also supposed to be signed by the treasurer. Those are some steps on the front of the payment voucher.
Mr. Chair, continuing. And former PS, Mr. Magarel, could bear me out in this. The city treasurer at the time came before PAC and did indicate that there is a procedure that allows councillors from various committees to approve payments before the actual check is cut to a contractor or a vendor. Was that the position in 2015, whether it is the works committee or some committee will deliberate and then will be authorized by, verified by, and they have a two signature from the committee that will be involved in the preparation of payments. Was that the situation in 2015, 2016, 2015?
Yes, it is. It is still so. And the two signatories are members of the finance committee.
The two signatories are members of the finance committee.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, could the accounting officer tell PAC if the request for payment starts with the councillors or it starts with the officers and it goes to the council for approval?
Madam Treasurer.
Starts with the officers.
So it starts with the officers before it goes to the councillors.
Comrade Edgell, you lost me there. So we're talking about the procedure
Yes.
for payment.
Yes.
And it starts with the officer
Yes.
initiating the payment voucher,
Yes.
writing it up and all of that, right? Proceed.
But
And
I would like to complete what I'm
definitely, but I just want you to know that Comrade
Right.
Patterson would like to do a follow-up, so
I'm following
please
up
take
on,
that into
I'm
consideration.
following up on my
Thank
previous
you, sir.
question. So the Auditor General is saying that 159 million or 160 million, 59.968, almost 160 million on 167 instances. This is not the exception. It's 167 times the same thing happens. Payments were made and it was not certified by the accountant or any authorized officer. How can payments be made and the authorized officer, which is the person that will be in place, agreed upon as the authorized officer to sign, to approve, to verify, all of those things. Payments were made and the authorized people don't know anything about it. They didn't sign, they didn't participate in the process. How is that possible? Explain that to PSC.
But before Comrade Edgell, let me ensure that we're gonna get this. Were you the treasurer at the time when this money was spent?
No, I'm not.
May I ask who was the treasurer at the time?
I think it was Mr. McCalman.
You're not certain.
No, I'm not sure.
Is there anybody within your grouping accounting officer that can confirm who was the treasurer at the time and if that person was invited to appear before PAC? Because I don't want us to be guessing answers. I personally will agree with Comrade Edgell and Comrade Patterson that this is a very, very important matter. And I also opened the 2015 Auditor General's report. And what I would like to say is that this was basically cutting the same information from 2015 and put it back in 2016 because it wasn't clarified.
Mr. Chair, I was informed by the town council that Mr. McCalman was the then treasurer, and he was the officer who indicated that because of medical reasons, he is unable to be here.
Okay, and that was the treasurer. Now, the Madam Treasurer indicated that the procedure has a number of authorized officers for payment to be made. It is not the treasurer alone. Who are the other authorized signatures that were basically mandatory for these payments to be made in terms of their office and if they are here?
If I may, the preparation, the voucher was prepared. It would have different persons that are assigned to prepare vouchers. Likewise, you would have different persons that will certify.
So the persons who prepare the vouchers are basically clerks,
Yes, sir.
right? So the clerks will prepare the voucher and
It will
they
be
prepare the voucher after the work is completed or during the process if you're making part payments.
It is prepared to be paid. There's nothing to pay if there is not a voucher.
Good. When they prepare the vouchers, it goes to somebody for verification. But before they prepare this voucher, is there not the need for some document from your engineer's department to or some other department to verify that this payment ought to be made or this voucher ought to be created?
It's a process that begins the payment.
Good.
There's no payment if that process wasn't concluded.
Good. So the vouchers are prepared and it goes to somebody for approval. Who does it go to for approval? If I am the clerk and I write up this voucher, I have to take it to somebody. Now, who do I take
That
it to?
next person is the supervisor.
The supervisor of which department?
All are there, all are in the treasurer's department. It
Okay,
might be
and
different
when the
sections.
supervisor, thank you. when the supervisor puts his or her signature, what happens after that?
It has to be certified,
Certified by whom?
the accountant.
By the accountant. And after it is certified by the accountant, what happens?
It goes to circulate by to the finance committee where the two persons sign, the two
So it goes to
councillors.
the finance committee next for two members of the finance committee
Yes,
to
what we
sign.
call the circulation process.
And after that, what happens?
Pardon me?
After that, what happens?
It comes back to the Treasury Department for the processing where we eventually end up with a check.
Okay, so at what point does the treasurer signs? They only sign the check. They have nothing to sign on for the
When they
pay.
sign the check, they sign the voucher.
When they sign the check, then they sign the voucher.
Yes.
Okay. So coming back to Comrade Edgel now, that I just wanted that setting in.
Thank you.
Comrade Edgel, back to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, you've been very helpful in the process. So if the Auditor General is saying that the certifying accountant or other authorized officer, for the purpose of clarity, the other authorized officers would be the town clerk as well as the treasurer?
And the two finance secretary, the two finance committee members.
The voucher will be signed by the treasurer at the time of the check. The town clerk signs at the time of check.
So the treasurer and the town clerk, who are signatories to the account,
Yes.
signs at the time when the check is prepared for payment.
Yes, but there is no part of the voucher that has the town clerk as a signatory on the voucher. It has place for the treasurer to sign on the voucher.
So this process could mean that a clerk receives some instructions from wherever, payment is to be made to A, B, and C. A voucher is prepared that's supposed to pass through the accountant before it goes to the finance committee. It didn't go to the accountant. It goes to the finance committee. A check is prepared. It is signed, and the checks in the system, the checks and balances in the system of the accountant or another authorizing officer is left out, and payments could be made. This happened 167 times.
It's possible.
And is that in breach of the procedure that obtains at City Hall?
Yes, it is.
So before you proceed, Member Edgil, I want to get some other clarity. AG, you said here that there were 167 instances totaling 159.968 million. Was this because you checked 167 times, or was it that, when I say you checked, as in you just pick up 167 vouchers and found this to be the issue, or did you check all the vouchers pertaining to this issue, and from all the vouchers, you picked up 167 instances?
So Chair, this would be a sample that we take.
So there is a possibility that we are talking about, let's assume 500 vouchers, of which you just pulled out 200, and from that 200, you picked up 167.
No, out of the 500 that we take.
No, but I'm saying that this entire project, this is hypothetical, this entire project had a total of 500 vouchers. Did you examine all 500 vouchers, or from the 500, you pulled out 200 at random and you examined that 200 as your sample, and from that 200, you picked up 167 of those from that 200, this process, this was the error you picked up?
Mr. Chair, This is a prior matter, so I'll have to recheck that, but all I can say is that we would have checked a sample.
Okay. And I'm asking that question, comrades, because I want to understand if the 167 is the total amount that breached the procedure, or the possibility do exist that there could very well be more vouchers that had this issue, but the AG just happened to have picked up 167 from his sample.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you for helping that process. We're still talking about the same 300 million. And if you look at B, apart from the accountant not seeing in 167 instances these transactions, the city treasurer on 140 of the payments, totaling 143.6 million, had not seen the transaction.
But how is that possible if the city treasurer has to sign the check? Madam Treasurer?
If I may say, the treasurer is the person to sign the check. So he would have seen the vouchers, probably did not sign.
How many
the vouchers.
signatories the mayor and city council has?
Two.
The treasurer and
the town clerk. So
nobody else.
No, so there's no
And
secretary.
both of them must sign.
Yes, sir.
One can't sign without the other.
No, sir.
So this approval by the city treasurer was not seen on 140 payment voucher. That could simply mean that the city treasurer did not sign on the voucher.
Yes, sir, but he had to sign the check for the payment to go through.
But a requirement of the system is that he must sign on the voucher also.
Yes, sir.
So clearly that is a breach.
Mr. Chairman, it's not only a breach, it is a crime. It is a crime because this is tantamount to fraud. For people to be paying monies and you don't have documentation to show what is the background that led to this payment, is handing out public monies without authority.
All right, Comrade Edgel, let me just see if I can get some further clarity, after which I would like to just hear Comrade Patterson and return to you. Is there a standard procedure or procedural manual that guides the city council with reference to the procedure as it relates to payment?
I am not aware of a manual.
So when did you assume treasurer of City Hall?
I started acting 3 months ago.
So you're still acting? And 3 months ago, you said?
Yes, sir.
The person before you is the same person that cannot be here because of some...
The person before me is Mr. Douglas that is sitting next to me.
Oh, Mr. Douglas is the person before you.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Douglas, may I ask how long have you been there as treasurer?
Mr. Chairman, 2 years.
So you performed the duties for 2 years?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Which is
From 2018 September.
2018 September. So 3 months ago is the current. Yes.
Correct.
So, Mr. Douglas, am I accurate there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So what was the procedure when you were treasurer?
Mr. Chairman, the procedure is the same that was spoken to by Ms. Miller.
Which is, and I will reiterate for my own emphasis, I always believe reiteration is good for the soul. The voucher is prepared by the clerk. So it goes to the supervisor. From the supervisor, it goes to the accountant. From the accountant, it goes to the 2 members of the finance committee for signature. And then it comes back to the treasury department, where the treasurer and the town clerk will issue their signature, and the check will be given to the person who has to receive it.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the system that you inherited 2 years ago, or is it a system that you put in place?
System that was inherited 2 years ago, Mr. Chairman. If I may, I will just add a bit of clarity on it. Before that preparation of the voucher is the accounting document from the finance department. But before that takes place, a requisition needs to come into the department. That requisition is normally prepared by only other sections. It cannot be prepared from the accounting staff. That has to be prepared separate.
So another department that is going to request
Correct.
payment, they have to prepare that requisition and send it to the treasury for processing.
Yes, with an attached document, whether it's a quotation, an invoice. In case of contracts, the engineers would have to say performance of completion or mobilization fees, what have you, or attach a contract behind it.
Who was the treasurer before you?
The treasurer before me, Mr. Chairman, was Mr. Ron McCalman, who we're speaking about.
Oh, who cannot be here. So AG, before this appeared in your Auditor General's report, there was a back and forth in terms of exchange of information between the ministry and your office, where there was an attempt for clarity before it arrived in your report. So my question now has to do with whether the clarity, because obviously the Auditor General in 2015, when he flagged this, before he had put it in this Auditor General's report of 2015, there had to be an exchange between, was it the ministry or the mayor and city council? The ministry. There had to be an exchange between himself, his office, and the ministry. And in that exchange, the ministry would have, I am assuming, attempted to bring the clarity. B is saying approval by the city treasurer was not seen on 140 payment vouchers, totaling 143.682 million. So I am seeing, based on what was explained here, I am of the opinion that the city treasurer signed the check, but did not sign the voucher. And if that clarity was provided, then I don't believe that the AG would have mentioned this as an issue if it was provided. So I want to know, first of all, AG, if clarity was given to this matter from the ministry, and if the answer is no, then we can ask the ministry to provide the clarity.
I think a separate report was sent to the city treasurer and also to the ministry. So, but because the expenditure is under the ministry, that is where we are examining it. And just to record, in respect of A, at paragraph 412, there was 212 payment vouchers that we examined, of which we found 167 instances.
212 payment voucher.
Yeah, I stated in
So there is a possibility that there were more than 212 payment vouchers.
Exactly.
But AG, in an instance like this, where you pulled out 212 payment vouchers, and you would have found discrepancy to the tune of 167 from that 212. And I see another part spoke about, B speaks to 140. And would it not warrant you doing a deeper audit into this process, as in picking up all the vouchers to see what's really going on?
It's not only the vouchers, but I think we end up doing several special investigations.
On this matter?
On several matters, not only on the vouchers.
So just for guidance, are we not entitled as Public Accounts Committee members to that finding, to those audit findings?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can submit those reports.
That will be appreciated. I'm sure Comrade Edgell and Comrade Patterson will welcome it. I would like to hear Comrade Patterson, and then I'll return to Comrade Edgell.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just seeking the clarification from the accounting officers. The involvement of councillors was invoked and mentioned, right, by Member Edgell, but on the save and except if the councillors are members of the finance committee, I didn't hear the need of the treasurers say where they are involved in the system, because the requisition is done. A clerk prepares a voucher that goes to the supervisor, then goes to the finance committee, then the treasurer and the town clerk looks at it. So the councillors' involvement, I would assume, is like they're acting as clerk of works or verifiers to say, outside of the finance committee, that they're acting as a clerk of works or a verifier to say, yes, in my constituency, something was done. Is that correct?
No. No, if I may provide some clarity there, and I'll be guided by the treasurer also. This is a system that is similar to what happens at the level of RDCs, where there's a committee called the Works Committee, and there are councillors that make up the Works Committee. So the two signatures, well, this is the Finance Committee we're talking about here, though. So there's a Finance Committee also, and the councillors make up the Finance Committee.
Because the impression that started off, I think that Member Edgel raised, it sounded as though payments can originate from councillors, if you understand.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just seeking, for the records, to get a bit of clarification. The councillors are part of the Finance Committee, the Works Committee, or whatever oversight committee you have. But they're not, councillors are not the persons originating. No. That was not clear, and I think that should be on the record.
But that raises another question in my head. Is there any part of the signing off here that the Works Committee play? As in they have to verify that the work was done or is in the process or something of the sort to do with the Works Committee? The Works Committee plays no part in signing before a check is cut?
That would be the part where the engineer would have to say whether the work was finished or not. The only committee that relates to councillors that signs on the voucher is the Finance Committee, and that is 2 members from that Finance Committee signs on that voucher before the check is read.
But I asked a question earlier that is yet not answered. Is there a standard operations manual or practice that details the financial way in how you go about facilitating payments? Or is it just that whichever treasurer comes in, that treasurer determines a procedure, and once it carries the treasurer and the town clerk's signature, the people are paid? Is there no standardized or authorized or something that is approved in keeping with financial best practices for payments to be made? Is there no documentation of like that at the City Hall?
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I expect the current treasurer to proffer an answer.
I have never seen any.
Okay, you have never seen any. So you're basically going with what you have inherited. Former treasurer, you want to say something now?
No longer, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I guess you were going to say you have never seen any also.
No, Mr. Chairman.
May I ask the Accountant General? Huh? May I ask the Accountant General to provide some guidance? Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, I guess how councils run is mostly on the laws written in 2801.
Yes, but there are standard financial practices.
Correct.
Hold on. There's standard financial practices, like, for example, the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, the Fiscal Transfers Act, the Procurement Act. All of these also
regulations.
They have to be taken into consideration. So it does 2801 doesn't operate without these other laws, you know.
I agree with you, Mr.
Or
Chairman.
they don't operate in isolation. So you have to take all of those things into consideration and take them into account when you're dealing with public funds, especially when you're dealing with public funds. But I would like to ask the Accountant General to provide us with some guidance, because I think it is necessary. Imagine we have the current treasurer who cannot point us to a standard practice, save and except what she has inherited.
Thank you, Chair. We all know in accounting, there must be standard operating procedures. And therefore, I am maybe just kind of shocked that the current treasurer is telling us that there are no standard operating procedure that guides her. How is she doing executing her daily duties? You must have a guide, and that should be your standard operating procedures or a manual that would encompass all of the other regulations, municipalities, the FMA, public procurement, as well as stores regulation. The 300 million that was issued is public funds. And therefore, there must be accountability and transparency for public funds. So I'm finding it very strange. How is she operating on a daily basis, executing her duties without a standard operating procedure?
Mr. Chair, can I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so can I suggest in the interim, immediately, that if the accounting officer, Ministry of Local Government, with the aid of the Accountant General, if they furnish the current chairman immediately with this, it doesn't take them, get them off the hook prior years, but hopefully from the day they receive the copies of all the documents that the Accountant General need, they'll be able to proceed onwards. And then we'd ask subsequently that they do diligent search, maybe from the communities, I'm saying local government ministry, to see if when last you would have transmitted or a refresher document or a reminder or a whatever to these, all municipalities, not only Georgetown, all municipalities saying, please be reminded or that you should act in accordance with X, Y, Z, Z. So, I mean, I'm not putting the onus on you. I'm saying that we do a check to see if that was ever done or when last it was done to direct them onwards. I have one other question, but I see it, they want to say
But before you go to the one other question, I want to ask, local government organs have been in existence in this country since 19 how much? And we had an election in 1994. We had a new body sworn in and so on. And then we had these local government organs receiving subvention from government for a long period of time. Is there no financial regulation for these local democratic organs? PS?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I agree with you.
Mr. Chair.
Go. Just no comment at you. Go ahead, comment PS.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree with you. These local organs have been in existence for quite a number of years, and it is expected by now they ought to have proper SOPs and financial manuals to govern their operations, which I expect to all be in line with all the acts that you have outlined. I have not come across, I've not looked specifically for any, but I do know for example, in the Georgetown municipalities, this is the responsibility of the council to have all of those things in order, because they are, and the treasurer, they are accountable for their funds separately and audited separately.
I know that the Ministry of Communities, when I was there, they were working on some financial regulations for these LDOs, these local democratic organs. But I subsequently was seconded to Region 3. So, but I know that was in play. Can you say what is the status of that financial regulations for all these LDOs?
Mr. Chair, I can't at this time, since I am there, I am not aware of that you speak about. I am aware of a manual, a little handbook that was given to councils that outlines some of the procedures, but that is all that I have.
Yeah, the handbooks are volume 1 and 2. Can we ask the former PS if he can shed some light on the financial regulations for LDOs and at what stage we're at in terms, well, I can't say what stage we're at, up to when he was there. What was the last update concerning financial regulations for LDOs? Mr. Magarel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, again, members of PAC and PS. According to Chapter 2801 and Chapter 2802, it is the requirement of the Minister with responsibility of local government to issue financial regulations. I have not, in my experience, and up to when, in my experience, seen any issuance of financial regulation by any Minister of Local Government. And the then Minister of Local Government undertook, with responsibility for local government on the communities, had the community undertook to develop such a document, and the process was entrained. And we got to the point where we had worked on several workshops with the town councils. We were working with town councils, initially the municipalities, in collaboration with the then finance secretary and with some assistance from the AG, to try and develop with them. You had to begin first with a chart of accounts to have standards across all the municipalities. And we were working with developing the standard chart of accounts. And the process was to have gone forward to having an agreement on that to develop the financial regulations so that one could have been issued, because it was recognized that it's with the absence of the regulation, largely what every council wanted to do was done to some standards, some appreciable standard, and some standards that are not necessarily appreciable. And so that's why we had the situation there of the challenge that the council is dealing with the paragraphs right now. So as far as I'm aware, there's no regulations. One was in the train of being developed, and the first stage was trying to develop a chart of accounts that would have applied across to all the municipalities. And then you would have gone to do one for the NDCs to have that apply, and based upon that, go forward with finalizing financial regulations that would have necessitated consultations at all levels and then to be applied.
So, Mr. Magarel, the process began, but there is no, just for clarity, there is no draft document or anything of the sort, because the stages were not completed to lead us to a draft document. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Thank you. But current PS, I trust that you have taken note of 2801 and 2802, where it says that the minister is responsible to develop these financial regulations for these local democratic organs. And without a doubt, looking at this and being experienced in the local government field, I think it is necessary for us to look at this very keenly so that we can have accountability at these local democratic organs. I mean, the mayor and city council is flagged here, but I'm also aware that these local government departments in the respective regions, they also face some hardship with local democratic organs and the manner in which they are spending the monies. So I trust that you will endeavor to ensure that there is a system in place for proper accountability at these local democratic organs. And perhaps it's good if you can continue to build on what was left by your predecessor.
Clear.
I would like to engage Mr. Edgil first, and then I'll come back to Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I want to go back to the fact that in paragraph 412 of the 2016 Auditor General's report, $300 million was expended by the Georgetown City Council in a manner that has raised several queries. I've listened to the explanations that came. I am not a trained accountant, but I'm aware that every trained accountant knows that there are accounting procedures, whether minister issues one or not. The Auditor General could only audit a system that is in place. The Auditor General would have had to find a system to be able to make these queries. This paragraph must be read in its entirety. The accountant NC 167 transactions totaling 160 million. The city treasurer NC 140 payment vouchers that he has signed. The finance committee, which is part of the system, NC 58 payments totaling 48 million. There was no evidence of receipt of payee acknowledging payment of $750,000. So a contractor was paid, and you got no determination that the man actually received the money. Then, starting at the bottom of the system, with the town clerk up to 3 months ago told us, it starts with a requisition. The basis of award of several contracts to the weeding of parapets, the silting of drains, cutting down trees, and so on, didn't exist. As a result, the Auditor General is saying there was no transparency or accountability. There is no evidence that the work was done. There is no evidence that there was a process that how the people that should have done the work was engaged. People get paid, the accountant agency, the treasury agency, the finance committee, and know what happened, and $300 million is in the pot. That's what we're talking about here. So we just can't sit and say we got to put regulations in place. Everybody who's hired as an accountant knows from their own training to write their exams, there's a process that has to be followed. You don't make payments except A, B, and C is done. Every accountant who is hired knows that. A system is in place at City Hall. Whether the minister issue it or not, it is known. Because the fact that the finance committee was not involved.
Member Edgil, not to differ from what you are saying, but I think we can agree that there is need for these financial regulations.
Yes, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Thank you.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying whether written or unwritten, a system existed at City Hall. And City Hall was in existence long before I became a legislator. And I would like to remind PAC, the absent treasurer, who should have been answering questions here today, was supposed to be answering questions at the previous PAC, and he wasn't available to answer those questions. I'm sitting here saying that. Well, I'm telling you as a previous member of the last PAC. So this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable behavior. It's unacceptable behavior. And when I said a little earlier, this is not just bad regulations of crime, because the possibility exists that money was paid and no work was done. Monies were paid and there were no checks and balances. And I would like to ask the PAC adopt a position that this particular $300 million, if it is not yet examined by way of a forensic audit, that it be examined, because we have to start bringing City Hall to book. This issue of lack of accountability at City Hall is not a 2016 problem. It's not a 2020 problem. It's been a problem for decades. And we have to get this right.
Thank you, Honorable Member Bishop Edgil. Honorable Member Patterson, do you still want the floor?
Of course, sir. And thanks you for finally acknowledging me. For a second, I thought I ran afoul of your great oversight. I'm glad I haven't run afoul of your good oversight. I actually thought for a second. I would like to there's a question of the crime. I have it here, and that's the first matter that I want to. The honorable member that spoke before me keeps raising the matter of a crime. So I want to maybe speak to the Auditor General, because obviously you are the one that can help me. I would like to take, for example, say C, not C, D, B, where the first claim of a crime came up. You have a requisition that is fully signed. You have a voucher that is prepared and fully duly corrected. You have a supervisor that fully signs off this. Of course, I'm using the processes given to us by the treasurer. You have the finance committee, and 2 members of the finance committee signed off on it. Then the treasurer signs the check, right? So when they do it, I don't know who writes the check, the treasurer or the town clerk. The treasurer and the town clerk are the only 2 signatories to the account. So the treasurer signs the check, and the town clerk, having looked at it and reviewed all these proprietary works 6 stages before it reaches to them. I'm trying to ascertain but what the treasurer doesn't do or did not do is sign the voucher, which is an administrative error or lapse or something. Secondly, sir, right, there is no, according to the 2 treasurers, there's no SOP or standard operation fee. So I would like to ask you directly, or maybe the accounting office, no, but not the accounting office, they're part of it. Sir, the crime, based on, I don't know your thing, where is the crime that the honorable member is mentioning? Where has it been committed? Not signing the voucher, even though you read through it and you signed the check. I'm talking about B, the crime whereby where the treasurer, the city treasurer did not sign the voucher. Every other body, all other 6 stages were true. He or she signed the check, right? And there's a claim of a crime. So I would like you, I don't want this to be left on it. I acknowledge administratively the thing, but the crime I'd like you to address as the Auditor General.
Mr. Chair, if you sign a check and you don't sign a voucher, matching the 2, it will be very difficult if you got to match the 2. And therefore that will lead to irregularity. I'm not going to use the word that you are saying. I have not used the word. I'm just saying it could lead to irregularity. And we did separate special investigation at the City Council, where the treasurer was sent home, the town clerk was sent home. And that is the reason I'm calling that they should prepare a new set of books. Those that come start a new set of books, because for the last several years, the City Council accounts has been a disclaimer of accounts. There's so many issues.
Let me get this clear. AG, you just said the last 7 years. Several. Okay, I just wanted to ensure I heard accurately. I already said 7 was a difference.
So thank you very much.
No, we established the last several years. Several years. So
thank you very much, Auditor General, for not using the same word as somebody used, irregularities. I just wanted that because we're going live and persons may, and I know that some friendly newspapers will write crime, but you as a statutory person and no technical expert use irregularities. I just wanted to get that one clear.
Honorable Member Patterson, you have the floor, sir. No other member has the floor. I'm asking honorable members not to disturb honorable members whenever they're speaking.
Yes, there you go, sir. You see, sir, I don't know why I evoke such emotion over there, right? So, I mean, Are you finished, ma'am? Are you gentlemen and ladies, are you finished? Can I continue?
Honorable Member Patterson, you have the floor,
Sir,
sir.
I seem to evoke a lot of emotions over there when I'm speaking, but thank you very much. It makes me feel wanted and a little bit warm and so forth, you know what I mean? Now, Auditor General, I'm directing these to you because you said it out that you did what was it, a forensic, a value for money, a special audit, what on the City Council, what would it be called?
Forensic audit.
Great, and when was this completed?
There were several, I can't remember. I will have to check my reports. At present, we are doing another one.
So can I ask you, what do you do with these forensic officers? Because it is strange that you have so many forensic audits and you're doing a new one now and nothing has happened. I was in the last PSC, was it, right? Was it submitted last PSC for implementation or something like that?
No, these reports weren't submitted. Normally when we finish, we send it to the client that we are investigating. In this case, it will be the City Council and a copy to the Ministry of Local Government Communities. And the local, we are now submitting also copies to the Local Government Commission.
So you were saying that you did several forensic audits, but I don't know, PSC hasn't seen one. Have we?
Colonel Patterson, you asked something just now that I was distracted from the answer. Well, these forensic audits, you said you did several. Is there a year that you can point us to when you began? And when was the last, put aside the one that's currently ongoing, what year did you begin your first forensic audit into the financial operations at the Mayor and City Council?
Mr. Chair, I'll have to check that. I don't have those information at present. I'll submit it to you.
Any of your staff can help us? Ms. Singh, I know you normally call on Ms. Singh a lot. I think she's online.
I have to check my file and my special investigation.
Okay, because I think it's important for us to know. And when these audits are completed, AG, where do they go? I wasn't listening, I didn't hear it.
Normally, when we do a special investigation, it goes to the client, which is in this case, the Georgetown City Council Treasurer. And we will send copy to the ministry, respective subject ministry. And in this case, now we have the Local Government Commission, so we also send copy to them.
So I was going to ask, I know that we have, I know that we have the Local Government Commission here. And I have also taken into account what former PS McGarrell alluded to. That is in 2801 and 2802, the minister is responsible for these financial regulations. Does the Local Government Commission play a role in these regulations also, these financial regulations, accounting officer? Or strictly staff details?
Mr. Chair, my understanding is the only involvement the Local Government Commission has is for audits, if an audit is needed.
Financial audit?
Any audit of the local organs, if there is some irregularities that perhaps needed investigated, I believe they do that.
And also hire, discipline, fire staff.
That is my understanding, Chair, but we can ask the acting secretary if you need further clarity.
The acting secretary of the Local Government Commission?
Yes, sir.
No problem. I would love to have that answer. And who's the acting secretary, may I ask?
Mr. Hamid?
Yes, Mr. Hamid.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Honorable Member of PCA. My name is Arup Hamid.
What's the first name?
Arup Hamid.
Harup?
Yeah.
H-A-R-O-O-P?
No, A-R-U-P-H.
Oh, Arup.
My substantive position is a finance accounts manager. I think so too. Carrying out function for the Secretary of the Commission. Concerning the matter in terms of financial regulation, and in keeping with what the City Treasurer said in terms of Chapter 2801 and Chapter 2802, the Local Government Commission.
That was said by the former PS.
Section 25 of the Local Government Commission Act give the Local Government Commission authority to make rules and prescribe books and accounts and papers to be kept by all local democratic organs across Guyana. I must say to date, we have formulated about 40 pieces of accounts and paper and documentation that is form of a policy at the level of the Local Government Commission to be implemented in the future. This will be compounded by training of personnel in the local democratic organ, but this is a work in progress to date. Specifically, as you speak to the financial regulation, the Local Government Commission do have some responsibility in keeping with the Local Government Commission Act, Chapter 18 of 2013.
Thank you very much,
Right.
Mr. Hamid. Just now, Mr. Patterson. You may proceed now.
Well, I'm a bit confused here. No, I was still on the floor, Madam Teixeira, and then obviously, right, I was still on the floor, and your side interrupted me twice. Yes, so I'm a bit confused here now as to who has the authority to disseminate the information for that. But that being,
but we need that clarity because 2801 is saying something based on the guidance
of the former PS
2801 and 2802 based on the guidance of the former PS and the former treasurer. And now we're hearing that the Local Government Commission has that authority also under Chapter 18, you said?
Act 18 of 2013, Section 25 of the Local Government Commission Act.
Yeah, but we still need to know and still need to agree on who really has the authority to do it, because you cannot have the Local Government Commission doing one and then you have the ministry doing the other, both of them sending their whatever procedure they want, unless they agree to one procedure and then they direct it to the local government organs. So there is clearly an indication for us to have some clarity and clearly some procedure as it relates to the local government system and the local government organs. And I do know that the Ministry of Communities began some work, accounting officer, Ms. Ruth Narayan. So I will advise that it be revisited if it is not, and at least take it from there, if that may be my humble suggestion to you. Honorable Member Teixeira, you have the floor.
Yeah, the discussion has been interesting, but in a sense, not totally relevant. In the sense, what we're dealing with is, according to the Auditor General, that the issue of financial instructions, regulations, and tender procedures set out in the Procurement Act. And I refuse to accept that any local authority body or ministry or state corporation is unfamiliar with the Procurement Act and the financial rules and regulations. There's no excuse for that. The law is the law. And therefore, I find it rather interesting that we are being moved in a direction that is not relevant. If one takes the manuals, there have been financial rules written down before. They come from the FS, they come from the Auditor General as guidance, it comes from the Accountant General, and they come from the laws of this country. So the Local Government Commission is doing a policy framework. It has to only keep within the laws. It can't create anything outside the law of Guyana. And we have been auditing and discussing municipal bodies and local authority bodies, NDCs, for 20 odd years, 30 years. And they've all been following rules that exist. There are financial rules, there are documents, and there are laws, and every overseer and clerk and treasurer and REO, as far as I'm aware, including PSs, receive and ought to have in their possession the financial rules of our country, which are, it's not magic, the FMA Act, the Fiscal Transfer Act, the Procurement Act, the Constitution, the stores regulations. Over and over in this committee, you know, Mr. Mayapal yourself, we're going through and we're looking at stores regulations. It's not magic, it's existed. Whether they need updating, improving, that's a different issue. They have existed, and I think it's unacceptable for anybody to come here and say they don't know what financial arrangements they've been operating under. I think it's unacceptable. And the accountant general is too polite. She says she's surprised. I'm not surprised. It's unacceptable. The issue is too, if we look at 417E, Mr. Chairman. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking about rules and if they exist and are they written and where are they? But E is a different issue. 412E says, the basis of award of several contracts for the weeding of carpets, desilting of drains, cutting down of trees in various areas around Guyana could not be determined due to the unavailability of relevant supporting documents. So this is now not a question of who signed, who didn't sign, where the signature is, this is a thing where non-existent. Now, how could that happen? How could they disappear? Have they been ducked? Have they been torn up? Have they been burnt? Or in fact, they never exist in the first place. And this issue E, now when we go to the first paragraph, it says, audit examination revealed that 6.2 was expended for the purpose of a double cab pickup for the city police. So that's accounted for, it seems. 42.163 million for the debushing of Le Reprendier Cemetery and 241.637 million for the restoration of Georgetown. Of that total amount, 212 payment vouchers were examined, the following discrepancies. What the Auditor General does not advise us on, well, what is the value of E? How many, what was the value of these contracts where there was no supporting documents? And this is astounding. And I must say that I have read in the papers from time to time, the Auditor General, and I'm trying to remember which one of the many fiascos with Georgetown and other places, where the Auditor General went in and said in the press that he hasn't been given the documents up to now. And this was stuff in 2016, 2017, and as late as 2019 and 2020. So I haven't seen any reports. I said, if you listen carefully, Mr. Patterson,
all right,
in the media.
Honorable Teixeira, you have the floor.
I do have the floor and I'm not giving it up. But Mr. Chairman, the particular thing this points out is that somewhere along the line, I think that people are quite prepared to come before the PAC and not give any indication where documents are. It's one thing about, and that's where I think the Bishop's point is that this is a prior year. This is not this year. So prior to this came before the House. I think the PAC called for the state auditor to conduct a forensic audit. And I don't know why the Auditor General, who should be prepared to come before this committee too, to answer the questions by Mr. Patterson. What was the result of the audit? That was asked by the last PAC, not this one. Second, I'm supporting you, Mr. Patterson, aren't you, please? Wonders will never cease, Mr. Patterson. Secondly, this is now not now. And so to come before the PAC, one has to be able to say, you search for what happened. Because we will keep having this on the record. I'm sure this is in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. And we'll keep calling you back and you'll keep telling us this story about who signs and who doesn't sign, but there's no explanation. And that is when it becomes, there are mistakes made, obviously, by staff from time to time. Innocent mistakes. But when it becomes a pattern, it's no longer a mistake. And unfortunately, Georgetown City Council has a pattern of this. Not now, not this over several years, over many years. And with no effort to improve. What the Auditor General is coming to us to say, but it's not in the document, but he said it just now, about what? Some write-off. Well, if we want, or what you said, to have a start all over again, a tabula rasa, and you start all over again from some date. That has to be something the PAC has to examine and discuss whether we are supportive of it, because I believe that goes to cabinet and stuff like that. But I cannot accept that the City Council is saying to us, well, maybe I should ask the question first. Are you saying to us, those from the City Council, that you're unaware of the Procurement Act of Guyana, that you're unaware of the financial regulations, the stores regulations? Are you unaware of the existence of those documents? And when I hear your answer, I'd like to then follow up.
Is the town clerk, they have a town clerk acting, right? Is the town clerk acting here? Because the town clerk acting is the town clerk acting the accounting officer of the treasurer is?
Yes.
But the town clerk acting plays a role in terms of administration and in terms of the ensuring that the procedure and so on is followed. Am I accurate? The town clerk has a role also.
The chief accounting.
Because the town clerk has to also put a signature on the check.
Yes, that's
So-
my understanding, sir. But the treasurer is the accounting officer.
The treasurer is the full accounting officer.
Yes.
So, Madam Treasurer, with reference to Honorable Member Teixeira's question, can you please provide an answer? And if you were not clear as to her question, she would like to know if you are unaware of these laws, the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, the Fiscal Transfers Act, the Stores Regulation, and the Procurement Act of 2003.
Maybe to both clerks.
Sir,
Pardon?
I have some knowledge of them, sir.
Some knowledge of them.
Yes, sir.
May I ask the former treasurer and the former treasurer, may I ask accounting officer, what is the former treasurer's role right now in the main town council? Is he still there?
Former treasurer, you said?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas? You said.
Remind me his position, please.
He's currently the accounting manager.
Oh, he's the accounting manager.
Yes.
And the accounting manager, let me understand the structure. The accounting manager is above the treasurer.
No, the treasurer is above and then it goes downward.
So where does the accounting manager falls?
Yeah, below.
Mr. Chairman, below the city treasurer.
Oh, so after the city treasurer, then you have the accountant manager. So in this system of that we spoke of earlier, you were basically the accountant.
Mr. Chairman, I was not employed at that time.
No, I understand that. But the system speaks to the vouchers being prepared, then the supervisor, then the accountant, then the finance committee member, and then it comes back to the treasury, and then it goes to the treasurer for signature and the town clerk for signature. In this hierarchical structure that we speak of here, you are the accountant. When I say you, I mean the office that they speak of here.
Correct.
Accountant, okay. Are you aware, sir, of the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, the Fiscal Transfers Act, the Stores Regulations, and the Procurement Act of 2003. Are you aware of those 4 acts?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that they exist.
And does the mayor and city council use those documents to guide them in the financial spending?
Mr. Chairman, currently, yes. At the time of 2016, Mr. Chairman, there was a little contention, from my understanding, where there's provision in law that the council has some amount of autonomy. And that was a little gray area that was being sorted financially, where they have some amount of autonomy, Mr. Chairman, in terms of making those regulations according to 2021, which is supposed to be done by the council. So we currently use them now because, like was explained earlier, there's no specific manual. We currently use them and try to incorporate it into what we do. But there's a part that speaks about being autonomous and not having to directly follow that regulation.
Now, I find that very strange, because being autonomous doesn't mean that you go against the laws of the country. These are financial laws of the country. So your autonomy, my friend, your autonomy lies in decision making, not to the council, the council nor the. You cannot change the law of the country. That is up to the parliament, in the National Assembly, and that has to be assented to also by the president. So I'm not sure if you are aware of what you just said or what I just heard, but the Stores Regulation, I'm asking members of PAC, the technical advisors that are here, the Accountant General, the Auditor General, and I'm not sure if the Finance Secretary is online, but if he is, he can also provide some degree of guidance. The Stores Regulation, the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, the Fiscal Transfers Act, and the Procurement Act of Guyana, of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, cannot be challenged by a body that is under the impression that they have full autonomy. I find that very strange. Your answer was very, very strange, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Accountant, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I specifically said we're following that now. I said to you that there was a gray area, meaning there was a back and forth between those who are running the council and what we thought it was. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate, since we have the Auditor General here, that we indeed see clarity on the matter, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the clarity is needed. But the Constitution is clear. The Constitution is clear, sir. But I don't know, is the Finance Secretary online?
Yes, Chair. I don't know if you hear me.
I believe your guidance is.
I heard, I don't know if I heard the entire question, but no agency that is using public funds is allowed to disregard the acts that you just mentioned, right? So all the agencies are, once you're utilizing public funds, you're subject to those acts. So it is important that accounting officers familiarize themselves with those acts so that they don't ever commit the breaches that we're hearing today, right? And to be an accounting officer, it is also important that you have some training in the area so that even if you enter a system or agency without well-developed systems, right? You could follow certain basic rules, because what I'm hearing here, justify some forensic audits. That's my humble view, but there's no excuse for ignoring these laws, right? And in addition to the to those that you mentioned, Chair, the agencies also need to be familiar with the Audit Act.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that they give so that they give the Auditor General the support that he deserves, like providing documents so that the Auditor General could conduct his do his work. Thank you so much, Chair. I don't know if I help in any way.
And I want to ask you, Finance Secretary, when you issue financial circulars, do they go to all these agencies, including local democratic organs?
No, they go to community.
They go to the head of the budget agencies, and they're supposed to ensure that the information is
disseminated.
Is disseminated, yes, so that
I
everybody would be up to date.
In light of all of this, I want to ask the former PS if he can also shed some light on what is being discussed, because it is absolutely necessary for us to have. So we will be properly guided. Mr. Emil Magarel, are you still online, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm still with the meeting. And again, Mr. Chairman and members of PAC, in respect to the regulation and the earlier discussion and the supposed clash between the Public Procurement Commission and the 2801, 2802, those are matters that certainly needs to be resolved, because you seem to having two statutory agencies and two laws clashing. That's one. And there's also the issue that I think the FFMA, in regards to the provisions in question, says something along the lines, save and accept other statutory requirements of the agencies. And like this matter came up in 2013, I think it was, or 14, or prior to that, in respect to the Central Housing and Planning Authority ability to retain monies from the PAC, monies from the public accounts once disbursed. And it was addressed then by the then, an opinion was issued by the then Attorney General, the Honorable, no, prior to him, forgive, the name is slipping me at the moment, but Ram Singh, that's correct. Where it clearly indicated that where the provisions in that particular statutory agency exists for the retention of the funds in this case, as was the case in CHMPA, that it was not a violation of the FFMA. And that similar issue exists on the 2801 and 2802, where you have this question as the former TC or the former TC Act alluded to, where Chapter 2801 has this issue, where it speaks to their autonomy, and this is where they have this tension that we need to resolve. Now, the Finance Secretary indeed issues financial circular to authorize circumscribing or prescribing the conduct of the accounting officer. But that is always in accordance with statutes, which is the FFMA, and in the case of the local government, it will have to be 2801 and 2802 as well, that governs our operation. And this is a challenge we had. There's no way that the ministry, as I understood it with respect to the revision of the laws that were done, could compel a local government organ to do anything with their resources, except it goes to them by subvention. And if it's a grant, except it goes by a grant. And what we attempted to do was to tie them into a certain conduct that was consistent with the FFMA and the Procurement Act and the Stores Regulation by way of an MOU, which is what the law provides for. But the direct application of those provisions on the councils, that's the gray area that was alluded to, and there's no certainty, as I am aware of, on it, except a financial regulation in place stipulates that they do that. Then it brings all of that to bear into their operation, and their autonomy, as they alluded to, would then be circumscribed by that financial regulation, which is specifically said that has to be put in place by the local government authority. go for government ministry. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I say something quickly?
No. Hold on, comrades. Hold on. So we do have another agency that is outside the Ministry of Public Health. And clearly we have a lot of work to do still with the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. And there is a request, in fact, there are many requests that the accounting officer, Ms. Prema Rupnarayan, has to facilitate this committee with. And in looking at this paragraph, we are guided that there are a number of forensic audits that were done pertaining to financial issues at the mayor and city council. I will therefore like to bring this ministry for today to a close as we move to the Ministry of Public Health. And in 2 weeks' time, which is not Monday coming, the following Monday, the Ministry of Communities, the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development comes back to PAC to deal with the information that was requested by Honorable Member Edgill and Honorable Member Patterson, and also the forensic audits that were conducted will be submitted to PAC members. Given that the AG has indicated that these audits were already done, I would say in 2-3 days they are presented to the members of PAC so that they can study it in depth. And in 2 weeks' time, we reach again with the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, Ministry of Communities, to finish their paragraphs.
Mr. Chair, while I'm in 100% agreement with you, we have given the accounting officer 2 weeks to present our document. Are you saying that you shortening that time? Because I don't want them to come here in 2 weeks and we just receive our response, if you understand me.
No. Oh, I get what you're saying.
So unless you shorten the time given to them to submit a document so we could review, it may not be right. But the chairman said 2 weeks time.
Yes, I understand what Comrade Patterson is saying. In all fairness to the PS, the accounting officer who requested the 2 weeks, I will stay with the 2 weeks. But the AG is 2 days enough to submit those reports that you already have. So in 2 days' time, we are expecting the forensic audits. The forensic audits, because I heard the AG saying that there are many that were done. And the 2 weeks that you have, PS, is to submit your information. The next week is when you will appear with your team for further scrutiny on your part of the Auditor General's Report 2016. So it will be 3 weeks that they will appear, but 2 weeks to provide us with the information, and the AG will provide us with his information in 3 days.
In relation to 412, I asked a number of questions to do with the availability, where documents were missing or unavailable, so that I want to ask specifically the town council representatives here to respond to the issues raised to do with A, B, C, D, E in the Auditor General's report.
I agree with you, Comrade Teixeira, and I will also request that a special effort be made to get the former treasurer during this period to be available. And I would like the records to reflect that this is the third time that the former treasurer is being asked to appear before the Public Accounts Committee. So that is a special request. And if he doesn't comply, then we will have to seek the other avenue. So with that said, I would like to thank you, Ms. Prema Rupnarayan, and your team for appearing before Public Accounts Committee, and see you again in 3 weeks' time.
Just one query, just one additional stuff, Mr. Chair. Can I ask if it's prudent that not only the accounting officers, if it's necessary, that the town clerk acting appears with them?
Pardon me, go again.
The town clerk acting is here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So, but when they were asking questions,
No,
we
the
didn't
accounting
know.
officer is the treasurer, that is why.
No, we're talking about the dissemination of the information and those things like that. Okay, fair enough. So,
Mr. Chair.
right, yeah, I withdraw. My apologies, ma'am.
Just before they go, I know Mr. Patterson did have some concern about me saying it's a crime. I will just let the committee know that we will stop doing funerals, we will do homegoing services.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prema Rupnarain, for appearing before the PAC, you and your team. I wish you well as you continue your work at the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. And again, see you in 3 weeks' time. I will ask that we take a 5 minutes break so that we can facilitate fumigation. What was it? Sanitization.
Thank you, sir.
We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karas, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karas, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we mean to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I eat. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I eat. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake, we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one karage. Not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one karage. Not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake.
Would you please inform PSC of the accompanying officers who are with you?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us again. I'm the PS, Malcolm Watkins, and Mr. Trevor Thomas is one of the former PSs, and Ms. Nalini is one of our accountants. Ms.
Damlati Gildari, Chief Accountant Active. Yes.
I'll ask the others to just introduce themselves, starting from Cecil.
Good day, host Cecil Jacks, Director, Materials Management Unit.
Good afternoon, I'm Rochelle Williams, Senior Personnel Officer.
Good afternoon, my name is Glendon Fortuné, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Finance.
Do we have any other staff online?
No, we do not. This is the full team.
Okay, thank you. Members, we have 74 paragraphs before us for consideration. Starting at 403, at page 201, I put paragraphs. 433, sorry. 433 to 506. 74 paragraphs of consideration. And it's in the Auditor General's report at 201. And I put 433 to, pardon?
Mr. Chair, we would like to indicate that as far as we could recall, we were examining 432. We haven't finished the examination of 432.
Well, we can continue from there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for the records, as we're going back to 432, the records will show we asked for certain documents to be laid over.
I'm getting there.
No, but you're going back to 432.
No, I'm saying the supplemental information was provided. The clerk just indicated that to me, but it wasn't circulated.
Okay, so so are we going to go back to 432 without having the opportunity to peruse? If you understand me.
So members, given the fact that we have 74 paragraphs for consideration. And I'm persuaded that time may not permit for us to conclude all of these paragraphs. And the fact that supplemental information was provided, some of which would have catered for paragraph 432, I would rather we put that on pause until all members have those supplemental information for perusal. And we start today's examination from 433. And when we continue the examinations on a further date, if we do not complete this work, then we will bring that back for consideration.
Mr. Chairman, just a consideration. If the supplementary information was provided, even though not circulated, it means that the PS and his team is in full possession of the answers. So there's no harm.
Okay, listen, the man has a right to make his opinion. Or nevertheless, I think that is the position I would want the committee to accept. We will come back to 432.
But can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the information provided by the PS go beyond 432?
From the indications that we have, it is from several other paragraphs before, of which the PS could not have.
But it's not after 432?
No.
So there's no information provided after 432?
No, we didn't go beyond that.
Why wasn't it circulated, however? Why wasn't it circulated?
Well, apparently they're still working on the minutes and so forth for those.
No, that's a photocopying issue. That's not minutes.
No, they're still doing the minutes.
Who?
The previous clerk.
No, but that's not the issue. A report is submitted by the PS Finance, Public Health, in response to supplementary issues. And why was that not circulated? What date was that? Could we be privy to know what date there was a letter sent by
1 second.
PS Watkins?
Yes, so the supplemental information was received on September 3rd, 2020.
So why, again, I ask, why wasn't it circulated to members?
We will have to verify that. But the clerk has been informed to supply the information to the members. So members, I put 433 to 443 for our consideration.
Sir, before we proceed, in keeping with what we have practiced thus far,
yes,
where the advisor to the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development excused
You
himself.
should have been there.
So we have another advisor?
We have a Director General. Director General of Health
But
Services.
he wasn't there in 2006.
But I mean, precedence was set.
All
right,
In keeping with precedence that was
But he
set.
wasn't there.
In keeping with precedence that was set. We ain't going to vote here. You don't need your number.
He was fired. He wasn't even working.
I was fired too.
Were you fired?
I was fired.
But
So he wasn't there.
just like how.
But the same
Mr.
way
Chair,
Siraj left on the
just like-
same
just-
basis.
It's a different story. All on y'all, he got briefed.
It's the same precedence
No,
that
are you saying
applies.
Mr. Chair, there was a precedent which is that the current Minister of Public Works correctly recused himself because, if I can quote him right, he doesn't want to mind me.
Huh?
He recused himself from when the public infrastructure being like I did. Honorable Member Siraj did honorable thing and recused himself.
And we clap him for that.
And we applauded him for that. Now, even if he was there or not.
He was terminated. He wasn't there.
I was
members,
terminated too.
I put it to the floor.
That's why we should have been
that
cheering over.
I gave it to the floor.
I
You
was
should have been
terminated.
cheering the last
I was
session.
terminated.
Madam Chair,
Because you
I was at the
terminated
region.
us.
Mr.
I was at the region.
Mr. Maipal,
You broke your own
Members,
rules by cheering
members,
the last session.
I put it to the floor
Not to the floor.
that precedent was established,
But you broke
and
it.
I would ask
I gave it
the
one.
honorable member to follow the precedent that was established in this committee.
Mr. Chairman, how
Thank you
come
very much,
Director
Director General.
Kindly, respectfully,
Chair of
sir,
government
recuse
when he was
yourself.
there in the ministry
Mr.
at the
Chair, I'm in
time?
support of your
I was
request.
at the
But let me
Director
just
General.
point out.
Yes, sir.
The very same thing we were asking the Honorable Vishwa Mahadio to do was not done when we did local government. Mr. Mahai Paul was
Mr.
an
Chair.
employee of the Ministry of Communities when we examined the Ministry of Communities, and he chaired
But I was
the
not in any,
proceedings.
I was not controlling any department.
Okay,
I
you
was-
were employed.
He's the Director General.
He was
This is the
employed just like
advisor.
Mahathir was employed.
I was a junior
So we
staff.
must be consistent.
Yes,
Very,
sir.
very
But you can
junior.
appreciate that I
And
wasn't here.
You were no
I could
junior.
not have intimidated any
You were
staff.
not junior.
Okay, we moving on. And thank you, Dr. Mahadio. Thank you very much. Yes.
I think we need soon if somebody who's here, who might be here and be a porter of the Ministry of Health. When the Ministry of Health is being discussed, you will have to ask that person to leave.
Most definitely.
Because we have to have
Consistency. But it didn't apply to us now.
And that will be going forward,
You
sir.
didn't know.
You know
I
the
assure you
drill.
that will
What do you
happen.
mean? Yeah, right.
Oh, Lord.
That's
have
the
mercy.
junior
Face,
staff.
their face. He knew all the time.
That's okay.
So members, let us all be reminded that this session is being streamed live for the public to view our proceedings. So I put again to the honorable members, paragraphs 433 to 443 for our consideration, and the floor is open. Member Edgel, I see you have your mic.
Yes, sir. So we're starting at 4:33.
That's correct.
Let me get right into it. Mr. Chair, this issue at 4:33, not adhering to Section 24 of the Stores Regulation, is very important. Because if you don't have a master inventory of all the assets of the ministry, you don't know how you're buying, how you're storing, what is the actual assets. And the ministry is required to have an asset register. So could the accounting officer indicate to us, tell us why this was not in place and how you could have actually established your inventory and determined requirements to the ministry in the absence of this for budgetary purposes?
Through the chair, thank you, member, for the question. We have made attempts to research and answer these questions as proactively as possible. Given the experience from the last meeting, I will start by answering current state and then attempt to answer the retroactive question. Currently, we've updated the sectional inventory to 100%, which means in every office there is a list reflecting what's in that area or section. And we're approximately 80% on the master. But the investigation that was done to ascertain whether or why it was not maintained during the period of the report, I was told it was due to limited staffing, but we cannot fully validate if that's the only reason at this stage.
We have the former PS here. Could he proffer to provide an explanation to that question as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, what PS Watkins said is correct. It has been we have been constantly working on updating the inventory. But yes, we had some staffing challenges. And I think that is the large responsible for us not having it. But having said that, I never had a discussion with PS Watkins, and a lot of effort has been made and continues to be made to have inventory. As I said, it's now currently updated. but we had some staffing challenges.
But, Mr. Chair, if I recall, in prior years, this was also an issue, and the PSC was promised that it would be fixed, and it appeared again in 2016. As a matter of fact, the permanent secretary furnished the PSC then the list of all of the staff shortages so that the government should have taken note of the vacancies that had to be filled. So why was it repeated in 2016?
Mr. Chair, just a bit of a clarification there, or a follow-up question to the PS. Isn't this position filled by the Public Service Commission or Committee, right? Commission, my apologies. So when you would have to, the PS, whichever one, would have to write to the Public Service Commission as opposed to the government. Isn't it a, what do you call a fixed establishment position, sir?
Yes, it is a fixed establishment position.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up, could the PS indicate if in his ministry at 2016, there were people who were contracted to carry out jobs that were fixed positions on the establishment, but they were engaged contractually through the Public Service Ministry?
Just a follow-up, while he's indicating that, can the PS, former PS or the PS indicate that was there not a policy or a circular which said how you transition all contracted employees over to the fixed assessment? So he has answered correctly both issues.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
It's a choice.
P.S. I didn't hear you respond to the question.
Oh, sorry.
Proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the first question, whether we were employing persons on contract, I think that's it, to do critical job. Yes, we have been, it has been the practice to employ persons on contract. Of course, the sergeant on other conditions would be based on what is in the authorized position, salary for the authorized position. So yes, we have been filling vacancies. To say exact, but we still have some shortage in the field audit department. So yes, while it is, we have been trying to fill vacancies, we just didn't have all the positions filled. The second question related to transitioning, the transitioning of staff from the fixed establishment, from contract that is to fixed establishment is an ongoing thing. It has been happening. And so transitioning of staff from contract to fixed establishment is something that's an ongoing process, and we were transitioning staff from the contract to the fixed establishment.
Just for clarification, PS, I think Thomas is in here. I think that I was asking that you're transitioning staff that were already employed from contract to the fixed establishment and filling vacancies where you're not going directly to, the commission, as opposed to the filling vacancies, that was the policy that you fill them from via the Public Service Commission. That's the question I was asking.
Right, that's correct, Honourable Member. The process proceeded that you first seek permission from PSM to have the positions filled, and having received PSM's permission, then the Public Service Commission is approached to have those positions filled.
Members, I was informed by the clerk that the supplemental information that was provided by the ministry was indeed sent to all members of the PSC at the 17th meeting. So if you can just check back your documents. If you don't have it, I will ask the clerk to make those. Yes.
I'm missing some documents. I went through my emails. I don't have that. And I don't
Okay,
have
we'll make
October
the,
11
ask the
either.
clerk to make those,
I don't have those.
those information available to members while we
Thank
meet again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Yeah, just to follow up. The former PS is speaking in present tense, which is confusing me a little bit. Is the former PS still employed in the Ministry of Health? Because he's using present tense. And we're dealing with 2016. So I just want to know, I may be getting confused. I just want to know, are you talking about 2016 or at the present, 2021? Which one are you speaking of? Secondly, assuming that you're dealing with 2016, could you say the numbers of persons with regard to this master inventory and the lack of staff? How many persons were hired on contract and how many persons were terminated in that period with regard to the same area of materials management, master inventory, pharmaceuticals, etc.?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is it for me to say now in 2016?
Yes, can you speak a little more into the mic?
Sure, yeah. So what I'm saying is difficult for me to say now how many persons were transitioned from contract to fixed establishment in 2016. How many were terminated?
How many were terminated and how many were hired?
Okay.
I'm not getting into what their status was, contract or public service.
Okay, how many were terminated in 2016? How many were hired in
Yeah, these are
2016?
in the whole area of material management and inventory, stores and so on,
Okay.
pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. Is this, we probably need to, if with your permission, it's difficult to provide the information now for me to go back to 2016 to remember how many were. I don't know whether the honorable committee would allow us to maybe to go back and to research this year and to provide a response.
Would a week suffice?
Well,
Would 1 week be sufficient for you to provide PSU with that information?
well,
Sorry before you answer, because I'm getting a bit, just like Madam Tashira, I'm getting a bit confused because I thought that the request or the obligation to give for the information should be done by the current accounting officer. So I'm a bit, that's like Madam
He had
Tashira.
requested the other PS to provide a response.
And the obligation at the time needed, so he has access to the document.
Are you still employed at the ministry?
yes, Mr. Chair, I'm working on a Ministry of Health, Harvard School of Public Health.
So PS, with regards to the
We didn't hear that, sir.
Yes, I'm working on a project, a research project between the Ministry of Health and the Harvard School of Public Health. Harvard School of Public Health and the Ministry of Health is a research project looking at.
But are you employed at the ministry?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm employed in the ministry working on a research project.
Okay, so PS, with regards to the honorable member's request, will you be in a position to provide that information for PSC within a week's time?
Thank you. I would respectfully ask for a week or two. I would have to go and search for that information for 2016 and then get it back to you. So a week or two would be fine.
If I could help the PS. The matters of those who are terminated, those who are hired is in your personnel records. Those are in your personnel or HR department.
Is it
And is the
PS?
personnel- Is there a representative of the personnel
Is the
department
HR here? Yes.
Chair.
Who's the
Just the only reason why it's not that we're unable to give it. I just have to protect the time we have and the amount of priorities we have in the ministry. And so I'm trying to make sure I leverage.
I don't understand that, sir. You are obligated to provide this PSC with every
I'm not refusing
information.
to do so. I'm just asking for more.
No,
We'll
you
do it
don't
in
have to
1
get
week.
more time because you have a HR department with all of those
1 week.
information.
We'll do it in
AG?
1 week.
Yes. Your mic, ma'am.
Sorry, Chair. On their supplemental information submitted, there is information there. who were dismissed, who were transitioned.
And that's from on your email, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing
But
here.
Mr. Chairman, you did indicate to us that the supplemental information only stopped up to 4:32.
No.
That's what I was informed.
So we're examining paragraphs where there's supplemental information available. We don't have it.
This one here.
So, okay, what I will do for the committee, I will ask the clerk to get those documents photocopied and circulate to all members.
This is in response to 414, but the same information.
Yes.
They're asking now. Yeah. Yeah. It was sent, let me just tell you the date when it was sent. Yes, the 8th of October.
Mr. Chair, at 4:34, and could the accounting officer indicate, because if the supplementary information is available, I would like to have it now. This was an issue that was flagged before. I asked earlier if we employed staff on a contractual basis in 2016. The last PAC where you sat, I sat, we dealt with these issues. Why weren't staff employed to ensure that these sightings didn't reoccur when commitments were made to PAC that they would be remedied? What happened in 2016 that prevented staff, especially in light of the fact that in 2016, this issue was a big issue about stock levels, inventories, bin cards. We went through the full 9 yards in that discussion, Mr. Chair, you will recall.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Through the chair, it's a similar question that I would like to ask for permission for the former PS to answer what happened that time.
PS?
Thank you, Chair.
So,
thank you, Chair. So the request to fill vacant positions in the ministry, and I cannot speak to specifically these positions because the department that deals with these with inventory, and we talk about inventory of assets in the ministry we're talking about here. That'll be inventory clerk and assistant field auditors and so on. Requests for filling of positions were made, but there are two things. One, you can get permission to fill a position, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you will get the staff to fill the position, especially if it's at a lower level. And the question of choice, filling positions in a field audit department has always been a challenge. High attrition rates and so on. More persons opt at the clerical level to work in accounts or parcel or so on. And this is no attempt to make an excuse. I think this is important. But it has been an ongoing challenge to update inventories and have staff to do it. But requests have been made to fill positions from time to time. But difficult to see at this time whether those positions, whether all were filled, or what percentage of those positions were filled. In other words, what percentage of the field audit department was filled. It's difficult at this time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The former PS is indicating basically that he was unable to carry out his functions under Section 39 of the Stores Regulations of 1993 because he did not have adequate staff.
Yes, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So you are being cited for a breach because you didn't have the staff to help you to carry out your function.
Correct.
Could you provide PAC with evidence by way of letter where you wrote for the filling of these vacancies and responses as it relates? Because as it is right now, you're in the hot seat because you couldn't do your work as a PS and we had breaches, we had excesses, we had shortages. And there is a responsibility as a PS that you needed to follow through on. When the Auditor General checked, there could not have been a physical verification exercise conducted at the Kingston Bond during the month of May 2017, revealed the following things at 4:35. So I would want to be assured that you are not left, so to speak, hanging in that as the permanent secretary. You sought to ensure, having had this matter distilled before at PAC, to have these vacancies filled, but the bureaucracy did not give you the support that was required. So I would like to get letters where you wrote and the responses you got.
But if I may, the honorable member is making an assumption that you actually did right without any assurity that you did right seeking these requests. So the question is, did you write?
Mr. Chair, the Forest Department has not been making requests to fill positions. It's difficult to say at this time now what are the positions being requested, but it has been an ongoing activity with permission.
Are you affirming that you did right, sir?
It's difficult to say. Yes, what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, that we have always been writing to have positions filled. It's difficult to say at this time the specific positions that we wrote asking permission to fill. We say that now, something that happened 5 years ago. I need to go back.
Could you tell PSC when you stopped being the PS?
Yes, the first month, the end of the first month in, I think, in 2017.
The end of the first month in 2017.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Comrade Chair, I would like to do a follow-up before Comrade Edgell continues with his permission, and I know you grant it. When we speak about these vacancies, there are established positions in the public service. And to fill those vacancies that are established, the permanent secretary has to get the permission from the Public Service Commission. And the Public Service Commission, they have to advertise and send it to the Public Service Commission for the Public Service Commission to fill them. When we talk about creating positions, we are talking about them getting that approval from the Public Service Ministry. And then if it is fixed establishments, then it goes to the Public Service Commission again. So I just want to ensure that that is understood, that when we talk about fixed establishments, it is not the ministry, the Public Service Ministry, but it is the Public Service Commission that is responsible.
Allow me, Mr. Chairman. All positions are on the books in the PSM. So all the positions that, because there are budgetary consequences. So in the PSM, there are the positions on inventory, right? Only say where their ministers, secretariat and stuff would not be on the PSM. Our state corporations would not be on the PSM. So what happens, just to clarify, Mr. Maipol, if as a ministry you want to fill a position, the position's there, you have to seek permission from the PSM for permission to fill the position. Once you've got the permission to fill, even though the position's on the establishment, so, and then you go then through the process for permission to advertise and then to the PSC, if it's a fixed establishment person. If the person chooses under this government to be contract and not fixed establishment, then a contract is approved, et cetera, et cetera. So the approval to fill a position is from the PSM because it has a budgetary consequence. the hiring of someone under the fixed establishment is or contract, right? So just to clarify that one step that you.
Thank you.
Members, so the situation is with regards to the supplemental information that was provided. This is one of the pile of information. And I would rather we deal with this at the next meeting to provide the staff with sufficient time to copy all of the documents. But going forward, PS, I think it would be most helpful for the Parliament if you send those information via soft copy to the Parliament, and more so if your office could send the hard copies as well, rather than one, about 25 for the members as well as the staff. That would definitely ease the workload of the committee dealing with this distribution of the information. Because when you don't send it by email, they have to scan all of the documents, then send it to the members. So if you could just do that, do it both 25 copies plus the email. So we could send your email to all of the members of the PSC and also provide hard copies for those who would like that as well. All right.
Just so you want me to make it 25 hard copies as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks.
Could I move to 436 and 437?
Proceed.
436 talks about, one, a discrepancy in the number of vaccines that were issued to the vaccination center and what the record showed. So it showed a discrepancy of 4,160 vaccines could not be verified from a total of 9,890. And then 437 points out that there was revenue made from the sale of 7,729 yellow fever vaccines. Now, the issue is the figures. One is 9,000, but you only have 4,000 odd on that can't be verified, but yet you sold 7,000. So it's two different batches of yellow fever vaccines. The second issue is that, and I'm rather interested in a Ministry of Health selling its vaccines. To whom did you sell it? Was it outside the country, inside the country, to private people? What were we doing selling vaccines? I've never heard of that before. And the third issue, which is most troubling from a non-auditing point of view, but from a health point of view, when you look at, I think it's the third sentence in that paragraph, number 437, it could not be determined if the vaccines were from 2016 acquisition since the batch numbers were not recorded on the invoices. In this circumstance, it could not be determined if the total sale were inclusive of yellow fever vaccine received during 2016 by Vaccine Center. Now, from a health point of view, the recording of the batch numbers of vaccines, as with most drugs, is extraordinarily important. That were something to go wrong with a drug or a vaccine, you could actually trace from the batch numbers where it was manufactured, when it was manufactured, and they'll be able to trace it. So outside of what is the audit query, which I'm raising, and the doesn't make sense, the numbers, and the issue of sale of vaccines, which is highly unusual, is the third issue, that the recording of the vaccines was not done correctly, not done at all. So this is damaging to health. This is a serious breach in terms of the protection, safety, and integrity of the vaccines for the public to use. And so has anything been done to correct that? Is there any clarity on the figures I just gave based on 436, 437? Are we talking about 9,890 vaccines plus 7,729 that were sold? Or are we talking about one batch, 9,890, of which you can't account for 4,160, but yet 7,000 were sold? The figures don't make sense. So I don't know, between the Auditor General's office and the Ministry of Health, could you show some light on what we're looking at here.
So PS, that's a very loaded question. You got all of that? Could you provide a response?
smart people.
Once there,
But Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
They're smart guys.
just for the clarity, just for the knowledge of PSC, the Ministry of Health's response for 437, and I highlighted it here, explained by Dr. Hamilton's letter.
Well, we don't have it.
That's my point exactly. I was surprised you didn't mention it, Madam Chair. I'm just adding to the bounce.
Go ahead.
Needed. Dr. Hamilton's letter dated September the 5th, 25th, 2017. But we don't have that copy of that. So therefore, obviously that, and I assume that letter would explain a lot of what Madam Chair is asking and hopefully asking. But that's not here with us, sir. I don't know.
yes, yes.
So we do have the letter from Dr. Hamilton. So it will have some of the responses in terms of.
Is it a 2-page response in a letter?
It's 1 page.
Okay, can we get a letter so that it could be photocopied and members have it?
But you could
But you can go
synthesize
through
it
it.
or read it if it's so short.
I can synthesize it. So the issue with the batch numbers, it's normally stated when it's being issued. We still have to clarify whether it is stated when it's received. But so we have to verify this back with the AG's office, but we know it is recorded on receipt and issue. So we need to validate which document, what they observe, where they did not see the batch number. The quantities that is being issued for the year versus what was received it most likely would have been a rollover from prior year. So which means you have a balance on hand, came over into 2016, you did 7,000, but you received so much. And the price, as far as I understand, that there's a fee for yellow fever vaccine. So that's the gist of the response. The person who needs the vaccine.
This is for travel alone, but this was part, I'm sorry, just to cut you, PS. This was part of a campaign for yellow fever vaccination of children in school. That's why I'm disturbed. Because in 2016, there was a yellow fever campaign to vaccinate kids in secondary schools, I think, with yellow fever. And therefore, why was it being sold? I know that there's a thing when you're traveling, you go to the vaccine center to get the yellow fever vaccine. I can't remember if you pay for it or not. But as far as I know, you're not supposed to. So, nor did I.
So can you ascertain if it was sold and who was it sold to?
There are exceptions for some people not paying, maybe public servants or so forth. But what is stated here in the letter is that there is a fee for people who choose to travel, who needs the vaccine would normally charge a fee.
So it is the ministry who sells the vaccine and not sell to other pharmacies or whatsoever.
Right, but we may sell it to private hospitals who would issue the vaccine as well.
And that was done?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
The issue, Ms. Pierce, is that I would be interested in the issue of when goods are received, for example, vaccines, which have expiry times and have to be kept in particular conditions, that one would expect that they would be properly inventorized with batch numbers, etc., whether they're purchased in 2015, 2014, 2017, and that they're used in a manner in order to release those, the earlier batches, etc. So it's not an audit issue. It may be an audit issue in terms of the use of money and purchasing with taxpayers' money, absolutely so. But there's a health issue, a medical issue that is supreme to me, and that is that when you buy vaccines, to be very clear on what your vaccination schedule is. how much you have available and how soon they're going to expire. And that's why I said there are two things in this paragraph that need to be addressed. It can't be that when you're ready to take out the vaccines, then you check the batch, because then you might be picking out vaccines from 2018 that expire in 2022, but you got vaccines from 2016 that are about to expire. And that would show terrible management and waste of taxpayers' money. And that's reflected later on in 438, where because of this bad management of the stores, that you have all these expired goods, drugs, etc. But if it is that you are now not recording batches and only when they're taken out, I know that we spent a lot of money on a materials management unit with the help of USAID, and that's where that new building was built up in Diamond, I think. And there were people trained and went abroad to be trained. Unfortunately, I think most of them lost their jobs, but there was a whole material management system put in to make sure that we were getting value for our money. This was what, 2011, 2012, somewhere in there. So what happened in a matter of years? It just collapsed. I can't believe it.
Can you verify the position articulated by the member, if that was indeed what was done?
So our information on what we know is that the batch number is recorded in and when issuing out. We will need to meet back for the benefit of the audit because it's so long. We'll need to meet back with the AG to verify the specific document in which they used to say they did not see the batch number on. But our process dictates that it's recorded in and out, and we can validate that.
And you are in possession of that document?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't want to, throw the AG under the bus in any way. I just want to validate it. The issue with the inventory system, as I said the last time, it is a fact that the inventory system was broken severely, and we're in the process of repairing it. Now, the logic we follow with the expiration process is we either do FIFO or FIFO, which is first expiry in, first expiry out. And then first, if it doesn't have an expiration date, first in, first out. So that logic applies, and that's the principle we follow. Now, the way it was managed in the past, it's clearly there were some issues there that we have to fix now, which I elaborated on before.
Member Siraj. Member Siraj, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up for clarification. Is the PS saying that we sold vaccines to public hospitals in the past? Private hospitals.
Yes, private hospital that would dispense yellow fever, the ministry would sell it to them.
Mr. Chair, I want to continue on the 436 and 437. Now, if the vaccines could not have been determined if they were from 2016 acquisitions, because the batch numbers were not recorded, as Comrade Minister Teixeira, the honorable member, was highlighting. The Auditor General is pointing out 437 amount. The issue here, Mr. Chairman, is that how are we aware, or how could we determine that stocks that were paid for in 2016 actually arrived and they were stopped. Secondly, if we don't know if this is vaccines from before, how could we determine what was the stock level at the end of a year and the stock level at the beginning of a year to ensure adequate verification? Purchase, entered, distributed in keeping with the system and the regulations. It's a little troubling for me.
I can only answer, thank you, Honorable Member. I can answer in the principle of how we operate now. The specific case for 2016 is very difficult to respond to specifically because it needs,
Can we ask the former PS to provide a response to the member's question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this going to be to provide some insight in the process? This was handled primarily at the bond that received the vaccines and so on. I don't want to. I know Mr. Jacks, who's at the bond now, whether he can. But,
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt the PS. The ministry's response that is recorded in the Auditor General's report today was a rush. And in the rush, things left without it being properly recorded. It's in the Auditor General's report. They explained that when the rush for yellow fever vaccine started, there was an overcrowding at the vaccination center daily. And as such, bin cards were not updated in a timely manner. An effort would be made to employ a clerical staff to assist in the writing up of the relevant records. You know what I mean? People went to the bond, collect boxes, and gone to a clinic, and nobody in sign, nobody in record. We don't know how much left, how much was distributed, and all the rest of it. That is what this means.
I wanted that.
And we don't know it went to the clinic because nobody can even show who signed for it. And these are vaccines that got a commercial value. They were sold as well to private hospitals. And there's no evidence to say that who left the bond actually went to a clinic in this rush.
Yes. Can you, based on the comments by the member, are you agreeing with what the honorable member is saying? And you as the accounting officer, did you put systems in place to check and balance? Even though it wasn't you, as you were claiming, didn't oversee that, but you are the accounting officer. Is the materials manager here? Could you provide a response to that question, sir?
Honorable Chairman, the vaccines management is heavily supported by an information system developed by PAHO, and it's done fully manually and falls directly under the jurisdiction of the Maternal Child Health Directorate. It is a very unique system that we have inherited where it does not fall under the jurisdiction of the materials management unit. Very recently, with the direction of the new PS, the MMU is now fixing all that was broken in the MCH department and at the vaccine bond.
So the officer whose purview it once came under, is that officer here?
No, she's not here.
She's not here.
Just a follow-up, sir, to the gentleman that just spoke. You were saying that the vaccines and so were handled by a different unit, and that was funded by PAHO, something like that. When was, pardon?
They're supported by PAHO.
When was that established? The PAHO design. I am quite the name of the unit is the thing, but no, the system of vaccines, PAHO, not under, when was that implemented and so forth?
I wouldn't be able to give you the dates, but they track the whole logistics chain of the vaccines on a software so that they can tell when it left, wherever it left, and when it arrived here in Guyana. And then once it arrives here in Guyana, it goes into a manual system. And then the temperatures are maintained, and that can be tracked by an officer in Peru who can track the temperature controls of that product. But in terms of the inventory management, it's all done manually.
No, right. But you said you're fixing what was wrong.
Yes, which is the manual inventory management system.
Manual inventory. Pardon? Right. So, but when was that? Didn't PAHO introduce, PAHO managed, funded?
I wouldn't be able to say.
Can the current PS say to me, when was that PAHO managed, whatever it is, vaccine thing? No. But no, because Mr. Chair, I want to get this clear, because the General said how he's fixing what was wrong, which is very admirable. And I endorse Madam Teixeira's sentiment that that health trumps the money sort of issue. But you're saying that this system was implemented quite a while ago and is now, and over the years it's been implemented, it has proven not efficient, and you're now you're now taking actions to it.
Don't let us confuse the logistic electronic tracking and the manual inventory management that has been questioned here in the audit report. It is the manual inventory management system that has been tracked. These ledgers that are not kept up to date, the bin cards that are not kept up to date, not the PAHO supported electronic tracking of the logistics. At
the ministry, you're saying there never used to be a consistent checking of how these vaccines are distributed on a weekly basis, a monthly basis. That's what we are here to accept. That was a flaw in the system.
No, they track it and they do report, because they have to submit these reports to PAHO on how many vaccines came, how many were used across the region. They do report that. But in terms of their bin cards and their stock ledgers, they just didn't keep them up to date. That's all we see.
Mr. Chair, if I could indicate to you the issue of, well, Madam Chair now, the issue of vaccines, whether it's yellow fever or anything, provides and puts us in a spot where we have international obligations to report in keeping the UN set goals on vaccination and all the rest of it. So reporting on vaccines is not a simple matter, 2 boxes came. It is what was procured, what was administered, the age cohort that received it, because they're detailed reporting. Some of these things actually find their way into mid-year reports and all the rest of it on vaccination and so on, because it's important for some of the sustainable goals that have been established by the UN. But the issue here, don't let us run away from what is taking place here. What is taking place here is that revenues, procured items, they left upon where they were supposed to be stored and controlled based upon the storage regulations. Those regulations were not in place. Vaccines left. They were not adequately recorded. And as such, we can't say exactly where they went, who collected them, and what happened to them. This is the issue here. Because if you don't have the storage regulations in place, and it came back to the issue of staffing, and I would hope that this issue is addressed in the submissions that will be made by the permanent secretary with the help of the former permanent secretary. In 2015, the issues of bin cards, storage, accountability was a big issue in PAC. And now it's coming down specifically to vaccines, yellow fever vaccines. What was happening in 2016 that we couldn't get a person, whether on contract or on the permanent establishment, to simply sit and record, like always used to happen, to get vaccines recorded. These things got to go into cold storage. Every vaccine got its own temperature that it has to be stored at. It has a shelf life. These things have to be monitored meticulously. How vaccines leaving this cold storage and it is signed for. That's the issue.
Go ahead, Mr. Michael.
Madam Chair, I go to paragraph 443.
Answer for the question that I just asked.
Yes, the question that is a statement you made.
No, I'm asking what was happening in 2016.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Thank you.
Trying to respond.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will preface the answer from my end, and then I will pivot to the former PS if you have to add more. So the statement that the Honourable Member read is self-explanatory. It coincides with what we inherited. It's a broken system. I didn't write this response that the Honourable Member read. What I've asked the materials management system to do is to institute oversight into the vaccination inventory program by creating a mirror system. So if they're receiving vaccines, issuing vaccines, it needs to be parallel checked as a check and balance without the central warehouse system. If I had to implement it, it's obvious it wasn't there before. So it would have seemed all the way up to when I took over that there may have been a breakdown in the oversight monitoring of the inventory management of the vaccines that we're now trying to streamline.
Mr. Michael, you can go ahead. Thank you, Piers.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at 443. Examination of the motor car advance register for the year 2016 revealed that an employee had taken an advance amounting to $514,288, inclusive of interest. However, as at 31st of December 2016, the employee was no longer employed by the ministry. As a result, the amount of $385,668 was outstanding as at September 2017. The ministry responded by saying the head of the budget agency explained that the former employee has promised to repay the amount, but to date has not done so. The recommendation from the Auditor General was the Audit Office recommends that the ministry makes every effort to have these outstanding amounts recovered. My first question is, was there a signed agreement for the loan of $514,288?
Before you respond, Piers, I'll open the paragraphs up to 461 also. Those paragraphs are also open.
But Madam Chair, let me, I see 514,288 is the figure inclusive of interest. So what was the original figure and what was the interest rate that took it to 514,288? How was the interest rate determined? And what is the ministry's policy on this loan, on this advance? And does it still exist?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Michael. Piers, go ahead with your response.
This response will have to be done in conjunction with the AG's office, the Accountant General's office. We have in our possession, yes, there was an agreement for this loan to be paid at an interest rate, and that there is still outstanding funds to be paid upon which the borrower is still paying. It's down to now 130,500. But the exact rate of interest, I would ask if the Accountant General can assist.
AG, please go ahead.
To the chair. I'd like to confirm what PS has just alluded to. The officer subsequently continued to repay the advance. And to date, that was as at August of 2021.
he still has to repay 103,362, and the interest of 27,216.
This interest of 27,260. That, or no, I should back up a little. What was the original sum that was borrowed?
He was granted an advance of 300,000.
For a period.
And his insurance would have been 178,000.
So there is a policy.
478,000.
There's a policy that allows for this.
That's correct.
And it still exists.
In accordance with public service rules.
And it still exists.
That's correct.
So the person, however, at the 31st of December 2016, the employee was no longer employed by the ministry. Was the employee terminated? Was the employee retired, resigned?
I am unable to validate that. That would have to be to PS Ministry of Health. But the officer was written to. The Ministry of Finance, the Accounting General Department, we do reconciliation for advances issued to public officers. And we would have discovered, this would have been identified that this person still is off the job and have failed to repay. When they fail to repay, we write to the person, to the latest address that we had, as well as write to the guarantor. The person would have had to have a guarantor.
What was the period that they were expected to repay?
It's a 6-year period, 72 months.
So may I ask PS?
Let me back up. 72 months for a public officer who've been appointed to the Public Service Commission.
Maybe I didn't know that.
And or in cases on a contract, you have to pay out for the period of your contract. You'll be paid between the period of your contract.
So may I ask PS, the officer was no longer employed by the ministry. Was the officer terminated, retired? And what was the designation of the officer? I don't want to name the designation.
Person was a social worker.
Okay.
And they resigned on the 30th of August 2016.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so as at August of 2021, they have a outstanding amount of 103,000.
Are they paying a fixed monthly or something? What is the arrangement?
They
for
pay
the
sometime
repayment?
in lump sum. He pays sometime in lump sum.
So, but is there a specific rate?
Yes, there's a monthly rate. Initially, it's a monthly rate. But when you default on an advance, we don't negotiate for a monthly rate. There's no discussion, negotiation on a monthly rate. It could be, we say to you, you pay off in full, or if we can establish a payment period, but not with that monthly rate. Lump sum, let's say, because he paid here $50,000.
Okay.
Last time he paid $50,000.
So, but that does not give a definite time period in which this money would be paid off.
We give him a,
No,
6 years if you're still employed.
If you're still
Oh,
employed.
You're still employed.
Yeah.
You're still employed.
So what's
6 years if you're still employed. But for those who may have resigned, we do a payment plan, depends on if you say to us, so it depends on the negotiation. If you say, well, I'm unable to pay off in full, so that's when we negotiate with them in a payment plan.
So what is the payment plan? I think that is what we're more concerned.
Depends on the amount that they owe.
No, but this specific person.
I can't say.
Okay.
You can't pay more than a particular percentage of your salary.
Yeah. But this person resigned.
Yeah, but the payment plan would have been determined by the salary of the person.
If they're in another employment.
No,
If there's
when they take the loan, the payment plan is implemented.
Oh, it's created on that. Yeah.
And you
Within
can't
that
pay more than a
6-year
certain
period.
percentage of the salary.
Yeah, within
No,
that
but
6 years.
if I may clarify, that is based on the rate that they negotiate initially. But the AG is saying that
When
after
they-
the
when they
person no
resign,
longer
Minister.
works there, when they're recovering
But
the
then
money that is
the
no
AG
longer there,
the
they have a
AG
plan.
The AG, the accountant general, and the FS, and the GRA have a responsibility to when somebody retire or whatever they're going, to make sure before they get pensions, gratuities, and all the rest of it, all of these liabilities are clear.
That's
Well,
correct.
I was
Yes.
going down that road because
Yes.
I see that
That
there
is
was something
correct.
saying here that the Ministry of that the deduction is being made through the Ministry of Finance.
In a case where somebody retires, we give them motor car advance. And they retire and there's an outstanding amount, that amount is deducted from your gratuity.
Thank you.
That's a public officer appointed to PS.
Thank you, AG.
Madam Chair, I noticed we were very engrossed in the $514,000 conversation. I would like us to get involved in a $2.144 billion discussion, paragraph 441. No, well, if the intent was to skip it, I'm right here. 441 paragraph.
Go ahead, Ms. Edgell.
Good. Could the accounting officer tell us how is it that the ministry was allowed to keep $2.144 billion at the close of 2016? And under whose instruction was this money kept? Knowing fully well what the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act states.
Since it's a specific, sorry.
Go ahead, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through the chair, since it's specific to that time period, I would ask if the former PS would respond first. That's okay.
441 is passed. Former PS, you can respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's difficult for me to say give the actual breakdown, but I will just speak in general terms. At the end of the year,
Madam Chair, I'm not accepting general terms.
No, okay,
this is an audit query that we are before the PAC to answer. We know of this matter before we arrive. How was $2.1 billion kept in checks after December 31st, 2016, and all the way up to September 2017, 191 checks valued at $565.52 million were still on hand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edgell.
There are rules of engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Edgell. Former PS, I'll allow you to respond.
right. Okay, so at the end of the year, we might have suppliers who are in the process of supplying items might not have completed the supplies, and therefore the check is held until they make the supplies. If, however, that they fail to do so, usually within the first quarter, for whatever circumstances, that the check is then refunded. More often than not, I should say these checks reflect commitments, and we would refer to one, either suppliers who are supplying items but did not supply all the items by the end of the year, or in the case of contractors who are doing work, and the work should have been completed by the end of the year and they fail to do it. Invariably, if that happens by the end of the first quarter, they fail to deliver, then efforts are made to have taken to have those checks refunded to the Ministry of Finance.
Just follow up.
Madam Chair, if I will be allowed to conclude my train of thought, I would like to be switched off from what we're dealing with.
Madam Chair,
it is becoming a practice now that we go off to other issues.
No,
We're not moving off, Mr. Edgell. The Former PS has given a response. You want to do a follow up on the response?
Well, I just right, exactly on the response. I would like the Accountant General, just so I could get my thoughts right. How long is one of your checks valid for? That's all, Mr. Edgell. I want to know how long the thing.
6 months.
But we have in here September 2017.
6 months, and if thereafter it's still unpaid, we can then update it again.
Madam Chair, I would like to have a follow-up too.
So I'll come back to this, but the normal check that they would have cut and they
Valid for 6 months.
was valid for 6 months.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to find out. So
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Edgell, I'll allow you.
Yes.
Mr. Michael, you go after Mr. Edgell.
Madam Chair, I would like the accounting officer to provide PSC with a schedule of all of the contracts signed and the dates that they were signed to facilitate the cutting of these checks for 2016. It wasn't one instance, 702 checks valued at 1.572 billion and 48 checks valued at 6.9 were paid out to various payees and refunded to the Consolidated Fund. So these fall in the category that the former PS spoke to, and that was people who didn't supply all the goods. When they supply it, they get paid. But I want to be assured when these contracts were entered into and when these checks were actually cut, because that is very instructive.
Is our request clear, PS?
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair, the request from another member is noted, and we will be recommend providing that response.
So we know when we're getting this response?
Would a week suffice?
I'm asking that this paragraph be kept open until we have a chance to examine that.
Let's just allow the PS to respond.
We would respectfully ask for 2 weeks due to the workload.
Given the nature.
And I would ask
Mr.
that the
Michael,
Madam Chair, I'm asking that the paragraph will be remain open so that when those information, other questions will be asked, as against just accepting documentation and considering the paragraph closed. It remains open for further questioning.
Madam Chair, I want to get an understanding because I've noticed that this is a reoccurring issue with other ministries also.
correct.
Where there is the breach of Section 43 of the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act that speaks to returning all unspent money to
At
the
the end of the year.
Consolidated Fund. Now, the former PS in his response indicated that the reason why there are checks or there were checks in the possession of the ministry still is because work that was supposed to be completed but were not completed. So they just kept the check to pay. And supplies that were supposed to come but did not come, they kept the check to pay until everything is satisfied. Now, if you enter as a ministry, you enter into a contract with a contractor to complete the work by December of the year. And that contractor fails to finish that work within the specified period. And there is a law that speaks to returning unspent money. If the ministry follows the law and return the unspent money, it will obviously put a hold on the contractor being paid when the contractor completes the work. But is there not a mechanism in place for the contractor to still be paid in the next year via budgeting back for the remainder of the payment?
Yes, you can go ahead with the response.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the two things I remember, and I agree with you. One is the budget for the following year would have already been prepared and submitted. And secondly, they are the ministry for projects.
So even though the budget was already prepared and submitted, are you saying that there is no way that an amendment can be done to include the additional cost because it was not paid the year before? Now let me just be clear for you to understand me clearly. This computer, I had to supply it to the Ministry of Public Health up until the 25th of December 2016. In fact, I had to supply 10. I supplied to you 5. You budgeted $1 million for the 10. You have the $1 million to pay me for the 10, but I just give you 5. The 31st of December 2016 come and you have the check for the $1 million, but I didn't give you the other 5. So you can't pay me. You're awaiting the other 5 before I get payment. The law requires you to submit back that $1 million to the consolidated fund. And then I will submit you the remaining 5 in 2017, January. So you get your 10. I gotta get paid now. Remember, you submit back the money to the consolidated fund. How will I get paid? What procedure will the ministry facilitate to pay me? I did supply the 10. I was wrong for not supplying it at the specified time when the contract indicated. Of course, there can be genuine reasons why, and the reasons are understandably so. But what procedure can the ministry go into or initiate for me to be paid my $1 million?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me say up front, I think this is something that we should not do, and as accounting officers, I think the ideal scenario that you should refund immediately at the end of the year.
I think that the ideal situation.
The ideal situation that accounting officer we should refund whether or not if a supplier fails.
No, but that's no. But you.
No. I'm saying it first of all at the committee that yes, admission that we should not have kept it. And I'm admitting we should have kept it.
Agree, but right. I am saying to you, sir, PS,
sorry.
Please, from a chair with your permission, please. I am saying I understand that, but because I have recognized that it is a recurring issue, I am asking you, had you returned those checks, were there not measures that could have been initiated in 2017 to facilitate the payment? Or are you saying to us that it was necessary for you to keep this money, and if you didn't keep it, the people want to get paid?
Honorable through the chair, yes, there are mechanisms for the point to be paid the following year.
So there is no reason for us to keep the money.
I agree.
There is absolutely no reason for us to keep the money, return it to the consolidated fund, and kick in the other process so that when the work is satisfied in 2017, the payment can be made. I can ask Comrade Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I could help the process, since I know the process.
Go ahead.
If the contract allows for delivery in the next year, it should be included in that year's budget. But what has been happening is that people don't want to crowd out the next year budget and benefit from the 2016 expenditure at the same time by not returning for it to be included in the appropriations for 2017. And that is a breach. And it's not only a breach, but it puts the consolidated fund in a position of being overstated as well. So you don't have a true picture of the consolidated fund.
It isn't happening right now.
Well, we are examining 2016. We listened to what the Auditor General says in 2021.
Member Patterson.
Thank you, sir. Look, I on the same line item, 441. And I acknowledge all the queries and all the points before, but what I'm asking is specifically on 441, because what it says here is that September 2017, the ministry still had 191 checks at hand, which is past the 6 months, because the Accountant General explained to us in detail at midnight on the 31st of December, whatever year, you can't cut any previous checks, right? And they shut out with the system. So therefore, it obviously means, right, that these checks were cut before the 31st of December 2016. And that and the explanation that I'm given there, the Accountant General gives to us, is that they expire in 6 months. And if a request was made, you can update these checks, right? And so therefore in September 2017, there were 191 such checks in possession of the ministry. And I would assume all of them would have been expired. And then secondly, on the response by the accounting officer, he said there are 5 checks on hand for 2016. I was looking for the date of the response to see when it was, but so on the assumption, and this is the Accountant General now. So on the assumption, everything that you said is absolutely correct, Mr. Accountant General. Did the ministry apply with reason? Because you said that you have to think it. So did the ministry apply to your agency, or I don't know, whoever agency they applied to get this 191 updated so that they could still be valid? And if so, if approval was given, then obviously we'd ask, why was approval given to whole 191? Because the accounting officers already acknowledge it now that they're in whatever default wrong, whatever word you want to use. But in 9 months later, for them to have checks that are valid, somebody in some other system would have had to approve the upgrade and those things like that. So that is what I would put to you first, Accountant General, and then I have a follow-up question.
To the chair.
Go ahead, ma'am.
With regards to the question, it means I'll have to check my records because this is 2016 we're speaking about here. I'll have to check my records to validate the Ministry of Health had written to the Accountant General asking for those checks to be updated.
Okay, thank you. So therefore you provide that information. But just for my clarity, before I go wandering off with, no, it's 565 million. Yeah. So just for my clarification, the approval or non-approval is with your office or it's somebody else, some other agency? You know what I mean? Finance.
It's the Accountant General's decision.
Great. So you would be able to tell us. Thank you very much before I go. So my follow-up questions can't follow unless I get the information, but I will, as the member has already asked for it to be remain constant, I'll, when that comes back, I'll follow up. So I see.
Mr. Chair, in the information that I requested earlier, and Mr. Patterson's presentation has helped me to ask for some information. Apart from the date that the contracts were executed, if any of these checks that were paid out to suppliers in 2017, if they were paid beyond the expiry of the contracted period. Because cutting a check in 2016 and paying in 2017 could also facilitate paying beyond a contract date, because you can only cut a check on a contract that is current. Well, extending a contract is making it current. So I would like for us to be able to look at that.
Could I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Could the former PS advise under 441 if the outstanding amount of $500 million, 565 million for 24 checks, that these were for drugs and medical supplies? When were these delivered? in other words, what appears to have happened in the Ministry of Health, you ended up with shortages of drugs because you had monies of 2016 that were not paid out until September 2017. And then you also had another $500,000 still pending as at September 2017. Is that the explanation why there was a shortage of drugs and medical supplies in the Ministry of Health in 2016? Due to this unusual management arrangement? I'm 441, Mr. Patterson. Let me read the sentence in case you don't quite read it. I'm a deduction. As at September 2017, 191 checks valued at $565.529 million was still on hand, including the amount of $565,592 or 24 checks valued at $167,062 in respect of payment for drugs and medical supplies. Therefore, if the money wasn't paid, were there shortages of drugs and medical supplies? I have a right to ask a question, Mr. Patterson. I don't need you to determine how I express myself. Mr. Chairman, please protect me from this police. Well, go find your lady.
You're a good lady. You have the floor.
Y'all are crazy in this place.
It's getting late, Mr. Chair. Don't encourage it.
Go, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so it's a deduction question. It's logical. If you didn't pay, were they this word? And that's what the question I asked. No, you don't listen properly. You're too busy trying to undermine me, so you don't want to listen. Listen, listen, Linda, listen.
Yes.
Description in the paragraph. Was this what led to shortage of drugs in the system? You're not the former PS. When you get there, you can answer it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I just consulted with PS Watkins. Actually, by then, my son was already terminated.
So who took your place?
Former PS Colette Adams.
Where is she?
She's not here.
She was invited by, Honorable Member, she was invited by the committee, but we have not heard or seen her show up.
When you said she was invited by the committee, did you speak to her via telephone, email, registered mail? How was she invited?
The committee does.
A letter was sent from here to her.
Yes, we requesting the form of yes.
Yeah. No, but I'm trying to figure out whether she received the invitation to be here. That's what I'm trying to figure out. No, I don't know. So we need to know that before we just make an assumption that she just didn't show up. We need to first confirm that she received the invitation to be here.
Can you confirm she did receive?
You didn't ask the same question about McCalman, though.
Member Siraj, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we finish at 441. 442, Mr. Chairman. The amount of $4.5 million could not have been reconciliated in terms of delivery notes and stores receive notes. Right? Does it explain here that the head of the agency is conducting reconciliation? How is this progressing?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Through the chair, we'd like to confirm that the documents were provided to the AG and it was verified clear.
Mr. Chair, can I want to go to 447. I would like to go to 447, please. Mr. Chair.
We can go back.
You can go back.
You can go back.
You
The
can go back.
paragraphs are open to all.
Our paragraphs are open
ahead,
and then
member.
right? Thank you very much.
Proceed.
No. This is you 447, sir. I see a very strange statement, sir, which is, and this is to do with tender board minutes, right? And the head of, so thank you very much, Madam Chair. The head of the budget agency explained that minutes were not kept in 2016. I assume, and yes, I find that very disturbing, Madam Chair and colleagues, and that no minutes were held in 2016, so kept in 2016. However, measures were in place. And I checked the response, which says the tender board's minutes are being kept, which means it's out that after. So can I ask the permanent secretary, I know currently you said minutes are being kept, I don't need to how come the ministry go through an entire year at and I assume this is the ministerial tender board minutes, yes it is, without any minutes? Well, I'm asking it so he can put some clarity on it, if that's your point. So can I ask the response there that the minutes were not kept in 2016? It's a very sweeping and damning statement.
Through the chair, I'll respectfully ask, since it's time specific, for the former PS to respond. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, like on the member Patterson, I find it very disturbing also. But make matters, make it short. We were able to establish, in fact, we discussed with Audit, minutes were kept, and we did show a copy of minutes to the Audit Department, State Audit Department, and they have confirmed. So it's not quite accurate. We did keep minutes, and I did give an example of such.
So obviously thank you very much. So that is not as egregious as I would have thought, but the Audit Department now would have to, because your briefing notes I'm looking at, sir, it's blank. You make no statement whatsoever on this 447 in the briefing notes you hand over to the AG's office. The Accountant General set out that it's not absolutely correct. The accounting officer that minutes were kept and they were submitted to your office. I am 447 I'm talking about, Madam Tashira. You can go back when you want.
Yeah. I just.
Right, so I need we need to have some sort of clarification and
Ooh.
Through the chair.
It's okay, no one can.
I'm seeing that the response is saying that minutes now be maintained. That's what we had put in briefing notes.
Yeah.
So I will have to recheck back with my officer to see if it was subsequently submitted.
no, but he's saying that when he checked,
Yes,
that the
that's
statement was incorrect when it did subsequently that they had minutes and they found them and they were submitted. That's what he's saying. Not so going on from 2017. I know it's a given that the minutes are maintained, but the 2016 minutes he said that. Is that right, Mr. Thomas? That you found them or you located them and you send them on to the AG's
Can I do a
office?
follow-up question to that, Mr. Chairman?
Proceed.
On page 207, under the ministry's response, page 207, the response of the ministry to the audit query, the head of the budget agency explained that minutes were not kept in 2016. However, measures were put in place to prevent such a reoccurrence in 2017. So who is the minister who responded to the Auditor General to say that minutes were not kept? Diwali. Yeah, but you got a celebration before.
To the chair, I just have one clarification before it goes out of, it's not that it's incorrect what the AG said. We had a meeting with them on determining what constitute the minutes. And so the award itself when you issue an MTB award, there is notes on it that reflects to say, this is why we're issuing the award. We asked the AG to the AG's team if those can be constituted as at least the shows the substance upon which the award was given. The AG's managers then respond to say, well, you have a meeting, a protocol to follow, and there's notes that should also reflect upon the discussion you had before you give the award. It would appear that the minutes of the conduct of the meeting, the conversations around the award, may not have been kept, but the justification for each award was clearly stated on each award. And we asked them if that can be aligned. But again, it's open now for discussion.
No, but first of all, I asked the question, who answered this that minutes were not kept? Number two, who comprised the Ministerial Tender Board in 2016? And three, the Procurement Act speaks about the records in terms of how awards are made. So now saying in 2021 that the minutes were found and given in is different than saying that minutes were not kept. So I'm asking the former PS, who comprised the Ministerial Tender Board in 2016? Is he aware how often they met? Because it's not just a record of awarding, it is to say the following members met on so-and-so date and had 3 tenders or 2 tenders or single sourcing, and the award was recommended to X, Y, and Z. Are you saying those are the records you found, or that you haven't found those records and they were not kept? Are you the PS who answered that the minutes were not kept in 2016? Are you the gentleman who said that, or woman?
Thank you, Honourable Member Teixeira. So first of all, this response, no, I'm not the person who did this response, and I did PS Watkins.
You weren't.
But what we have, what I showed to the state auditor is a record which says this is the date, who are the members, what was the tenders that were submitted, what was awarded, the justification, and who are the members of the tender board that signed. What I can do, so in other words, it states clearly who are the members of the MTB that approved the award, the justification for the award, what are the list of tenders, if there are more than 1 tender for it, what is the value of the submission, it has the date and so on. That is what we have. And I did show a copy of it.
Just one quick follow-up. Therefore, for PS, you're saying that, no, the Auditor General, could you say therefore, based on what Mr. Thomas is saying, is that you're now satisfied that minutes and records were kept for 2016 of the Ministerial Tender Board?
Through the chair.
And when was this provided?
I will have to revisit this aspect of it. Because the managers presently who they showed is on leave. So I will have to get him to.
I didn't understand. What?
But let me, Mr. Chair, are you finished, AG? Yes, but can I follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
We had this particular same issue, a variant of it when Region 10 were here. And we established, and the AG, not the FS, I think, was the person saying to us, I mean, one of the major issues is that somehow the other agencies don't have, or they don't prescribe to standard minutes of how they're keeping. So what the officers saying to, I don't know at that time, that's what they did. They assumed constituted minutes and they submitted that to you. And from what he is saying is apparently your felt is satisfactory, but advise that you should do it in a different method going forward. So you would have to clarify that, that all the information you require were there, maybe not in the exact format you should be, and then they made changes to now address the deficiency in format and submission, right? So you could clarify the AG.
Mr. Chair, some time ago also, I had issued a circular to all heads of department informing them that in the copies of the minutes awarded should be sent to the audit office. I think that's when, I think there was a fire or something. They should be sent to the audit office, finance secretary, etc. I don't think Ministry of Health has been sending these minutes. If they did, then it wouldn't be a problem. I would be able to have it available. So I'll ask the accounting officer to resubmit it to me, and I will examine it and submit the information.
Could you also, AG, that circular, if it is updated, could you resend that to those accounting officers? And provide one for PSU?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
You have the floor.
could we establish that the former PS was the chairman of the Ministerial Tender Board? 2016, you're examining. In 2017. Could you confirm that you were the chairman of the tender board?
In 2016, yes, honorable member.
Thank you. You indicated that you provided to the state auditors documentation that showed the basis of the award, even if they weren't called minutes, justification of why tender number 1 was awarded as against tender number 2 or tender number 3.
That's correct, honorable member.
But the Auditor General is saying, because he did not get the information by way of minutes, the basis of the award of contracts could not be determined. So did the documents that you provide show the basis of the award of contracts or just the mere award?
It shows the basis, for the award, honorable member.
So it says why tender number 1 was disqualified, tender number 2 was disqualified, why tender number 3 was the most responsive, and so on?
Correct. Correct. It states if, let's say, award was given to tender number 3, it would say award tender 3 being the lowest responsive tender or something like that. But it's a reason, and it's signed by all the members of
but even if it says it was given to the lowest responsive,
it says specific tender number 3 or tender
number 3.
Right.
But they did speak to the other tenders who were not given. What were their tender? What was their bid sum, and why were they disqualified?
Okay, it would say they bid sum, but it I said let me give you as it is. It would say, let's say you have 3 tenders. Tender number 1, let's say bid for $150,000. Tender number 2, $175,000. Tender number 3, $200,000. It will say that, and it will see as awarded to tender number 1 being the lowest responsive tender.
Well, the reason why I'm asking if you were the PS and if this information was required, because I don't want us to be quabbling over semantics, whether we're calling them notes, minutes, or notes of award. But I would find it strange that the state auditors would write this, even if they saw what you were saying that you provided. So the question that I have for you, were these documents that were provided to the state auditors provided before the completion of this report or after September 2017?
Yeah, honorable member, thanks very much. So this was in the report that P.F. Watkins received when he came, and when we had a discussion, it was brought to my attention, and I said, this can be accurate. But what was submitted to the time of the writing of the report?
So at the time of the writing of the report, the AG's office did not have the benefit of that documentation that you're talking about.
Correct.
So this is properly stated in the AG's report. Because at the time of the writing of this report, no documentation suggesting notes, justification of award, or minutes was provided.
No, that sentence says more than that. It says the ministry's agency head explained that no minutes were kept in 2016. That's completely contradicting what Mr. Thomas is saying. So who said this in the Ministry of Health? If it's not you, who was it? No, it says no minutes were kept.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I should
said by the
respond.
ministry, the ministry response.
Go ahead, PS.
Yeah, and I do agree with Honorable Member Teixeira. The thing is that the audit, no effort was made to provide the auditor office with a record of minutes. Unfortunately, or fortunately, after PS Watkins assumed duties and this was brought in for him to deal with, and it was brought to my attention, I disputed vehemently. I said, this can't be accurate. And we started to look, and immediately, within the first time we started to respond, I found at least 2 or 3 copies of minutes. And I said, and because I knew we must have had 10 minutes of tender board, because the state auditor is saying that hence the justification could not be determined. And I said, how could it be? Every voucher that has a tender board award would have the background of who attended, who are the tenders, and the basis for the award. That's how it's processed. And I found it, and I give it. So we can. I'm quite sure I can get a copy of this to the and I mean, PS Watkins that comes after. But I'm saying that because we've shared this, I've shared a copy of this with Mr. Springer. We can go and find a copy and we bring it to the PSC, because the copies of award, who attended the meeting, the date of the meeting, who submitted tender, and the basis for the tender, and was signed by the members of the tender board, MTB. Okay. So, we found it strange that a response, in fact, that response was sent. No attempt was made even to include me or to seek my advice prior to PS Watkins as he would do this in the ministry. So I had no part in the response previously.
Thank you. So I'm just making the point that while we hear your explanation and your willingness to provide documentation to dispute this paragraph, an aspersion cannot be cast on the Auditor General, because at the time of the writing of this report, he did not have the benefit of what you provided when PS Watkins took over in 2020.
Correct, Honorable.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to go to 445. Mr. Chair, the PS and the former PS has been quite helpful to PHC all afternoon, and I would hope that they will help me to understand this. 1,434,445,000. I'm not dealing with 541,000, I'm dealing with billions. 1,434,000,000 was expended by the ministry for the procurement of drugs and medical supplies on behalf of the regions. Examination of payment vouchers revealed the following. 8 of the contracts were awarded by MPTAB and MTB, Ministerial Tender Board, valued at 1,434,000,000. And checks were prepared and processed through the IFMAS. A schedule of drugs procured for the total contract sum were attached to the vouchers. However, there was no breakdown to show the value and quantity of drugs and medical supplies procured for each region. As a result, the accuracy and validity of the amounts expended on behalf of the regions could not be determined. So there's a check, because if I understand from the previous explanations we got, a system was put in place where appropriations were made through the regions. The monies were wired back to the Ministry of Health for group buying, and then they had to be sent, the supplies had to be sent to the regions. So the check for Region 1, totaling so much million, is supposed to be accompanied by an invoice, a voucher, expenditure sheet to show this is what is being procured for Region 1, and it valued A, B, and C. The Auditor General says he did not see that. So I hope that we could get some clarification here. But what was more worrying, he said he took a little closer look at Region 6. B, included in the sum of 1.838 billion in the sum is the sum of 320.52 million, which represents warrants received by the Ministry for Region 6. According to the IFMAS report on financial returns, the full sum was expended by the ministry on behalf of the region of the region for the period under review. The Auditor General checked, and it revealed a sum of 114,227,000 was expended to purchase drugs and medical supplies, while the sum of 206,248,000 was expended on the ministry's payroll for October 2016. How in the name of financial accounting, monies that is supposed to procure drugs and medical supplies end up as part of employment costs for a payroll? I don't know you as via money for the purchase of drugs to fulfill a vacuum in a payroll. How this happened? I need explanations. This is serious. On whose instructions, whose authority that money for the purchase of drugs and medical supplies end up paying staff?
Mr. Chairman, on the same paragraph.
Not on the Region 6. The staff wasn't paid in Region 6. It's on the ministry's payroll. The Ministry of Health payroll, not the regional payroll. Good.
I'd like to add a follow-up to it in relation to the same paragraph at 8. Say 8 contracts. Can the accounting officer provide the PAC with the information as it relates to the 8 contracts? A breakdown as the honor of my policy.
And I'm sure you read this paragraph, so an investigation had to be done to find out if it's correct and how it happened and how it is done.
Sorry, do we just respond or just go to the?
Well, you just look at your response immediately after that, because the issue of the payroll, the Ministry of Health is engaging the Ministry of Finance to resolve the issue as it relates to the amount expended on the payroll. That is what the ministry is saying, that they're engaging the Ministry of Finance to deal with the payroll issue. So there's an acknowledgement that the finding of the Auditor General was correct, because the ministry is saying, we're trying to get something happen with money. We have to use this money for payroll, but we're trying to get it resolved. Please tell us how this happened, who authorized it, and how it happened, under what circumstances. I'm very interested in this. There's a major breach. What was the emergency that we had to break the rules to fulfill?
Go ahead, Pierce.
I'd like to first preface the answer, and then if necessary, the details needs to be answered by the PS. For Section A, with the warrants coming in to the ministry to purchase as a consolidated procurement, and then tracking the redistribution of the medicines and supplies, let's say linked to the warrant itself. To be fair, it's very difficult for the system to track the warranted sum back to its specific region. It would also be, from a supply chain discipline, very complicated to track. Because when you do a consolidated procurement, it brings everything in bulk and then you redistribute. Now, you can quantify how much you've given the person in the year, the region in the year, but in most cases, our record have found that we've always been giving them a bit more than even what they warranted, which leads to supplementary and so forth. We did construct a dispatch report, but that we intend we can show to the auditor if they haven't seen it yet, to show how the yearly dispatch is being done versus the money received. But in most cases, our records show currently that it's more. I did some research on the.
But PS, how do you determine the regions receive more than what they actually want?
You just quantify how much you've given them and put and cost it based on
why
the
I'm
contract.
asking, do the regions utilize all that they are in receipt of for you to say that?
Yeah, in most cases, what they ask us for generally is more than what they give us. And so if we are able to give them.
I don't understand. I understand that, Chair. Can you just clarify that part?
Yeah, so in most cases, let's say they got a budget for $1 billion in Region 6, for example. We get the money on a budget that was approved before the year has begun, let's say at the beginning of the year. And during the year, we've executed procurement, but budget approves in, let's say, in March. There's 3 months of drugs we've been distributing from the prior year that we have in stock. So there's a rollover cycle that cannot mirror the accounting cycle because you always have to have drugs ready. Now, as they request during the year, let's say we get the 1 billion back. At the end of that year, you may find that we've probably given them 100 million more in terms of value. And of course, that's relative to the cost for contract and which one of the drugs they receive. It's hard to say, well, this one came from separate contract.
You're basically saying they're given more than what their budgetary allocation.
In some cases, that can happen, yes.
But even though that may be so, when they are in receipt of this excess drugs, do the regions utilize the drugs based on the need of the region? And if so, are we saying that the regions are under budgeted to satisfy the region's need?
It's a question that cannot be answered so simply, to be honest. It's a question of the fluctuation of the disease, the treatment pattern during the year. Like you have a pandemic this year, and their demand can move across regions based upon outbreaks and so forth. So
403 million.
Yeah. So it's a difficult question to say that they're on the budget. It would be unfair to say that to them.
But Mr. Watkins, through the chair, 444 indicated what was warranted and what was stated as the amount expended. And it would show that Central Ministry owed those regions 403 million. No, they're not the answer.
So how is it that you're saying that they got more when y'all owe them?
Well, in that specific year, we can dissect it more specifically, but what you would see here.
I mean, this is not a minor, a very small number. This is $400+ million.
So it's no longer dollars, it's dollars. Oh, it's a plenty.
I cannot say this to determine this number expended. To answer this specific column, Chairman, is this data is hard to speak to at this stage. First of all, I don't know how it would have been quantified that each specific region. So if it shows that we spend the money from IFMIS, that the region gave us and we spend, let's say, less than what they gave us, one of the logical things that you buy in bulk and maybe it was distributed to other regions, or there was probably a savings and there was some money returned back in that year. I can't answer that specifically to that question, but I know there's a question for B with the salaries.
Go ahead, madam.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Oh, hold on, madam. Hold on.
And then follow up.
Yeah. What we are saying here in this paragraph is that the warrant to the various regions total $1.8 billion. But what was spent was $1.4 billion. So what the amount of $403 million was not spent. In other words, it's spread back to
And went back to consult.
So it was that $403 million. They did not get the ministry and nobody got.
No, we're not saying who got. They were talking about one of the things, PS, what you're not explaining, and what was a debate in the House floor in 2016 and 2015 when the new system was brought in, that the regions would have their own budget. This is the 2015 August budget, which brought in that each region would have their own budget for health. They would warrant it to health. Health would buy and send back. It was not financial arrangement. Each region had a list of drugs and medical supplies which made up the total, which was then put into the budget of that region. So this wasn't a game that regions were playing and saying, well, I need 200, I need 27, I need 40, I need 50. It was based on what you call your pharmaceutical list of drugs and medical supplies, based on the region, based on the primary healthcare places, the district hospitals, regional hospitals, tertiary care hospitals. And so each region quantity varied. And it was based on a list. This is what was explained. And the ministry had what you call, I've forgotten the right term for it, essential drug list that was critical. The cribs and the essential drug list, which guided the health centers, what were the drugs they needed, what were the district hospitals needed, what were the regional hospitals needed. And this is what compiled the budget. So it wasn't, therefore, when a region asked, as Region 3, put up $298 million, 100 was a warrant, and they received a value of dollars of $86,182,000, a difference of $211,918,000, meant that they were shortchanged. Let's say shortchanged in terms of money, and the value of the drugs which they required worth $211 million and medical supplies. So it's not correct to say you overgave them. You didn't. They were undersupplied. And that is why the issue that kept coming up all the time was the shortage of drugs. And now we're seeing in this whole thing, your Region 10 got all they were given, Region 9, Region 7, but Region 3 was terribly undersupplied. Region 2, $34 million short. So this is not just money. This was drugs and medical supplies these institutions needed. And this is why it's important that these numbers are not fictional. When the regions, as far as I know, bring their health budget, they have to have attached to it what are the goods they need to go with that. Drugs, medical supplies, sanitary supplies, cleaning supplies, all of this are what goes into a budget for a region that goes to the ministry, goes to finance, and then the numbers are crunched. So I'm sorry, PS, I don't buy your argument. This table may be a financial transaction, but it shows, obviously, if a region's asking for 298 million and it's in their budget, it's approved by the National Assembly, and somebody sitting somewhere decides that they don't deserve that. Give them $86.1 million, shortchanging them $211 million. This is criminal as far as I'm concerned, absolutely criminal.
Comrade Chairman.
Have the floor, ma'am.
So I'm trying to understand. What really happened here, because I'm finding it a little strange. I get the theory that Comrade Teixeira has created, but there was a budget in 2015 of August, and I want both PS to hear me out and tell me if it makes sense. In August of 2015, there was a budget. And of course, the spending would start when the budget is approved. And drugs and medical supplies were purchased in August of 2015. Couldn't? October, even better. So we purchased it in October based on Honorable Edgill's guidance. And then in November of 2015, another budget was passed for 2016. And the budget was really an estimate of what is needed. The 2016 budget was the estimate for what is needed. So, be quiet. So in the August budget of 2015, is there a possibility that the region spent their money and they had the drugs, and in this estimate that they submitted for November approval, they would have recognized in 2016 that they do have a lot of drugs from the 2015 purchase. And that is why they were given the 86 million in, I'm using Region 3 as an example. That is why they were given the $86 million drugs in 2016. The point I'm making is that when you look at that, at how those budgets went in 2015, one after the other basically, is there not a possibility that that could have been the very reason? Because I cannot remember in 2016 there was any complaints, publicly or otherwise, about drugs shortage.
Yes, I don't think that requires a response. That's hypothetical. Member Siraj.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I'd asked for a breakdown of the 8 contracts that were awarded by MP.
Which paragraph you're referencing?
Same one, sir, 445.
That's a hypothetical.
The chairman ruled that is a statement, not a question. Mr. Chairman, I asked specifically for a breakdown of the 8 contracts that were awarded to the value of $1.4 billion. I think my colleague dealt with the other parts of this paragraph that dealt with accuracy and validity and reconciliation and all of that.
Floor, please remember there's an outstanding question that I am not going to relent on this, of how drugs money end up paying salaries.
In the Ministry of Health.
When there is a provision
Tenaciously.
in order for a ministry to get budgetary allocations to employment, your budget book will state all of the positions that are authorized. Monies are calculated and provided. If you take on more people, there's a provision under the Ministry of Finance that finance additional benefits for people who are employed during the year. So you can't even come and tell me these were people who were taken on and we had money to pay. How, in the name of financial regulations and rules, monies for the purchase of drugs and medical supplies could be wired? Not even for the regions to meet a shortfall, but for headquarters ministry that received the money specifically for the purpose of buying drugs and medical supplies, pay military staff.
They diverted the money.
My question is, who authorized it? Number 2, what were the circumstances or the emergency that required such an action that is in total breach of everything that you could talk about as it relates to financial regulations?
I just want to preface it with the research I've done, because the perception was that I didn't do much to check on these things the last time. So I've done the research, and then I'll hand it over to the PS, is that we discovered that one of the accountants at that time stated that they have processed it in error. Now, the details on that I'll hand over to Mr.
Processed it in what?
It was processed in error. I don't know, it was processed in error to the wrong line. So they went to salaries instead of drugs. And so
that was put to the Auditor General as well.
Yes, it was explained to the Auditor General. Now, we cannot answer. We're unable to, I'm unable to answer whether there was a check and balance to find it and stop it in real time, but we hand it over to Trevor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Had I not seen this in the Auditor General report, I would have denied this vehemently had I not seen this, because I really can't understand how something like this would have happened. What as PS and what I'm seeing here is that apparently in the processing environment, the wrong environment was used. This wasn't brought to my attention. It's not a case. It's not a case here.
Who was PS at that time?
You were the PS, Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
You were the PS?
Yeah.
And you weren't made aware of this?
No. What I'm saying.
Mr. Chair, just to have the gentleman before we are misled.
Yeah.
This is a warrant from regions to the ministry can't file.
Yeah. Correct.
This is a warrant from regions to central ministry.
Allow the PS to respond to the question.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm saying is that the accounts department apparently in making requests for variance, because it's this is something that should not happen. Definition of, and as I said before, had I not seen this, I would have denied this happened. It's impossible that kind of happen. I have to admit that it did happen. I know for sure that it was not brought my attention that one, we have a financial shortfall in employment costs, and therefore we are taking money from this, because that would have been done, definitely not done, because you cannot wire money like that. It had been brought my attention that the department in processing warrants did this, and they're saying that it was wrongly processed. It was oversight on the part of the department. Clearly, as a kind of, I even signed it unwittingly, but there's no justification, because we would not. I would not countenance personally signing a warrant when there's a clear procedure. You have an employment cost shortfall, what to do. So all I can do at this point in time is apologize. I'm not sure when this was brought to attention, and it was not brought to attention during my tenure as accounting officer. It was brought sometime afterwards, because steps should have been taken to correct this and have it properly addressed.
Mr. Chair, let me just get this cleared. The PS, and I said he's been very helpful and forthright with the committee, and I want to thank him for this. If there's a shortfall of employment costs in the ministry, and every person who is hired that will create that shortfall has an authority for hiring, whether from the Public Service Ministry or from the Public Service Commission, notice of that hiring goes to the Ministry of Finance, and under 6141, monies are automatically released for the fixing of that shortfall. So if there was a shortfall in employment costs, the question arises, were there people hired at the Ministry of Health who did not have the authority of the Ministry of Public Service, or the Department of Public Service of the Ministry of the Presidency, or the Public Service Commission that led to the shortfall? Were there employment that did not have the authority that could have released releases from the line item at the Ministry of Finance that meets employment shortfall? No, he can't.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And again, I say I share Honourable Member Edger's concern. I'm very deeply concerned about this also, this happening under my watch. I would definitely want to do further investigations and discuss with PS Watkins, because this should not have happened. There's a clear process in dealing with employment costs. Unfortunately, it was only brought to my attention
when we're looking at this, a response was already sent. I think all of this, this document is dated the 4th of June, this memorandum, which was addressed to the then permanent secretary, saying that October 2016 was wrongly processed on the warrant, and not the warrant, instead of warrant. In other words, the letter is saying that October salary was wrongly processed on the warrant 2506-2016 instead of 2517-2016. It was subsequent before that, right? That funds for is still reflected on the 2517-16. So
can I?
We will have to. I definitely want to further, if it's with your permission, to look at this further, because this should never have happened. It is highly irregular, and we do. This is not the way we do it.
Chair.
And I definitely need to look at this again. Yeah.
Comrade Chair, the former PS said something that struck me just now. He said that this is not defended now. This is digging deep. He said just now that this was only brought to his attention.
I have here.
And the response was already given to the AG. Now, this is the 2016 Auditor General's report, which came out in 2017 of September. But it only came out after these findings went to the ministry, sought clarification, and then was put in this book. So former PS, in 2017, who was the PS that provided the answer? Ms. Colette Adams. We come into that. And this is you appointing now. So in 2017, when the Auditor General was seeking answer on this matter, you were not employed at the ministry.
I was out of the ministry for a greater part of 2017. I think I started back working on a project. It was fun. But I'm not sure at what time this was brought to the ministry's attention. But what I know for sure, it was never brought to my attention.
So I want to really know because it struck me just now when you said that it was only brought to your attention recently, because this is the 2016 report.
Yeah.
Now, is there a reason why Ms. Colette Adams is not present here, may I ask? No, maybe I was outside. Maybe I was outside. No. Let me tell you why she's not here.
No, it's my bad. I would caution you, sir.
Read the correspondence. The reason was sent to the
reason was sent to the PAC.
Yes.
It was responded. It was responded to the.
It was in the mail.
An email was responded. Well, I am going to do that now. I'm going to do it now. Dear, this is from Colette Adams to committees_division@yahoo.com, dated Wednesday, October 6, 2021. You have it in your email, but you didn't check it because maybe you see it and you want to read it. 12:15 p.m. I received your email with thanks and would have been willing to provide support to the Ministry of Health. However, upon my visit to the Permanent Secretary's, Mr. Malcolm Watkins' office, as requested by Public Accounts Committee, it is with great sadness that I must inform you that the Permanent Secretary said to me in the presence of the supporting team that it is optional for me to attend his briefing. I was never called to attend any further briefing meetings. The reason being that he said that he took offense that I said he is the Permanent Secretary and he should answer the questions, since we are there to support while in answering the queries. I said to him, I was not there for the previous year, but I had to answer as PS. This made the matter even more complicated, and my part of the meeting came to an end with him making the above statement. I am not privy or have not seen the response of the ministry. Hence, it would be unfair for me to sit on the panel with no information to grant any form of support. All for your information and guidance. Yours truly, Colette Adams, MBA, retired PS. So clearly, there is need for there to be some reconciliation between the current PS and the former PSs if we are expected to have the answers to our questions. No, but she had to get the information. How can you, if you're not going to engage the former PSs, how are you going to provide us with good answers and clarity? Rather than for us to have generalized answers to the question. Look, we have a matter right now that requires the former PS, the very Miss Colette Adams, but accessibility to the documents and all the other necessary paperwork. She's claiming here she had no access to it. Now I'm not going to. No, that's what I want to say. I'm not going to get into that part.
If you read a letter from one side, at minimum, it was allowed in PS.
But I'm saying to you,
natural justice.
No, this is a document that.
You have a question.
This is a document that was sent to us. So I'm reading a document that was sent to us, Comrade Chairman. So I am saying that we have an issue here. We have an issue here that requires the clarity, because the former PS in the name of Colette Adams is the one who can provide us with that clarity in light of the fact that the former PS indicated that he cannot recall if he was there at that time. So we should not go into assumptions in terms of his answers.
So PS, the former PS has made certain allegations. And I think it's only fair for you to proffer a response, because that correspondence was read to the entire PSC. Alleging, okay. The committee's meeting is public. So can you, I think the opportunity should be provided to you to proffer a comment on that letter.
Thank you, Chair. Before we came here to the last committee meeting, the report and the responses were shared with the former PS Adams before we came here the last time.
Yeah.
And she was here.
She was here. She was here.
On her presence here the last time,
she didn't start.
I did not feel that Ms. Adams supported the efforts to provide clarity to you, which led to a premature dismissal here, because she had answered the questions that she did not answer properly. She also implicated the AG's office on stating she gave documents to them. After that, and she came outside there, she completely tried to recuse herself from the process, pretty much saying, if you're the PS, now deal with this.
She was the last
so I told her that I took offense to it because I think there should be some kind of transition, and a transition should be well informed. And so if I was not supported by her here, and it continued that way, she then subsequently was invited to a meeting at the Ministry of Health, where we approached her again to help us find the files for Port Kaituma constructions, for example, which is a large part of this report. And she was unable again to give us information to find those files up to this point. At that stage, I made a strategic decision to get in to handle this process myself, to get all the information I can get without the distraction. The other part, in terms of not showing up here, I don't feel I'm responsible for that. The PSC have its power on its own.
Thank you. Madam Member Patterson.
I'm willing to go back to the thing we left off.
Pardon, Mr. Chair, I am
on 445 dealing with the
I am a 445. I would like to ask a 445
I'm just
question.
trying to ask the speaker, you the chair? I'm asking the chair.
I have the floor, sir. Can you
stop?
stop?
445.
Yes. This question,
Chair, no, you-
this question, yes, my dear, you still look good. Right?
none of
this
that
is-
phases me, so
this-
don't worry about it.
Neither me. This question on 445, I'm really directing to the Accountant General. Because when Region 10 was here, the procedure in which I understand is we paid on the IFMIS or IFMAS, or whichever is the correct word, IFMAS, that in the region, or in every agency, but there are persons who who are in there, and they have to have certain documentation, including a voucher. I'm not going to go through all the things that we discussed when we did everything, and that has to be keyed in, the voucher number and those things, that has to be keyed into IFMAS so that the persons can be paid to the check and the vendor, they have a vending number or whatever it is, you know what I mean? So I'm asking the Accountant General, how come can a ministry have payrolls out of well, I don't know if this is current or capital, but how can they pay payrolls with that system that you explained to us in that you have to follow to get? So if you understand me, because you said that it's almost foolproof in the sense that you must have certain documents beforehand, and they have to key this in, and you're locked out. And if you don't have the voucher and so forth, and the vending code and those things like that, you can't generate a check which is paid by IFMAS. So I'm just asking that particular issue from the Accountant General's, your oversight possibility.
To the chair, I'd like to inform PAC that the Ministry of Health is deemed as a sub-accounting agency, meaning they process their own transactions in the system and they examine their own transactions as well. The checks are just being cut by the Ministry of Finance. So
I understand you're trying to say the other thing. So are they the only sub-accounting agency?
It is the ministry's responsibility and their examination officers to ensure that all transactions meet the requirements with all supporting documents.
So are you saying, well, I mean, I don't know how many are they, all ministries are sub-accounting industries?
No, the large ones like the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, Office of the President, the Ministry of Agriculture, the large agencies, Ministry of Public Works.
Right.
So they do not fall under the preview of the Accountant General's department.
So you're saying that they are responsible, and all you do is but also you said to us about a limit in a budgetary line item, et cetera, in IFMIS.
Yes, sir.
Right. So
I'm trying to understand you.
You understand what I'm asking?
I'm trying to.
Right. Very good. No, right. The question is, even a sub-accounting agency, right? You have to code in, or you have to put in under a certain line item, a certain this, certain that. So how can you pay salaries if you? So they say that they pay salaries with incorrect sub-code and those things like that in IFMIS? Because I would assume this year has come.
Are you speaking about the transaction?
That they would have done to cut a check. To cut a check for
the warrant?
No, I'm talking about to cut a check for David Patterson employment under all of it. Under a line for drug items and those things like that.
Once the line has funds, money, and you process a transaction, it will be processed. Once there's funds available. Even if the line item is incorrect, it will be processed because you have a funds available there. However, it's the examination officer's responsibility to validate that the line item and the chart of account is correct. in keeping with the expenditure. That's the responsibility of the examination office of the respective ministry. All that's part of their oversight.
So, Mr. Chair, since we have asked that a number of paragraphs be left open, awaiting documents, I would like to make a similar request that paragraph 445 remain open and that every effort should be made to further research this matter and include having the appearance of the former PS who provided the responses to come here and answer questions.
Mr. Chairman, while I support that, I just want to ask, as we're going to be putting on a hold, maybe for more research to be done by the officers. Clearly, if the 206 million was used for payroll purposes, therefore the subhead to do with payroll would have been overstated. So you had additional $200 million than you should have had in your budget. A strange occurrence. This was not money that was returned. So what it appears to be is that $200 million, by whether mistake or whatever, went into the heading and subheading that deal with payroll. Money, I fear, was expended, but therefore your budget was overstated by 200 odd million. No one seems to have noticed that. And that's rather strange because the PSs get releases and documents from finance to show how their money's been spent, how it's been expended, what's left in the budget and so on. And therefore, if you had a line item for salaries for 100 million and suddenly you have 200 million extra, wouldn't that have caused some alarm or some interest in the Ministry of Health? Or is that, where did the money go? Maybe the money didn't go to payroll of persons who are on your payroll. And that's how it was able to get through the IFMAS system. Because there are provisions. I think that this matter needs to be investigated more. The role of the Auditor General has said not only in 2016, but a specific month, October 2016. 206 million was used for payroll. So either the Ministry of Health overexpended from their budget, used more money than what was allocated to them, and therefore filled this hole knowingly that they were breaking the rules, or that they used the 200 million and therefore were overstated in their budget. And I can't believe that Ministry of Finance and the Audit Accountant General wouldn't have noticed that. And of course, the first person to have noticed that should have been your accountant, your chief accountant, your permanent secretary, all of these people, your PSG, PSF, all of these should have been saying, wow, where did this $200 million come from? How did you get it? And none of the answers so far have been satisfactory. And so either the money was used appropriately, but by human error, or that it was used misappropriately. And the issue is that this is a violation of the financial rules. The funny thing is that we need to go back in finance and the budget of 2016. And this is where the debate took place in the House for the 2017 budget, which was passed in November 2016, that what we got in 2016 was not actual figures, but estimates, because the year had not concluded, and therefore we could not have a proper count of the money in each ministry. And this was a big issue. So we're now feeling the consequences of that decision, because now we cannot go back to 2016 budget and see if it was true that the ministry had more than $200 million it should have had. Because what was presented in November 2016, the comparison of actual 2016 was estimate 2016 of usage and 2017. And therefore your 200 million will most likely not have showed up in there. And that is, this is serious issues because you have it also in other parts where $500 million is used, $500 million is overstated, etc. And so I think this issue of the 206 million for payroll needs to be investigated. Who was paid? And did the ministry, as a consequence, return approximately $200 million back to finance at the end of 2016? We cannot tell it from the budget documents because they were estimates.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to what Minister Shira just alluded to.
Go ahead.
PS is saying, former PS, Thomas is saying, it was the wrong warrant line item that was used. Am I correct?
Correct.
Therefore, what I will recommend, I will do an investigation. You said it's 2517. Should have been used instead.
Sorry, it was what I'm having here. It was wrongly processed on the warrant 2506-16 instead of warrant 2517/2016.
Okay. So what I'd like to commit to PAC, I'll do investigation to check to see warrant 2517, what was the amount that was unspent on that warrant there, to make a determination and to validate exactly and confirm what PS is saying. Okay. But further to that, and I speak to the current PS, based on these revelations here, PS, I'd like you to strengthen your system at your end. I know you have indicated to PAC that since you took over as the PS, you have made lots of changes, especially in this warrant area. You need to have checks and balances and run your reports from true ifness to validate that the amounts are spent for the intended purposes. So you need to have some checks and balances on your warrants to avoid a reoccurrence of this here.
Just a quick comment through the chair, just for clarity. And I think one of the honorable members was asking about this, is that from my perception of the accounting system, I always felt that there was a cover of check and balance beyond our local system in the ministry, notwithstanding that we have to strengthen our internal system. I always thought there was a financial institution that would also catch these things if we may have made a mistake. So if it's not there, it's fine. We will strengthen it. We commit to that guidance. But I would just like to get more clarity, maybe offline, on where does the check and balances begin and end for us.
State auditor, internal auditor, field auditor?
We have field auditors.
But that's part of your checks and balances.
Yes, I agree that we have to strengthen it, and we do have check and balances. I was just querying the external aspect of it.
Mr. Chair, it wouldn't be true to say there are not checks and balances. What the Accountant General was saying, you have an officer whose designation is to inspect these transactions to make sure they're accurately reflective of what ought to be. And she's also indicating that the IFMA system as set up, once the appropriation account becomes law, the system is fed with the information. How much money for drugs and medical supplies? And if there are warrants that are sent, it is updated. If you spend 200+ million in salaries in October, the reason why the Auditor General found it is because something would have pointed him to show that there was an anomaly.
Yes.
The IFMA system would provide monies to everybody when a check is cut once that line item has money in the system, you can't overspend what has been appropriated. And that is what the system does. Yeah? Once what's in there,
We've accepted the AG's guidance. We'll implement it.
A better oversight at your examination level, PS.
So AG, I mean, this is starting revelation. The PS said he would try to put systems in place to be a little more vigilant. What would you recommend that he?
That's why I'm saying he needs his examination officers. They need to be a little more vigilant.
If I may add, Mr. Chairman, these officers from self-accounting ministries are often trained and updated in their training by the Ministry of Finance to operate the system. So they are aware of what has to be done. It's to take the burden and the delays off that ministries are vested with personnel to make transactions more efficient. And they are trained in their jobs. It's not just people who are walking in, they are specifically trained to do that. And not any and everybody could do that. They are specifically identified persons by the ministry to undertake such tasks.
If in a nutshell, I can share for your purpose. When a payroll is examined, the examination officer, see to have the payroll in front of them, the pay sheet, validate, they carry. There's also the chart of account that person is being paid from. They validate that it's a new employee. The new employee approval was given either by Public Service Ministry or by the Public Service Commission. Those are all your supporting documents that you need to validate before an exam, before a payroll is examined and passed. In terms of the warrant, that also the person can validate, and whoever is monitoring the agency's budget should have been able to pick up that error as well. But you have to have somebody monitoring your budget.
Who is it that you have at the ministry, PS?
The current system we have is a combination of planning, the DPS of finance, the PAS of finance, and with routine meetings with myself on the expenditure of the budget. Again, we have to do more work here. We look forward to meet with the AG and for the guidance, but we believe that we've made some steps already to improve this process in the short period of time we've taken over. I probably shouldn't have asked the question. I was just asking about the external aspect, that's all.
The Ministry of Health would have a designated expenditure planner that interfaces with an officer from the Director of Budget's office on current programs. And on the capital side, there is an officer of the Ministry of Finance that you interface with. To keep everything in equilibrium for the purpose of requesting releases, to make sure that whatever checks you're going to cut, there's money in those line items to facilitate that. That is a process that is ongoing. This is a major breach. It cannot just be that somebody made an error, it's a major breach. And if we don't see it as a breach, we wouldn't correct it. Somebody didn't do their work properly.
I will not support that, Member Patterson. I will not support there's a weakness in the system. The system is being monitored by human resources. And the human resources, so the human resources who are managing the system ought to have picked that up. So it's not a weakness in the system. It's non-compliance on the offices at the Ministry of Health.
Member Siraj, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 446, Mr. Chairman. It's stated here, well, two questions on this paragraph. The first one, sir, we don't have the benefit of the ministry's response. At least I don't have an up-to-date 446. An outstanding amount of $277.2 million in goods were still to be delivered as of September 2017. My question is if these goods have now been received by the ministry. And the second part of the question is this award to an overseas supplier, some value $1.5 million. Can the PAC be informed as to who is this overseas supplier, which company it is? Thank you.
Should I just go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Honorable member, based on our research, the overseas supplier is stated as IDA, International Dispensary Association. They're kind of a nonprofit that supports supply of medicines and supplies around the world.
Not for profit.
Yes, the second part, where the amount, outstanding amounts received by the ministry.
IDA is a global agency.
Go ahead, Member Siraj.
Mr. Chair, it is normal that if you're going to pay ahead before delivery, that you get a bank guarantee. That's the only way you're protected. Right? Why we didn't have a bank guarantee?
Based on the research and current practices, agencies, global agencies such as PAHO, who's also supplied to the ministry, we have never established a bank guarantee system with them. It's kind of, we pay up front and then they deliver. It is not a credit. We pay a line of credit, or we just... There is a revolving fund for certain things that we have arrangements with them on because they're para help. And then there's some things we buy that we need from them. They buy it for us and we pay up front. It would be a similar situation with UNFPA and certain international companies. Yeah, so IDA would fall under that category.
So the Auditor General's recommendations, Mr. Chairman, that you should get a bank guarantee in the future is not something that you could comply with.
In some instances, it would be very difficult or impractical. It's a decision between our national needs.
But your contract will show these amounts outstanding.
Yes, once it's reconciled properly.
Follow up though, because I am very well aware of what the PS is saying for when we buy drugs from these international agencies, WHO, PAHO, and those things like that. My question maybe to the Auditor General is that this is not something that has started, has been going on since they started offering us their services. Was this not explained to the AG? Is he recommending, because he just can't leave it like that? If we explain to it, maybe we should have an adjustment in the Procurement Act or something like that, because this would keep coming up every year because we do this every year. So just saying that you have a bank guarantee and it's not the practice and those things like that, maybe the Auditor General may want to, or you say to the Auditor General, listen, this will be a reoccurrence. Maybe tell us we should have amendment to the Procurement Act or whichever the Government Act that will allow these unique issues to be made without being flagged. I'm sure Madam Chair would agree with me, being somebody formerly in health. Because when you pay PAHO and you're paying these things, even COVAX and those places like that, or if they, right, UNICEF, you pay them in advance and then they get the drugs maybe in bulk and then your turn comes, but you don't get a bank guarantee. So maybe that's something that maybe PAC would have to raise, Madam Chair, so that we don't get a recurrence on this, because it will reappear, because I'm sure they do this every single year. So maybe the AG, I know you weren't here, AG, so maybe, Madam Mr. Chairman, you could explain to him the issue that we have with this.
Why are the words used here interdepartmental warrants with regards to payments to IDA? Why would there be an interdepartmental warrant for payments for drugs to WHO IDA? Wouldn't that be a direct transaction from the bank to the WHO IDA? I don't know, you see, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Watkins, but the words used in here says read interdepartmental warrants. Why would interdepartmental warrants be used if we're paying WHO IDA, which is an overseas base? It would go through a bank transaction. Foreign currency.
I'll preface the answer and then hand it off. I think when I read this, it says that we had to find the money first. So they may have done an interdepartment movement of money to the line 6221 before payment was paid. But I'll pass it on to Mr. Thomas to clarify further.
Yeah, that's correct. Because these are ones that would have come. Yeah, I concur with P.S. Watkins. In the context of interdepartmental warrant means that the monies were warranted from the regions, and then we had to be put into the ministry's drugs and medical supplies line item before we do the transaction with the ID.
So yes, Auditor General, there was an issue on this particular one, which is payment was made to IDA, what it is, which is a subsidiary, I think, of PAHO and WHO, my apologies. And what normally happens, and I know this for a fact, and concur with Madam Chair and everyone, is that you pay them these through the bank, and you get it's a revolving fund, and the practice, I don't know what it has been, that you don't ask for, say, WHO or PAHO to give you it in advance. You pay them in advance, and then they supply the drugs. I don't know how they calculate when it's your term and so forth. So this is what was in this case. And we're saying that and we're agreeing that it happens on a regular basis. And I'm saying that maybe you should make a recommendation, because we don't ask PAHO to give us a bank guarantee when we transfer the money. So maybe a recommendation should be made that something should be adjusted in our procurement rates for these unique situations. And that's what I was saying.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That is why, just like the Finance Secretary has been issuing a circulars, we need the Procurement Act Department, the Procurement Commission, to issue circulars to explain some of these issues. So once I get that, I have another ask them to go back.
Could be easily addressed with a from the FS as opposed to them.
Yeah, but through the MPTA board, because remember it's the procurement.
No, I think we're confused here. MPTA awarded the contract, so I would expect to buy widgets from this international firm. It's drugs, which we do annually. I know to certain types of drugs, you go straight to PAHO and you send them the money, and when they get it in, they buy in bulk for the whole world and then distribute it. When we give them the money, we don't ask them for a bank guarantee, right? I will say though, if you don't ask them for bank guarantee, why are you flagging that they didn't that because they did not have a bank guarantee? Particularly in this case here.
That's because the procurement act says that you're supposed to have a bank.
So maybe
Why you don't request it?
right. No, you don't.
The MP tab for a waiver.
That is the
Yeah.
The agency gonna.
Can I ask the Auditor General? This is an award by NPATAB on May the 10th, 2016 to, I assume, WHO IDA. It would have to have a cabinet decision because it's 1.5 million US dollars. That's over the threshold. So there should have been a cabinet decision that says award so-and-so, WHO IDA or UNICEF or UNFPA. And that is not something new. As Mr. Watkins explained, the Ministry of Health has been buying drugs from WHO for a long time on this basis. Always covered by a cabinet decision, must be covered by a cabinet decision. And therefore, wouldn't that have been shown to the Auditor General for him to know that one, this had cabinet coverage, NPATAB coverage, and this is something that's been going on for 20 years. So it wouldn't require bank guarantee. But one of the things it used to require before was to put the money in escrow. And so it would be wired to WHO, put in escrow, and as they delivered, it would be deducted. You'd clear the credit, and so you'd always know how much money was left on what you pay. Now, what appears to be here is that this was not done in that way. So, but this is how it used to be. You pay, and then as they deliver so many vaccines, so much stuff, you release that, the money is released to them. So you always know balance and what has been delivered. Is escrow used now, a line of credit or escrow, anything like that used, or?
For the specific discussion.
Specific on ID.
Yeah, no, escrow is not used.
And no line of credit.
Is Madam Teixeira saying, is Madam Teixeira implying, right? Because of course it comes that if you have a MPTAB decision and a cabinet no approval, that the bank guarantee will not be required. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that this appears to be covered by NPATAB recommendation, cabinet decision. A cabinet decision would say, supporting NPATAB recommendation that so-and-so gets this, immediately it would have to say WHO IDA or IDA, which is then would be known that this is an agency that historically has been dealing with the Ministry of Health. So were the Auditor General to have seen that, this would then not be the first time they're seeing it, because this has appeared in other Auditor General's reports and other comments and stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. I find it unusual. Did they provide the Auditor General that information? And is it so this IDA? Because if it was an IDA, then you do have a problem of bank guarantee. You do have a problem.
It was IDA.
If it was IDA and you're sure, then it should have sufficed for the Auditor General to see that this is not an unusual occurrence. And therefore he would have known, because this has been going on for years. UNICEF, UNFPA, PAHO, and WHO, those four.
Chair, in all fairness, I think the Auditor General is supposed to respond, right? Don't let's just jump over it.
Mr. Chair, as I will have to confirm that it is IDA, and if that's so, at least the problem we were looking at on deliver of drugs of 277. That was a basic problem.
Right. Anyway, don't let me.
Mr. Chair, just to ensure that we are all on the same page, the procurement of drugs from FAO, IDA, WHO, whoever, UNICEF, are sole source arrangements with concessional rates that is way below market value. So there is no bidding process that you go through to get. This is concessional rates, and that is based upon your GDP, and it is based upon the HIPIC was one. Sooner or later, we wouldn't be able to have access to that with the way the country is growing. So with that concessional financing that is available, that is why that arrangement exists. I think what the Auditor General is saying, that the transaction allowed as is, the delivery did not take place in time to cover the transaction, even though the monies were paid. And based upon his accounting standards, there was nothing to guarantee it. It meant that the ministry, in their response, needed to write the Auditor General to say, this is procurement of drugs on concessional financing at concessional rates. This is what third world countries around the world do. There was a delay, and regrettably, or something, but based upon past experiences, they always deliver their drugs. We didn't write for the exemption of the bank guarantee, or whatever the case is. So that would have ended the matter. But I would have not imagined that it was IDA or concessional buying the way the report is written up. I would have thought it was just a regular contractor who bid it and didn't provide drugs in a timely manner. So in all fairness to the system, we should have had some more clarity put in perspective like that. But they should have provided that in their response to the Auditor General. The agency's response in the Auditor General's report, systems will be put in place to ensure bank guarantees are in place to ensure ministries, and the ministry can put a system in place to provide a bank guarantee for concessional financing of the purchase. And that again, we have to find out who was the person who offered this response, because this response is wholly inadequate when it should have simply stated, this is concessional, historically, blah, 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 based upon agreements, because you have to actually sign agreements with these bodies, you know, it's not just a case where it's going to market, so we want so. So it's the response from the accounting officer this time.
Just for the records, Mr. Chair, just looked at some notes here. It's the IDA Foundation, and everything that Madam Teixeira is asking for was included in the submission. Ministry of Public Health saw the intervention of PAHO, supply of for 3 months emergency supply of consumables, pharmaceuticals. Pardon? The actual cabinet paper. The actual cabinet paper.
Oh, you're privy, sir.
This is my own personal document. Yeah. So yes, so I am conforming.
I was right.
So why did they provide it to the Auditor General? It was your appointed accounting officer who didn't.
It was on, yes.
Go ahead, Member Mike.
Sir, I'm looking at paragraph 486. I see here that new GPC Inc. was still to deliver drugs totaling 11.863 million for the year 2011, while 6 other suppliers were still to deliver drugs totaling 15.252 million. Deliveries totaling 7.941 million were cleared during 2016 and 2017, resulting in the sum of 7.369 million still outstanding as of September 2017 in relation to other suppliers. Sir, I want to know, why is it that we have a company to supply drugs which were paid for in 2011, until in 2016-17 we see some coming, and then some of the drugs being delivered and some still outstanding. What causes that to happen, and what is the current status of this reconciliation that was started, as the ministry would have indicated? And this response from the ministry was submitted on the 3rd of August 2021. So what is the status of the reconciliation, and what causes us to pay for drugs in 2011 and have not gotten it up until 2017, and we still have more to collect, apparently?
Go ahead, PS.
Through the chair, the prior year's research has been proven more difficult to come to a conclusion on. It's mainly due to difficulties finding the relevant documentation necessary to ascertain the current status of deliveries. After doing some further research on this, it would have appeared that I think the period 2016-2017, they may have had a number of reshuffling and movements of departments, which they did renovations and so forth. And it seems that files would have probably been not monitored or handled properly. And so when I tried to find these documents, it was very difficult to find the documents to reconcile.
There was a fire at the Ministry of Headquarters. Would the whole building burnt down? And that departments had to be moved.
No,
when was the fire, Mr. Watkins?
It's around 2009.
It's a little later than that, I believe.
It's 2011 we are at.
Huh?
He's referencing this happened in 2011.
Yeah, it's around
Fire
2011.
was
Was the
after
fire?
11.
So 9.
No, not 9.
2009 was the fire.
Ah, so you know.
It was public.
My goodness.
2009 was the
Check you
fire.
on more on that fire business.
And this is a matter that is for 2011.
What number are you on again?
486.
Through the chair, it doesn't mean that the files were not there from 2011 to 2015. I was told that there was some kind of data breach in 2016 with the IT system, so we couldn't find electronic records.
Yeah.
In 2016 or 2017, I was told, 2017, that they made changes to the departments, they made renovations at the Kingston Bond and other places, and it would have seemed at this point that there was a mismanagement of files. That was not available to me to give you a clear answer.
Okay, but what Mr. Maipa question indicated that outstanding drugs from 2011 still remains outstanding. The
Well, that's
contractor was paid.
15 minutes.
It's not fully correct because we have to find the file to determine if it's a recorded information versus a physical delivery. And if I can't find this file, it's hard for me to conclude that. I need to find all the documents to say, well, these are the store's receive notes, which you write when a supplier delivers something. Once I can ascertain that, then I can say this is the outstanding balance.
So go ahead. Comrade Chair, is that the same explanation we will get for paras 4, 87, 88, and 89?
It would be some similar trends for certain queries and mainly prior years.
But outside of that, Comrade Chair, what I saw was that we paid for drugs in 2011, and in 2017, we started to receive them. So that was the issue that I really had, and I wanted to know, and that doesn't require documentation for an explanation. In my view, it says here that we're still to be delivered totaling 11.8 million for the year 2011. while 6 other suppliers were still to deliver drugs totaling 15 million. And deliveries totaling 7.9 were cleared during 2016 and 2017, which means that they delivered within the year 2016 and 2017. So why is it that we paid for so many drugs in 2011 and received them till in 2016 and 17?
For that part of the question, I've only answered the current state question. I ask that the former PS respond to that part.
You were there.
Was the former PS the PS at the time in 2011?
Correction. If it's 2017, it would have been the former PS.
Yeah, that's when they received, and also in 2016 they received, but the payment was made in 2011 for these drugs, and they came in 2016 and 17.
Right. So we don't have that PS area.
Okay, but can we at least endeavor to get some answer as to why is it that we paid in 2011 and it was delivered in 2016?
Are those local suppliers too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask further though? It depends on the drug. And therefore, when you're looking at, because it's not an enormous amount of money, but it is a non-supply. So we need to check it. But one does need to know what is the drug or what was purchased, because that may relate to whether there's shortages or other issues relating to the supply of drugs.
And who was the supplier?
There are sometimes when drugs on the world market or other ways are in short supply. So whether that was the case with this, whether it's HIV/AIDS drugs or any other, it might be useful to ascertain what were the drugs that were not supplied as they should have been.
It's new. I see new GPC and 6 other suppliers. Do you have the list of the 6 other suppliers?
Yeah.
Were these suppliers written to?
I think it's the suppliers are over the other page, but it shows here that outstanding as of 2017 were 5 of the 6. Productos, Roach, cleared. Am I correct, PS?
Based upon the records, yes. On the AG's report, yes.
But the same reoccur in 487 here also, where we paid for drugs in 2013 and deliveries were made during 2017. And not in the full sum, because para 487 is telling us that in 2013, outstanding deliveries in relation to other supplies amounted to 75.453 million. Now, in 2013, outstanding deliveries, that doesn't necessarily mean that we paid for it in 2013. Could very well mean that we paid earlier than 2013. But in 2013, this is the outstanding amount. And then I see it also 488 in 2013, the outstanding delivery for new GPC amounted to 44.997 million. Deliveries totaling 42 were made during 2016 and 17. The 488. No, what I've noticed is that there's a trend there apparently that you are paying for this thing in 1 year, and a couple of years after, then is when the delivery comes. Something doesn't add up for me there, and I do take into account what Comrade Teixeira is saying, but I mean that's how long it takes: 3, 4, 5, 6 years.
This scenario, the situation surrounding the question is multi-layered. It's a question of whether the AG saw the evidence of delivery, and it could be that, as I said, I have to revert back to the fact that I don't have visibility on the date of deliveries, and so even if the AG says that I didn't see any documents that prove delivery in 2017, it doesn't necessarily mean a delivery was not made. Is that they would have not have seen a document. So I can't really, that's one situation on this case.
Mr. Chairman, 450.
Where is that? I'm
He
at
jumped.
499, sorry. Where's-
Comrade Michael jumped about 50 parts.
Deliberately.
Proceed, my honorable member.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. 450, capital expenditure. I'm looking at the table here,
As you
Mr.
said,
Chairman.
we
It
can
says
go back
that
and forth.
of an amount of 2.06 billion approved for capital expenditure, an outstanding amount of over $500 million the ministry was unable to execute. 3 areas jumped at me here, Mr. Chairman. Ministry of Public Health buildings, 26 million. Specialty hospital project, nothing was spent there, 350 million. And equipment. I highlight these, Mr. Chairman, because these are critical areas for medical purposes, for building our hospitals to provide better medical care and also equipping them. Can the accounting officers or inform the PAC as to why these projects were not completely executed, and in particular, why one of them was not even started?
The research that I have done so far, I can only respond at this point to the specialty hospital project. That project apparently was abandoned and reprogrammed into a new process, which we are actually now executing, which is the 3 hospitals in the region. And the others, we're still on the research, we're still researching them, but I will also ask that Mr. Thomas can comment where possible.
So there's no explanation as to why the allocation of 487.2 million for the Ministry of Health building, I guess to replace the one that burned down. Why was it that this did not go out to tender? Was it a problem with design? Was enough money? What was the problem? Why this was not expended? The money was in the budget. So I know the former PS can say.
Yeah, okay, let's get some clarification. With respect to the Ministry of Health building, 460 was spent.
Conversion.
Yeah, sorry. The Ministry of Health building, out of that amount, 460 was spent, and 26 million was unspent. I don't want to speculate at this time, but I believe that the 26 million unspent would have been because works were not complete and therefore had to be refunded at the time. P.S. Watkins already spoke to the specialty hospital, which was abandoned.
But could I ask a question on the specialty hospital, which is mentioned? What happened to the money? There was 350 million in the budget, and the Auditor General's note doesn't advise us whether money was returned to Consult Fund or where it went. It didn't say that in the paragraph. I cannot imagine what the Auditor General is saying. Therefore, was the specialty money returned?
It was.
Auditor General, is that so? No? That's why we're here. If it was all lovey-dovey trust, why would we be here? Right? Yes.
Through the chair, it means if I said zero expenditure, it means that money was not run. Consult,
Thank you for
When you say
clarifying.
was not utilized, that's what you mean? Why didn't you just say it?
I should ask her.
Mr. Chairman, follow up on the same paragraph. The decision to not proceed with the specialty hospital project and instead go for 3 other projects, this decision was made by the Ministry of Health.
Sir, with all due respect, we are examining the finances of 2016 and not policy. So please guide the
very
honorable
much
member.
aware of
Mr.
what
Chairman,
is not required here.
is a financial question. Why it wasn't spent and who made the decision for it
We deal
not
with
to be
what was
spent?
spent.
Mr. Chairman, I have a number of questions at 452, 450, 56, 57, 58, 59.
Mr. Chair.
At 452.
Fort Kaituma, no Budget Hospital, Fort Kaituma Hospital.
Which hospital is that? Mr. Chair, my mic was on before the honorable member. He's been speaking all afternoon,
Go
all
ahead.
day.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Madam Finance.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, paragraph 499. Mr. Chair, paragraph, since we are on hospital, allow me to continue on hospital, sir. Mr. Chair, paragraph 499. The contract for the construction of an acute care psychiatric hospital in Region 6 was awarded in 2011 in the sum of 112.739 million. Payments totaling 91.923 million was made to the contractor, of which 15.722 million was for unexecuted works. At the time of reporting in June 2014, there was no evidence that works was completed and the amount of 15.722 million recovered from the contractor. A revisit was done on 29th of January 2016. Mind you, we started in 2011. A revisit was done on the 29th of January 2016 on the above project, and based on the examination of the works, the items identified as overpayment remained. The ministry's response here said, the head of the budget agency explained that efforts are continuing to recover the overpayment from the contractor. So, Mr. Chair, through the chair, the accounting officer, could you tell me, how did we get to this point? Walk us along the pathway that got us to a point that a contract was in 2011, from 2011 to 2016, this cannot be rectified. And still isn't, according to our briefing notes. What is the status of this?
Go ahead, PS.
Right. First of all, Mr. Chair, it's not a comfortable position for court officers to say that we don't have records. This is something. It's not a problem we like find ourselves in, but it's a reality. I know this is something that, as I said, exceeded something in 2011. Neither of us were here, but I'm aware of this, and we've been trying with even engineers to find out about this project.
Was it
we are not finding records. We are still trying to. Sorry.
Probably just.
Fire was 2009, sir.
Yeah.
There were several fires.
Mr. Chair, I don't wish to.
No, but Mr. Chair, through the chair, PS, are you saying that the ministry had absolutely no record on this matter?
What I'm saying, on a member, is one is
the persons who are involved in this project, none of them are in the ministry. I try speaking with engineers, but I cannot be guided by what they say. We need to find the records. And we have been unable to find the records on this project. I phoned the engineer. I said, we need some help here. We said they're trying to find out who the contractor. I think one of the former engineers in the ministry gave me the name. I asked him to send something to me about this so we can work. But basically, we've been trying to locate records on this project. As I said, it's not a comfortable position, but it's the hard reality. We have been unable to find record that to give us a suitable response. I don't want to just say, well, look, I spoke to this engineer and he said this. We need something more tangible, and that is why we are trying to get some more information before, we're investigating this process.
Sir, when you say that the engineers are no longer there, are we talking about from the period 2011 to 2016 here? So throughout those years, there was absolutely no record. Throughout those years, there was no engineer at the ministry that could have given information at regard to this particular matter.
I remember the engineers who were there at the time are no longer working in the ministry. I've asked one of them to help me with information on the project. They are telling me what they remember. What nobody has been able to do so far is to provide us with a file on this project. And we cannot write what somebody say because without being able to substantiate. While we haven't given up, the plan, and this is something that PS Watkins and I spoke about, is to get information on the engineer and then see if we can start building record, even the consultant who supervised this project. We just cannot at this point in time locate the records on this project. It's the hard reality but we haven't closed it because it can't be closed. But this is something we definitely will continue to work to bring to conclusion.
Comrade Chair, before follow up,
go ahead.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, how are we supposed to treat issues like these?
Yes, that's all right.
Where, because of the absence of the personnel and the claim of not having documentation, are we to simply, as the Public Accounts Committee, accept that and move on? That is one problem that I have that we need to seek some level of guidance with. And sir, may I hasten to say that I'm afraid, because of where we are with 2016 report, the possibility exists that when we come to 2020, because of the slow pace we're moving, that we could very well be at the same predicament, where in 2025, we would be examining 2020, and this is exactly what we will be getting as the information. Sometimes when we want to examine 2020 and 2021 Ministry of Public Health, we will hear that Mr. Watkins is out of the country. I'm not saying that he would, but I'm saying that those are the circumstances that would have preempted the entire notion of having this PAC meet more frequently so that we can come up to date with the Auditor General's report. And the officers who are the accounting officers of the respective agencies would be able to answer the question. But if we continue like this, sir, again, I just say, we're wasting time.
AG, could you, in light of the revelations, and where do we really go from here with regards to the PS quantification on this issue? I mean, no records, you can't have a finality on the position. Do we continuously see a repeat of this in the Auditor General's report? what would you recommend the PAC to do to bring this to some conclusion?
Mr. Chair, this is a matter that you raised, I think, in the other meeting. And I have presently discussing it with the other Auditors General of the region, how they treat such matter. One of the way we could do it is to look at the last PAC report and when the Treasury memorandum was issued. And I think the last one was 2014.
He's sitting in the house waiting.
No, I think 2015 is it. When up to 2014, we had Treasury memorandum.
Yes.
So any matter, once it's been dealt with by PAC and the Treasury memorandum, then maybe we could make a decision and take that afterwards. It's just one of the suggestions.
So, but that's millions of dollars we're talking. This one is 15 and we have a number of other ministries.
Mr. Chairman, I don't buy the view that documents can't be found. In the sense that, where do you start looking? I assume PSs have command and connections all over the public service. The first thing is that you're telling me you can't find documents. I don't know what that means. There's an EMPA tab that has records of who was awarded this contract of $99 million, 91 million. What was it? 91 million, $112 million. So first of all, you start out with who was awarded the contract. And you also have certainly some evidence somewhere that the contractor was paid $15 million for unexecuted works. Therefore, you have to then look at whether, are you going to go to charge the person? Are you going to send them a letter, a legal letter? Are you going to take them to court? Do you have any documents to show anything? But to just come here each time and tell us, PSs are coming here constantly to tell us that we can't find this and can't find that. This is a government that has a paper trail. There is a system in the government that there are copies of documents all over the place. You just got to get off your fanny and look for it. Seriously. And so PSs have...
Could you use another word besides fanny?
There's nothing wrong with the word fanny. What's so offensive about fanny?
Anyway,
guys are terrible. Get off your sit-a-pongs. Okay.
Yes.
If it is the Auditor General found something to show that $15 million was paid for unexecuted works, then Auditor General had to come to that conclusion with something. He had to have a document somewhere saying that the guy was paid and the work wasn't done. So that's the Auditor General record, matching it with the EMPA tab record, and then deciding, do you have a case to go write the warning letter to the contractor he has to pay, and you harass him, and if necessary, take him to court. Even if it takes 10 years in court, you've done something. The issue that is being raised is unacceptable. You know, I'm not saying that there aren't ways that documents sometimes go walking from other agencies. But let me just give you an example. A cabinet decision is copied to about a minimum of 6 different agencies, minimum. There's some cabinet, like the ones with capital works, can go to maybe 8 to 10 agencies. So there's a record in the Accountant General, the FS, the budget director, the given ministry, the PS of the ministry, who else? It's just, there's documents. And so I don't understand why we are looking like we're borrowing in a ministry where maybe the documents aren't there. But every one of these agencies behind got copies of things on all of our ministries.
And Chair, to add on what Comrade Teixeira is saying, we must take note of the fact that this is an issue that was flagged, that happened in 2011. So I'm sure the Auditor General picked it up in 2012, then repeated it in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. And I'm sure it is in 2017, 18, 19, based on what the former PS is saying. So to now say that because they don't have the former staff, we cannot buy that, because in 2012 it came up and it had to go back to the ministry for clarification. So I don't think we should just sweep these things under the carpet.
I mean, I know that, just one comment, my Paul. There are I know of some cases in the past where the contractor died. He was overpaid X dollars or whatever. And now the issue is, who do you go to? The family, the company, whatever. These are legal and other issues which go into the records to at least show that the ministry has done some work and it is trying to recoup. And here's the problem. The man died, bankrupt or whatever. So you can't get anything. These are explanations that can be given to the PAC or to the Auditor General that make sense.
Well, you can't find documents.
Chairman, could I make a proposal?
501?
Yeah, the same item that we're on.
Oh, sorry. I'm happy with
to resolve this matter. If I could ask the accounting officer to research the MPTAB website, where all contracts are required to be posted once they're aware, and that will be a good start for him to be able to garner the information as to who is the contractor and start taking the necessary steps. In the absence of not having that information on the MPTAB website, there must be documentation of who the first check was paid to, the company, and the individual, if it's an individual. So while we are getting this kind of response in 2016, I would hope that immediate steps can be done, because at every instance, you could be assured that the public purse must be protected. And every effort, no matter who is in government, every effort must be made to ensure that people, when they receive public monies to perform services on behalf of the government, they fulfill their obligations. And in the absence of such, steps are made to recover public money. So I just thought I would give those two suggestions of a place where you could start looking to garner information.
Thank you.
So now we go to 452.
Comrade, can we ask who was the contractor for the same?
You want names tonight?
The contractor, the company.
Yes, well, we could hear, yes.
We didn't do that before, we did it before.
Yeah. What's the contractor name, you know? The company.
Yes, as I said, and I agree, I remember this, we have no intention, this matter is not concluded, and that there's a commitment to get as far and as deep as possible. I've had some discussion with the former engineer in this ministry. I was given the name, unfortunately I did not, because I have to check out my notes that I have, but I can get back the name of the contractor, so we have started there.
So you would endeavor to write MPTAB based on the honorable.
There's a commitment, we have talked about this, and we have not concluded this matter. We will be pursuing it to get as much as we can get. We have started looking for vouchers and so on. So this is not, we are not.
So when did you start look for vouchers? In 2021?
Well, as I said earlier, PS Watkins has engaged me to resolve 2016. And he can speak more to it because there's a committee that is set up to look at it. We have a team that is working and very much a part of it.
Yeah, but you said that you have started already to look for documents.
We have. We have started, when we started preparing for a response to PS.
For 2016 report.
Yeah, correct.
And this is a matter from 2011, which repeated itself in 2012, 13, 14, 15, and now 16. And it will be there again for 17, 18, and 19, which you also have access to. The only document we don't have access to from the AG is 2020. So you understand what I'm saying? I tell you. Eagerly awaiting, and you could do it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not clear. The foreign PS is saying that he does not know who is the contractor.
No, what I said, I was giving the name of the contracted by the engineer. Unfortunately, I didn't, I made a note of it, I don't have it in me, because it's just part, but I was making the point that we have started to look at this matter.
Okay, yeah.
I engaged a former engineer from the ministry who gave me the name of the contractor. We are trying to find vouchers. Having gotten the name, we
Yes,
find
but
vouchers.
PS, as innocent as your answer is,
Yeah.
and as soft as your voice is, I am finding it difficult to believe the genuinity in it because this is a matter from 2011. So I'm saying that it has repeated itself year after year after year.
And you do anything when you are the PS?
You want to give us this convincing answer in 2021, which we cannot buy, because if it was an answer in 2013 or 14 or 15, then probably we may have. But we're in 2021, sir. Sorry, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I have one point. I open this question, so please allow me. Mr. Chair, I'm getting the response of which we basically the full PSC saying we just can't accept that persons can't find documents, because the fact is that we are reading from the report of the audit office or the general report. Our general report have enough information to say that in 2011 the sum was 112.739 million. It further had enough information to say 91.923 million was paid. It further had information to say 15.722 million was overpaid. These have to be numbers coming from documentation. So I find hard to believe now that we are actually reading figures and reading information that had to come from somewhere, had to come from documentation, and then the ministry giving a response that there is no documentation. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense, Mr. Chair, and we can't accept that. Are we saying that the audit office have information that the ministry don't have? The audit office gets this information from the ministry. What really are we saying?
Mr. Chair, 452. Could the PS indicate if this CT scan machine is now in the possession of the Georgetown Public Hospital?
Through the chair, we can confirm that it was delivered November 23rd, 2017.
November 23rd, the CT scan machine
was delivered.
Could you confirm that this CT scan machine is housed and operational at the Georgetown Public Hospital?
I cannot confirm that right now.
Are you aware that patients at the Georgetown Public Hospital today go to private institutions to pay for CT scans?
I'm aware from time to time the hospital may have maintenance issues or downtime with some of their equipment that result in private sector partnership.
Do you know at all if the Georgetown Hospital carries out CT scans at all?
Yes, I'm aware that they do CT scans.
Is somebody from the Georgetown Hospital here with you?
No.
Mr. Chairman, could the accounting officer indicate that the CT scan that the Georgetown Hospital uses, as said by the accounting officer, is this very same CT scan that was procured or one that was donated?
I'm unable to correlate that.
Is there more than one CT scan at the Georgetown Hospital? You can't confirm.
No, I cannot. I don't manage that hospital directly.
Okay. Can you provide the information in a week's time?
I would ask that the accounting officer get from the Georgetown Hospital the following information for PSC. the place where this CT scan that was procured and delivered in November 2017 is housed. When it became operational, if it continues to be operational, and if it is not operational, what are the problems that were engaged? And at the time of receipt of this machine, was it a new machine or a refurbished machine?
Mr. Chair, just on the last point, which is a new machine or a refurbished machine, so that would have to do with what was requested to be procured.
Yes.
So if a new machine was requested to be procured and a used one was procured, that's the issue. But if the hospital requested a used one and a used one was supplied, so it has to be, when you answer, you have to answer what you requested and what was delivered. That's one, so we don't have any questions, no responses hanging.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson, for the help. So could the accounting officer provide in his information, what did the contract say? Was it for a brand new machine or a used or refurbished machine?
And PS, on your next appearance to the PSC, could you walk with the hospital representative? No, they come. Oh, they usually come.
Yes, we can bring the current acting CEO.
Correct.
Depends on when the PSC will be held.
The minister's response, PS, as of the time of the publishing of this report, is that the CT scan machine is at the WAF to be cleared. And the 2 infusion pumps are expected to be in the country by the end of September 2017. The 2 infusion pumps, were they delivered?
Yes, honorable member, it was delivered.
Could you tell us when it was delivered?
I did not get a date from the hospital. I'll have to get it back to you. Do you have a date?
So we'll get the further information.
Correction, honorable member, 22nd of September.
27th. Good. We go to 453, Mr. Chairman. 487 million was allocated for the Ministry of Public Health buildings. And we see a breakdown of how the monies were expended, stated by the Auditor General. At 454, we had a sum of 460.68 million, which were expended in relation to 11 contracts for the construction of the Port Kaituma during the period under review. At 455, we have a breakdown of some information. At 456, we have approval was granted by MPTAB for the award of the contract for the construction of a new generator building and installation of generator electrical cabling and main distribution and control of the Port Kaituma Hospital Complex. It went to the lowest evaluated bidder, which means minutes showed something, which is good. In the sum of 50.915 million against the engineer's estimate of 42 million. So the lowest responsive bidder came in higher than the engineer's estimate. First point to note, approval was granted by MPTAB for an increase of the price of the contract in the sum of 28 million. So the engineer's estimate was 42 million. A contract was awarded for 50.9 million. Then the contract sum was increased by 28 million, giving the revised contract sum to 79.867 million. This contract was signed on the 29th of December 2015 with a duration of 6 months and a defects liability period of 2 months. The start date was noted as 21 days after the signing of the contract. As of December 31st, 2016, amounts totaling 77.879 million were made to the contractor. The contract was signed on the 29th. And as by the 31st, 77.879 million on a 79.876 million contract was paid. So almost the whole amount was paid by the 31st of December for a contract that was signed on the 29th of December, commencement date 3 weeks after the signing of the contract, 6 months to deliver, and all the money uploaded. But look what's the big story here now. The works were incomplete when the Auditor General checked. The Auditor General couldn't see the generator because the building is locked. The contractual start date of the project was 19th of January with a contract duration of 6 months, resulting in completion of the date 19th of July. It means that if you start, forget about the upfront payment, we're coming back, how you could have paid upfront, and on what authority, we're coming back to that. But when the Auditor General went, this project was certainly not under the control of the Ministry of Health. If not, the building could not be locked and not open. And if it was under the control of the Ministry of Health, why it wasn't open for the Auditor General to inspect? Look what else is serious. No performance bond or advanced mobilization bond was seen. You're paid almost the full contract sum 2 days after the signing of this contract that began the following year to be delivered in a 6-month time frame. No guarantee. This is not IDA WHO. This is a contractor, so we can get the name of the contractor just now. The company, yes, we can get the name of the company. It was noted that the contractor was paid a second advance sum of 36.404 million, representing 45.6% of the revised contract sum. However, the bonds provided for this second advance expired since the 30th of March, 2017, and was not renewed since. This is in breach of contract since only one advance payment was specified in the contract. Now, this is a supply contract. What is the standard percentage of payment for a supply contract? First question. And then we're going back to some other things. Many questions here. Standard.
Through the chair, the question asks in principle, currently it's for supply, it is normally about 30%.
So supply is about 30%. Standard bidding documents, 30%.
For our supplied goods is 30. We normally use for goods, we normally use 30.
Yeah, this is a supply contract, 30%. All right? At the signing of the contract, what percentage was paid?
I asked the former PS to look into this as well. I would like to also give a bit of a heads up to the Port Kaituma operation about the problems I faced trying to research this. My observation and conclusion is that it seems to be, again, these are the documents we asked former PS Adams to help us locate, and she was not able to do so. Further frustrating the process. We went and do exactly as you said earlier. We contacted accounts, finance, tender board, find whatever emails we can and try to do a reconstruction. So me personally struggle to find all information to put together. So I'll ask Mr. Thomas to speak a bit more about this.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chair. Honorable member, I know you asked several questions. I'm trying to answer them.
Well, I'll go slowly. I'll go slowly. Yeah. Let me go one at a time. What caused the increase of the bid price? A man won a contract at 50.915 million. The engineer's estimate was 42. He was the lowest responsive bidder. You said in your report, the Auditor General would have seen that. But it is unheard of for a 50%, and over 50%. 28 million over 50 million is beyond 50% increase in the contract price. 20% of our contract price is already big. Did we get NPTAB approval for this increase? Yes. Did we get them?
Yes, sir. NPTAB approval, we did get approval.
So what was the justification for the increase in price? Did you change the specifications? You change the size of the engine? What is it that you changed? And if you change, how do we know that the other man who didn't win at this specification would not have come in cheaper? Why we didn't go back out to bid?
Yeah. So we have our, we look at our record, the record date, we have the approval, we've seen the approval for the increase. I'm trying to locate the document that will give the justification for the increase, but I know the justification was supplied, and based on that, the approval was given. I remember, please give me some time to find the justification, but I know that we did get approval from NPTAB and for the justification.
All right, but you would know as an accounting officer, a 53% increase in the contract sum is not a usual occurrence.
I agree.
All right, good. So we had a payment that was made of about 30% at the signing of the contract. What led to the 45.6% second payment before the end of the year, 2 days after, and nothing was done?
Yeah, I know what to see. I know that. The one was made, the mobilization advance was made in 2015. No payment was made until the following year, or 2016, I think the payment was made. No payment was made until the following year.
All right. The payment was made in 2015, 29th December. All right. The contractual start date was January 19, 2016.
It started January 2016, right?
Right. And it was supposed to be a 6 months contract to finish in July. What led to a second advance when the contract did not apply for allow for second advance? We basically gave the contractor a involuntary loan. We lend the man the money to buy the thing, so he could also make a profit from us. That's what we did here.
Mr. Chair, I remember, yeah, the second advantage, something we were researching, and this is what we want to pick up. One is that the report from the consultant and the engineer at the time informed me at that time that the contractor had completed about 80% or more of the work, and he had to do some additional works, and he had already secured the generators in country, and he needed the payment to have the generator secured and transported to Port Kaituma. Based on the recommendation of the consultant and engineer, the second payment was made to the contractor.
But when the Auditor General, when they go see the generator?
Well, I have a copy of the report, progress report from the consultant. And the consultant is saying that, and this report is dated April the 10th, 2017. The report says that the generator hut was completed, the generator was in place. And this is the consultant. They say that the generator has been in place, and this is April 2017. The hut was completed, generator in place. Connections to the various buildings is dependent on the completion of these buildings, and the completion of the main building is dependent on the installation of the equipment. Approximately 81% of the contracts have been disbursed, with the product showing 90% completion. This is the report from the consultant who was supervising the report. So, and that's what we're trying to reconcile with the officer, Dr. John, because as a accounting officer, you will not be on site, but you have a consultant and an engineer who supervising the work.
Could you tell us who was the engineer, who's the contractor and the consultant?
The contractor is Cummins Electrical, and the consultant is Calitech, let me get it, Calitech Incorporated. And I have a copy of the report from the consultant. Yeah.
So you are a consultant overseeing this process?
Yes, sir.
And the consultant tells you that everything is in order?
Yeah, I have the report here from the consultant.
Good. So the audit office goes up to inspect this performance. He finds that he can't see the generator, the place locked. He writes this to the ministry and says, look, I'm investigating this transaction. I see the generator, the place locked. Why we didn't get the place open for the engineers from the audit office to check the generator, make sure it is the 79.8 million generator, it is in place, and all the rest of it. Why?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So here again, this report was made in 2017 of April. I'm not sure what the engagement was because this was not brought to my attention. This was done in 2017 while I was not the accounting officer. We started the research, and PS what we meant, but we started the research to respond to the initial report. And based on our investigation, we started about a month ago, we started working on this here. And we were able to, while we couldn't find the file, we were able to find a report to look at it. I've been perusing the report and to get some context in which this activity was done and how these buttons were made. And so this is something we have to work with our audit office, because they're saying that in August they visited, couldn't get in, but this report is dated April of 2017. It says that 90% of the works were completed.
But even if 90% of the works were completed, PS, let me go to some timelines. Contract signed December 29, 2015. 6 months. July 2016, everything is supposed to be finished. At the end of 2016, 77.879 million was made to the contractor, which means your man, consultant representing the state, looking after the interests of the state, wrote a report that says, look, sufficient work has been paid. Even though the contract can allow for a second mobilization advance, give the man some money. The ministry paid a second advance without taking over the project. We go now to 2017, April, 9 months after the full performance date of the contract. No bond in place. The audit office can't see the generator. They can't get in. A report comes to the ministry. Whoever's the permanent secretary or accounting officer in the management response could simply say, we will facilitate the Auditor General going and see the generator because the generator is there. That didn't happen, so it finds its way in the Auditor General's report to say something wrong here.
I agree, Honorable Member. I think that some engagement should be made with the Auditor General to verify, because if your consult is saying that it's completed, then I think something arrangement can be made with our office to visit and have it and have this clarified.
Can I ask a supplementary on the progress report that you based in April 2017? Normally, progress reports include photographs and those things like that. Does the progress report you have a photograph of just as additional backup to just the written word, so that you could have, obviously if the report has a photograph of the generator, right? It says it clearly, well, will go a long way in showing that the generator was there, I would think, in 2017, even though the Auditor General should have been given access to the building. But do you have any supporting photos in that report?
Yes, sir. The report has a copy of the our pictures. One of the pictures is a picture of the generator hut, and with remark 95% completed. And from the picture, you've seen the exhaust coming out of the building.
But you don't see the generator.
Well, the picture that the auditor sent here doesn't have the picture that the consultant sent in his report doesn't have a picture of the generator itself. That's a picture of the generator hot closed as it is.
All right.
And that report was sent to the Auditor General?
I am not sure it was sent at the time to the Auditor General. This is something that we started doing when PS Martin does duty.
All right, at 4:57 now. This is for the infectious inpatient facility at Port Kaituma Hospital. Again, it went to the lowest evaluated bidder in the sum of 40.963 million against the engineer's estimate of 47. Contract was signed 29th December 2015 with a duration of 6 months on a defects liability of 6 months. The start date was 21 days after the contract, which will carry to January 2016. The contractor received an advance payment of 10 million, which was 20% normal, as of the 31st of December 2016. 39.938 million was paid to the contractor, which is 95% of the contract sum, which basically says substantial completion. Now, you can only pay 95% if something is substantially complete. A little measure is to be completed that will take nothing. A physical verification carried out on the 30th of August 2017 revealed the following. The intended completion date for the works was July 2016. However, at the time of the physical verification on the 30th of August 2017, approximately 1 year since the contractual completion date expired, the works were still incomplete and the contractor had demobilized from the site. So the auditor is visiting the generator Port Kaituma. He's also visiting the inpatient infectious facility, 95% paid. Is it the same consultant, Calitech, that wrote your report?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you, Calitech wrote that report. No approval for extension of time was granted. So the contractor ain't got no extension. Could we understand what happened here?
Yes, I remember I should respond with your permission. Should I respond now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. So here again, this is one that we've looked at. And we've been trying to engage also the audit office and the engineer, because here again, the reports. Let me just back up a bit, if you permit me, sir. One of the challenges, and this is something that I remember during the time where because part of the exercise was done during my tenure as accounting officer, and one of the challenges we had to deal with, and I had meetings with the consultants and engineer and contractors with the Port Kettering project. But one of the challenges they face, if you permit me, sir, would that be okay on a chair? On a chair?
One is here. Go ahead, sir.
Chair,
Go ahead.
So I wanted to put some context quickly, but or I can respond directly to the request or the observation of Honorable Member Minister Edgell. So first of all, there was an issue about delays here, and this is something that we had raised, and in the consultant's report, there were some challenges which can be defined as force majeure with respect to Port Kaituma, which was reflected in the report, such as, for example, at that time, in the construction, the contract depended heavily on transportation from Georgetown with Transport Northwest Charter Harbour's boat. During that time, there was a serious difficulties, and so they couldn't get, and in some cases, they had to hire private barge and so on. I think in one case, one contractor, the barge went down and lost equipment and so on. So there are some charges. In addition to that, many of them in bidding did not take in consideration the dynamics of the interior region. And so, for example, they brought their stuff, landed on the wharf, and couldn't get it. The cost that they factored into to get it into the site because there was no proper road to the access the site and so on. Having said that, I just want to put some context to it, and that's some of the reasons why, as a county officer, I was reluctant to impose penalties for delay. However, if I should go on, in this particular case, the infectious disease ward, here again, the consultant in his report, and this is April report, Honorable Member, is saying that the building, and I'm quoting from the report, it says this building has been certified practically completed with the outstanding works to be completed during the defects liability period, or defects period. And there were three small things: completion of painting, installation of UV lights, and rerouting of mounted PVC pipe, replacing of mounted PVC pipe to the showers with metal pipes. So the report is saying that and this we can reconcile. I think it can be reconciled.
So you paid based upon that report?
On this report.
But the Auditor General is saying to us now that based upon the contract, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 items outstanding, which represents about 15 going to 16% of the total contract sum, but 97.5% of the contract sum was paid. How are we getting these 14 things done? Who doing it?
Correct. So I think this is where you need to have a reconciliation, because if you have a consultant before the report, I think the report from the audit office is August 2017. And the
audit office is equipped with engineers, right?
Yeah, so correct, sir.
So they're not talking apples and grapes.
You're correct.
These are engineers who know their salt. They could read bill of quantities. They could inspect to find out exactly what was done and what's not done. And oftentimes when this inspection is being done, the contractor's representative could be there to defend what the audit is saying is being found.
Correct. And as I'm saying that I find it strange that no attempt was made because this should have been a reconciliation. From the time the audit office did and said, these are my observations, this report could have been available and have some discussion with the audit office and if it be made.
All right, I want to ask a bigger question now. Is this facility up and functioning?
I've been so advised, sir.
What was the total sum that was spent beyond the contract sum to complete the works to make it functional?
When to the chair, honorable member, when I took over, I was met with a contractor who was currently working on the Port Kaituma Hospital. And I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but it was I think it was about 280 something million, I believe, to get the hospital into operational mode. But I can verify the exact numbers.
200 and something million
Correct.
on the same facility for 39 million?
This is the entire hospital complex.
We're dealing here with the civil works.
Yeah, this was more construction work.
Yeah, the civil works we're dealing with. So what we want to find out is how much money the ministry had to expend after this contractor demobilized and left the site on this particular project. That's what we're talking about, the infectious disease inpatient facility.
Well, I think here, honorable member, I believe that we first of all, and I stand to be corrected, because if the consolidation this was done, and this all that needs to be done can be done when the text paid, and the audit office in AC is a vast disparity. We need to have both teams together and have this reconciled. I think this is, I did during the discussion engage Mr. Lachman, I think he's the engineer from the Ministry of
No, the Auditor General is saying to PAC and to the whole country, when he visited here in August, this was not done. There was no contractor on site. He had demobilized and gone. The total value based upon the contract and the rates that are provided in the bills to get these works done, or what should have been done, was 8.631 million. Somebody had to fix this to get it going. It wasn't the same contractor because he demobilized and gone. So there are two questions. Who was the contractor that was engaged that didn't finish the work? And who is the contractor that completed it and at what price? So we could get a full picture that a 39 million facility ended up costing how much? Well, let him say that.
I can provide you with the contractor who was given the initial contract.
Yes.
Contract is N&A Construction Services.
N&A Construction
Services.
N&A
Construction Services.
Mm.
And the supervisory consultant that I mentioned that already is
Quality. Who was the contractor who took over to complete it? The effects period was passed.
No, but all right then. I think what the honorable member is trying to get at is the building completed.
They said yes, I asked already.
What I'm trying to tease out them to. So the building is completed, right? Did the ministry spend any more money, or did you get the same contractor to go at his own cost, but not at his own cost, because you paid him for it to finish what was outstanding? I think that is what right. So if that contractor did not complete, you'd have somebody else would have had to complete it. So I think that is the question being asked. Because if the building is completed and no other person was engaged, the assumption would have to be that the same contractor, at his, well, not his own expense, at subsequent time finished the building, even though the time had expired.
Thank you. Yeah, so I remember I will not be able to say who was it, whether or not, because this would have been after I demitted office. But I'm quite certain we can look into this. We are research to provide this additional information.
So Chair, was we told when we will get this information?
Yes, could this also be submitted within a week's time?
I would still respectfully ask between a week to 2 weeks. because it's a number of things we have to provide.
All right. 2 weeks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure the accounting officer was able to see the Auditor General's report. The Auditor General provided photographs of the state of the building at the time of August 2017. These photographs coincided with the photographs of Calitech, the consultant, who sent you a report that caused you to pay.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Member Minister Edgell. So in the report, I think maybe we should get a copy of the report to the PSC, but there's a picture of the generator hut with something look like the generator inside in the generator. I'm
looking at page 215 of the Auditor General's report. The newly constructed building, photo taken on the 30th of August 2017 at the time of physical verification on the paragraph 457, which is what we're examining.
It's on 215 PS.
I remember we have pictures of the infectious disease building, and based on the picture, it looks clear that it's about 90%. We can't see inside, but from the outside, it does look as if it's 90% completed. There are windows installed.
All I'm asking, if the picture that you got from Calitech resembles the picture from the Auditor General.
Yes, sir. It does.
Okay. So you're verifying that the Auditor General actually did well?
I'm guided, yeah.
All right, good. So the Auditor General made a recommendation that the ministry should get a payment breakdown to show what was paid for. Was that done?
I cannot say, sir, right now.
I'm asking the accounting officer.
Based on my research for this specific project, we have not yet engaged for a breakdown, but we intend to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking that this paragraph remain open, that we will be able to get documentation that will inform if we have further questions and inquiry into this particular transaction. We are still waiting to know if the building was completed, at what cost, who was the contractor. It couldn't be within the defects liability period when the Auditor General went. Defects liability period had already ended.
Just for some clarity, I remember for the breakdown, we would have to do reconstruction. And
Mr. Chairman, if I could guide the accounting officer, he had a consultant who would have had to provide details by way of an interim payment certificate to facilitate payments. You can't get a high-tech consultant like Calitech and you're providing what you're paying for.
Yes, answer.
We already answered the question. We provide the breakdown.
We're still at so we had a contract for generator, separate. We had a contract for infectious disease inpatient facility, separate. Now at 460, we have a contract for the construction of a mortuary, 460. So we have the mortuary in the sum of 14.47 million. Same day the contract was signed, 29th of December 2015, with a duration of 4 months. The effects liability period for 6 months. Start date was 21 days into the new year. And as of the 31st of December 2016, amounts totaling 13.69 million were made to the contractor. A physical verification carried out on the 30th of August 2015 revealed, number one, our physical verification revealed that works were incomplete. The contract sum was of 14 million. 13.6 is paid. So only 400,000 left. Let me see the work was 400,000. So the work was incomplete. The contractor was on site and works were in progress. So he was paid for work that he didn't do, he's still working. Look at Bido. It was discovered that the contractor received a total of 13.69 million, or 97.5% of the contract sum for incomplete works. According to the scope of works under the contract, works totaling 5.3 million are still to be completed as shown below. Pictures and all that was done. May I ask if the consultant Calitech was also overseeing the mortuary?
Yes, sir.
So the same consultant oversaw the generator, inpatient facility, and the mortuary. And in every instance, the same things occurring. Payments made and works not completed.
Right, the consultant reformed the entire supervision of the entire Port Kaituma project.
Since the writing of this report, did the Ministry of Health write to Calitech, who was, and I'm going to ask just for Calitech's contract sum so we could know how much money was paid to supervise these works? Did the Ministry of Health write to Calitech to explain why he was signing off and giving you advice as the PS to pay money for works that were not completed? They got pictures of the next mortuary that he get 97.5% payment and it isn't done yet. Got 5 more million worth of works, which means in order for you to finish it, the contract sum was going up to 18 point something million. And the same questions, Calitech is the consultant. Who's the contractor for the morgue? You didn't know these things were happening, I guess, so.
As we locate the name of the contractor, since I took over, we have not made any steps yet to to investigate this specific project, but we intend to do so as soon as possible.
Did the freezer for the morgue arrive? No, it's in the same paragraph.
Yeah, it is the freezer, yes.
The freezer's arrived?
Yes, sir.
Installed?
Installed.
Morgue is functioning?
Well, again, I have to, I'd advise that it is installed. I cannot say that it's functioning at this point in time.
So could you indicate how much money was spent to date on this morgue to get it into a state of readiness above and beyond the contracted sum that was signed with the contractor that is still yet to be named?
Mr. Chair, let me give you the information on the contractor.
Yes.
The contractor for the mortuary was Alvin Chormutu Construction Services.
Alvin Chormutu Contracting Services. So, Mr. Chairman, the people, Mr. Chairman, so we had major work being done to improve the lives of people at Port Kaituma. Continuous electricity supply or redundant electricity supply to ensure that the hospital could function 24/7. Midwives don't have to use candles and flambeau. Excellent. We had a construction of a building to answer the situation of inpatients with infectious disease. Good plan, building not completed. Then we had a morgue to be built to satisfy the desires of the people in the area, that when they had their dead, they had to be buying ice to cool their dead, and they were now going to have a morgue. Great plan. Money spent, and still, at the time of the writing of this report, monies dispersed in 2015, the people didn't have the service yet as of August 2017. But if we go on at 464, further, included in the sum of 460.689 million, same Port Kaituma Hospital, 460,689,000 are amongst totaling 30.61 million, which was expended on consultancy fees, storage containers, and generator. However, the expenditure was not budgeted for by the ministry for the period under review. In the circumstances, the ministry did not present an inclusion of program to verify this expenditure. So we're spending. We ain't getting what we're paying for. I tell you, just start, no warming up. So we're spending money on morgue, inpatient facility, generator, the work not done. We are spending money, a total of 460.689 million. Mr. Kalitek, the consultant, is getting a big bite out of 13.61 million. And then to boot, we're spending money outside of the Appropriation Act. It was not budgeted for. Could you explain where we plan to get money to pay and how we were able to pay? I hope this wasn't how the money went to salaries. Just being facetious, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And PS has given me permission to respond to the Port Kaituma. Is it okay, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Respond. So I think honorable member referring to the $13-point-something million in which it's reported that was not budgeted for $30-point-something million. So it based on our research, what we discovered that 4 of the $30-point-something million, $4.6 million for consultancy services, 4.6 million for consultancy services. And this, like all the other projects, we did secure approval for rollover. So they're all the rollover projects. The remaining among that, the difference between the 4.6 and the $13 million, which the auditor report is stating that it was outside the budget. We're still trying to research it to see the cost, but I also make the point that the 4.6, we have already secured approval as a rollover project for this, as a prior year project.
Just a supplementary did. So the consultancy fee for the morgue, the in-house patients, the nurses' quarters, the site development, the administrative building, and all, because one consultant did all that, was $4.6 million.
No, sir.
So what was the overall?
For consultancy?
Yes, because it's one consultant you said took the whole, was the consultant for the entire project, but I'm seeing about 6 different contracts, I think 6 or 7 different contracts. The generator hut as well. So was it one consultancy fee or several little?
Yeah, there are several fees, several payments for me.
Well, can you supply us the information, or if you don't have it?
Sure.
At the moment. And I would be really interested in seeing the report of April the 2017 that you were reading from. If you kindly can provide that as well to collaborate what you're saying there.
Sure.
Thank you.
Honorable member, sorry, I didn't hear.
I was asking what is the total sum of consultancy fees that was paid to Calitech for this project?
Okay. Honorable member, I'd favor indulgence if you could allow us to go back and get the total figure for you.
PS. We'll incorporate this request in the 2 weeks as well.
At 463. At 463, we single source the special systems. Is this completed now? Because there's another incompleted project when the Auditor General visited. Is this completed now?
Yes, so this was reported to the auditor by the former PS in the report that this was completed.
And the same Calitech read the report?
Well, I'm not sure whether the former PS based or response on Calitech report, but it is reported that by the former PS that this has been completed. Yeah.
So could I ask the accounting officer to tell PAC what is the current state, operational readiness of all of these facilities that we have paid for at Port Kaituma?
Through the chair, the best way I can answer this question is that I asked a military engineer to visit the Port Kaituma complex to assess the work of the recent contractor that I mentioned earlier. And his report was in the affirmative that the works were completed. Specifically for the older contract that you're questioning, I would need to validate to see whether he looked at that as well.
So the 460 million that was spent before, there was an additional 200 or something million that you're referring to.
Yes, which he validated was.
So he went to check on the 200 million that came in after.
Correct.
So 460 was spent and then a 200 or something million was spent.
Correct.
So what was started out to be 460 to do all these things ended up to be 460 plus 200.
Yeah, like 280 or 290.
280 or 290. Yeah. So that's close to 300 million.
Yeah.
So as of today's date, and I will come to 2017 just now, but as of today's date, is this hospital having a generator, the installed system, the morgue is functioning, the infectious disease inpatient facility is operational, nurses hostel in place after spending between 2015 December and sometime 2017, 2018, 2019 possibly. We will find out that when you give us the information. 460 plus 280, 290 million. Is it now functioning? Could the people of Port Kaituma be happy to report to PAC if we ask them? There, please, hospital up and running, everything working, lights, everything. Pavement that was supposed to be made is there, the freezers installed, the dead is not being spoiled, and all of that.
The level of perfection of the work completed is still to be determined, but we do know that the hospital is functional at this stage. But even in the 2022 proposals that we're submitting,
more money is to be
they want to
spent.
make some additional work on it. Yeah.
To bring it to perfection.
Correct.
Can I ask supplementary? Can I ask the PS that the $270, $280, right? Million dollars to finish because let me start off from before that. Was the initial budget of $460 million, was that to complete every single thing, or that was just the buildings, and the 260 that you will spend would be an additional work, or the $200 odd million were supplemental work to, if you understand me? Yes. So can you?
Yeah, I don't know how much of that would be maybe a correction of the old contract. We'll have to assess and scrutinize the BOQ. So to differentiate between what they had to correct or build on that was supposed to be done versus what they did additionally or new work is something that we'll have to dissect with the support of my engineers to understand.
I think that would be helpful because the scope of work, because I do understand from the former PSs that you were going to build in phases. And obviously, so saying you spent 290, we may give the impression that you are redoing phases that were already budgeted for, but it's a phase project, and you are now reporting that the last phase accounted for $290 million, and to bring it to fruition, because the rollover project. And for the last phase, the 270 was it the same consultancy firm that did the supervisory work?
But I wouldn't confirm if it was phases yet. We have to see if it was interrelations between that. But we did not have a consultant. Apparently there was no consultant for the recent contract. Yeah.
All right, Madam Chair, at 462.
Go ahead, Ms. Edgel.
So we were supposed to have the nurses hostel. The contractor received payments at C totaling 36.39 million, 36,339,000. or 70% of the contract sum to date. When the Auditor General reached their actual value of work completed was time of physical verification was 2.686 million. So man is paid 36 million and only 2.68 million of measured works was done. A difference of 34 million. At the time of physical verification, the following works is still to be done. The pouring of the concrete for the foundation. The columns, which means you ain't got no way with the work yet. But what's worse, the man signed a contract for 2 buildings, but only one L-shaped building was being constructed instead of 2 independent buildings. Was this decision on the recommendation of the consultant, and was it a revenue neutral solution, or was it going to cost more?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For permission to respond to the honourable member.
Go ahead.
So this particular contract was terminated because of inordinate delays on the part of the contractor, and he was not paid the 36 million as stated. He was only paid $13.1 million as part of mobilization advance.
So you're challenging the Auditor General figures?
Well, I think that. Sorry, honourable member. My battery is going on. Yeah. So we had some discussions with the audit office. What happened is that the check was cut, but the contractor was not paid and the check was refunded, and we have the evidence that was refunded. It's a total of, so the only money paid to the contractor, and as a matter of fact, the Attorney General was written to have some advice on the way forward in terms of getting
but
back.
even if it's only 13 million was paid.
Right. So
you said the check was cut.
Right, but was not
and
paid.
The only reason why the check was cut is because you get a report that says you could pay 34 million.
Well, no, the check was cut based on IPC. That's
so your consultant wrote an IPC that was not factual.
Well, that would be correct, yeah. But the payment was not made?
The payment was not made for 34, but it was still made for 13, which is more than the measured works that was found on the site.
Right, the 13 was the mobilization advance. So the only payment made was the mobilization advance. No other payment was made to the contractor. The contractor for this was, let me get the correct name.
The company, sir.
Sorry, yeah. Just give me 1 minute. J.R. Edmondson, contractor.
J.R. Edmondson, contracting.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that's something. So you're saying that out of you paid the advance of $13 million, you then terminated the contract, you then wrote to the Attorney General asking, well, obviously you have to find a legal way of getting back your money.
All right.
What I don't see anything here saying anything saying what you would have done with the advice you received from the Attorney General and what is the current status. And then obviously the most obvious question would be if Mr. J.R. Edmondson, if you haven't received back your refund of approximately $10 million, what measures have you put in place? And if Mr. Edmondson is still working in public system, public work, the public sector, have you made a claim against any future contract?
Well, thanks, Honourable Member Patterson. As I said, yeah, we have written, based on our one research here, we have written the Attorney General for advice on how to recover the money and what action can be taken further on the matter.
When would you have written, sir?
I can provide you copies of the letter. This would have been done in sometime in 2017. I can.
And the Attorney General office never responded, or you never.
I think it's
acted on
something
it?
that, well, I wasn't a call officer at that time, but I am quite certain that we can get a date. But I know that we have since advised our department, the admin department of the ministry, since we started research to follow this matter up with the current Attorney General.
Have you written to him?
From our research, we did not get any response. I didn't see any response from the previous.
Well, to the current PS, have you written to Empatab indicating that you have a $10 million cause? I think that is what other persons would have done. I think I can't recall it. Was it indigenous people, Amerindian affairs? I wondered if they would have written to Empatab saying that there is an issue with this contractor who has money for us, just to alert them.
But Mr. Patterson, you would have been aware of the system. If the performance bond was not, if it was enforced, we didn't go into all them issue about right to the Attorney General could just pull the bond. But the supervisory consultant allowed the bond to expire and the man ain't know nothing. He is culpable. He must be the supervisor. Calitech must be surcharged on this.
I am not.
I think Mr. Patterson is making a different point. So let's allow Mr. Patterson to continue.
Thank you very much. I'm not me, because I am speaking from the point that the bonds have already lapsed. And the member is right. They told you have a mobilization bond, which is supposed to pay mobilizing a bond, and performance bond has lapsed. Right? So I'm talking now, what do you do after those facts? Because those are written in there. So that is what I'm seeking to find out what you've done. I mean, and the member is right that if you had a performance bond in place, it's no cause. The bonds are no cause, and you could apply against it. But it's not in place. You have to do something has to be done. That's what I'm speaking to. The member can address the point he wanted to make with surcharge and the consultants, etc.
From my standpoint, we would still have to follow up with legal affairs to see what the guidance are. I do accept the suggestion from the honorable member about tender board, but I will start by re-engaging legal affairs and then take it from there.
Mr. Chairman, whenever a consultancy firm is engaged, like the accounting officer said he did, which he did the right thing. There's a massive project, you need a technical expertise, you get people in the field. The consultant is there to protect the interests of the state. And I'm finding from what the Auditor General is saying, Calitech, the consultant, did not in every instant protect the interests of the state. He was allowing a 36 million payment to be made. Luckily, something happened and you didn't go ahead with it. I don't know what happened. But the issue here is also one that has not yet been answered. The L-shaped building, rather than the two buildings to be made, was it a revenue neutral recommendation, or this had a lesser cost or a greater cost? And why we went to L-shape as against the original plan of two buildings? But still it's not completed. Yeah.
I'm not able to, at this time, I remember to provide information whether there was a change in scope for from the discrete building to an LC building, but this is ongoing activity.
But
research.
You would agree that if a contract is signed for 2 buildings,
sure, there must be
and a man puts down, start preparing a foundation for L-shaped building because that's all he did, put down a building, some authorization or instruction had to be given for change. Do we have evidence of those instructions?
Yeah, Honorable Member, we, as I said, we are continuing researching this here to get as much information as we can as to whether there was a change in the scope, and if such change in scope did occur, whether
I would ask that that information be provided. Mr. Chair, to the accounting officer, I did ask a little earlier about the functionality of Port Kaitumo Hospital. And since this sitting is being live streamed, people are listening. And I am advised, and you could confirm or correct, that there could be no surgeries at Port Kaitumo Hospital because the theater is not functional. We spent 460 plus 290, no surgeries. Could you advise us, please? The theater is not functional, not human resource.
I would prefer to get the current update from the RHO to answer you directly.
So, could you tell us if there is the supply of oxygen lines? Forget about oxygen, but the lines that the oxygen got to bring to go in the theater for surgery, is that in place? A simple thing like that.
There is no oxygen line in place. That's part of the 2022 plan.
So you can't have surgery with an oxygen line?
Unless it depends on the type of surgery, I would assume.
Okay.
Major surgery, maybe not.
All right, Mr.
Chairman, just two small things on the paragraph 462. The ministry would have held up a payment to this contractor, J.R. Edmondson, although the consultant recommended. My curiosity is, what prompted the ministry to hold up this payment that was recommended by the consultant, firstly? And secondly, what is the current relationship with this consultant who, as we now know, would have advised the ministry incorrectly and thus causing the ministry to make payments for works not completed, although certificate would have been provided?
Yes.
Could the honourable member go by the first question, please?
Yes. A payment was recommended by the consultant for the contractor. A check was prepared, but the ministry did not present the check based on what we learned just now from the form of PS. My question is, what would have prompted the ministry not to make the payments, although they were in possession of certificates from the consultant recommending that payments be made against measured works based on the certificate? That's the first part of the question. And then secondly, having learned that the consultant, to put it mildly, was not working in the interest of the employer, what is the current relationship with the ministry with this particular consultant?
Okay, with respect to the first question about what prompted the ministry to not to make the payments. Is it about to say at this point in time what prompted? might have been that as a Congress officer, maybe I had some questions and that needed clarification. I can't remember. But whatever it is, up to when I demitted office, myself was terminated toward the end of January, February, I can't remember. But no payment was made. I never approved any further payment because I don't know, at the time I was satisfied that the progress would be made. Of course, this is not something that as a account officer was not going on site. I'll get it by the consultant, but there might be some maybe questions that I need some clarification on. So up to that time, the check was, I asked that the check not be paid. I think it will be funded subsequent to my leaving the ministry.
Is the consultant still employed by the ministry?
No, Kalitag is not employed by the ministry.
All right, I'm at 4666, Mr. Chairman. The Auditor General flagged an issue that has been raised before at PAC about the percentage of mobilization for contracts in regions 1, 7, 8, and 9 compared to regions 4, 6, and 10. He has indicated that for contracts which is placed in a spreadsheet, contracts totaling 35.392 million were paid to these contractors in the spreadsheet at a rate that is higher than what is in the standard bidding document. The question is, did we write MPTAB to get permission for an increase of the mobilization advance, to change it from 15% to 20%?
Just for a point of clarity from as it relates to current state, the procuring agency would sometimes determine what percentage, and then once MPTAB approve it, we use that. But I'll refer to Mr. Thomas to speak specifically to this question.
But before we go to Mr. Thomas, you are admitting that there's a standard bidding document with a percentage that can be changed if you get permission from MPTAB. The simple question in these cases, did we get permission from MPTAB?
Thank you, Honourable Member. We normally would send the draft contract, the entire bidding document, to NPTAB for clearance before the contract is executed. Having said that, we noted the observation of the Auditor General, and we will comply with that. But I must say that the contracts with the mobilization amount, the entire bidding document normally go to NPTAB for clearance before execution.
You didn't specifically ask for a change from 50% to 20%. You just send the document to 20% and they approved it.
Correct.
Through the chair, just one update question to the honorable member. We just want to confirm that the theater at Port Kaituma is not functional.
It's not functioning.
No.
Could you tell us at PAC when it will become functional and what is required to make it functional and how soon the people of Port Kaituma could have a functional theater? We want world-class health services, all of our people. They don't have to fly to Georgetown, they must get it in Port Kaituma.
It's a number of reasons. Obviously, you were correct with the piped oxygen. For it to be properly functional, it needs the floor, walls, and ceiling needs to be done to standard. So apparently it was built without the right coding for an operational theater. And may need some kind of well for constant water source. So still need to, as a complete review is needed for this theater specifically.
And that's going to cost us millions again.
Yes, it can go. The piped oxygen alone will be about 50 million, and then you add everything else, you're close to 100 or more.
Thank you, Ms. Yes.
Yeah, can I just before you go on to another one? Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Raj.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can I go to 474? It is stated here, Mr. Chairman, this is supposed to be construction for doctors' accommodation, that an amount of $45 million is paid to the contractor against a contracted sum of $58.341 million. According to the Auditor General, the value of work completed to date is $14.7 million, which represents a difference of $30.2 million, as against physical payment of $14.7 million. No, that's the value of the verified works, $14.7 million, which represents a difference of $30 million, $13.2 million against what was paid to the contractor. It is stated here also on page 225 that this contractor's services was terminated. Did the ministry manage to recover the outstanding amount of $30 million from the contractor?
Thank you, Honorable Member Siraj, through the chair. So the report, the audit report did mention that some $45 million was paid. I wish to provide some clarity. I think we did this with the state audit representative in the ministry already. I wish to provide some clarity to this honorable committee. One is that the payments actually made to the contractor was $14.5 million as a mobilization advance and $9.1 million based on payment certificates supplied by the consultant/engineer. The consultant did submit an IPC, interim payment certificate, for the sum of $21 million. But this is a rollover project. At the time of this quarter, end of the year, our funds on the capital was just $15.4 million. A check was prepaid for that amount, but it was not paid to the contractor. Again, I cannot recall what might have prompted us not to make the payment, but this money was refunded and reimbursed to the consolidated fund, and that is so. In actuality, the contract was paid $14.5 for the mobilization and $9.5 based on IPC, based on payment certificate. Again, this contract was terminated, and we have written the Attorney General's office for advice on the way forward here.
And the doctor's accommodation is still to be completed, or this project is completed?
I'll need to verify this specific question. Mr. Chair.
Can we ask, just before honorable member, because you said to us that the contractor was paid $24 million. I'll just follow up, if you don't mind, gentlemen, ladies. And then there is a works was 9.5, which is 24 million. It's 14.5, 9.5, 24 million. The consultant, who I assume is Caltech as well, would have prepared a report justifying 21 million. Is that right, what you said? Did I get you right? But the Auditor General is saying that his examination is 14.8. So from the Auditor General's report, he is saying that there's $10 million outstanding to what you pay, if I got you right correctly. But from the consultant report, he's saying only $3 million are overpaid. Have I captured it correctly, Mr. Thomas, or not? Because you said the payment, the mobilization is 14.5, Works done was 9.5, which comes up, we add the 224. And then you said, oh, you have a report from the consultant which said that the total value of works done is $21 million. The Auditor General in D.
No, sorry, I remember. I don't recall seeing that the total value. What I was speaking to the amount paid. What I said is that the two payments are made to the contractor. One $14.something million.
4.5 is the mobilization.
Million as mobilization, and payment of 9.1 based on payments that get submitted by the consultant.
So if you add, and sorry, my apologies, that'll give you $23.6 million.
Somewhere around.
Right. So okay then. So my bad. $23.6 million is was paid to the contractor.
Right.
You then said the consultant issued a interim progress report assessing the value of work there at $21 million. Is that not, am I following it correctly?
Right, there is a payment certificate, interim payment certificate for 21.5 million.
Right.
So I think adding those would come up to the 45 million. The 21 point.
No, you're confusing me. No. You're confirming that the Ministry of Health has paid to this contractor on this particular head, which is the doctor's office, $23.6 million. One in payment, two payments, one in advance and one in certified of 9.5.
That's correct.
You're saying you said that you have a report from the consultant which says that the value of works done to date on the doctor's quarters is $21.5 million.
I'm sorry, I remember. I don't recall speaking to the value of works done. I said this contract was terminated. I said two payments were made and a sum of was refunded. I did not speak to the question, and if I did, please, I wish to.
So where does the consultant's report fall into this? Because obviously that's where I'm being lost.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the consultant report, and that is what I'm referring to, did not give a favorable comment on the doctor's quarters, neither the nurse's quarters. Both, but by the way, the same contractor, G.R. Edmondson, had a contract for both, and his contract was terminated. The report from the consultant did not speak to any significant progress being done on either of the two.
Mr. Chair, I'm completely lost now because I was following him. Right? All right. Let's move on from there because the Auditor General is saying that you only did $14.8 million worth. Right? You've confirmed you paid 23.6. So therefore, that's a $9 million differential. Has that been refunded, you're saying, or you are now taking steps, or you have taken steps to get that refunded?
Well, since under the previous PS Adams, the Attorney General has written to advise on the way forward in terms of how the matter should be treated. And that's where we are with that matter.
Mr. Chairman, if I may too, just right, I did hear something about it. But the discrepancy between what is stated here as paid by the Auditor General and actual payments would have come about because of a similar situation that some payments were prepared but not delivered to the contractor.
That's correct, and I remember.
Thank you.
But, Mr. Chairman, this report, before finalizing, was subject to a management response to the audit office. That is not stated here. The Auditor General is telling us that 77% of the full contract sum was paid. At what stage after September 2017 did we discover that he wasn't paid when that is what is here? The Auditor General would have been presented with checks. to show payment.
Thank you, Honourable Member, Minister Ejel. You're correct. And again, as I said at the beginning, I said earlier, we started, I believe, after P.S. Watkins had the local office to respond. He set up a committee, which I'm a member of, to look at these things. All of this, and I think he made earlier that we have challenges finding record. This is what we're trying to build, look at vouchers, find reports. It's all a work in progress. And so this is what we have discovered over the last couple of weeks. We have found the vouchers, we have found the receipt stating that the monies were refunded, and we have all of it at our disposal.
So this project is still not completed.
They said I haven't confirmed that. I'm hearing money.
Is it completed, PS? Are doctors living in these quarters at Port Kaituma? Or can doctors move in at Port Kaituma in these quarters?
Based upon verbal updates from the regions that we normally receive, we were told that the doctor's quarter is not yet up to par to accommodate the doctors and the accommodations. But the 2018 report stated that the work was done. And this is just from the 2018 report, which the former PS would have provided. But present state dictates that it's not in a condition to habitate.
So you're telling us that this contract was terminated? In order for it to be completed, another contract had to be awarded. Could you tell us the contract sum for the completion of this building?
Honourable Member Minister Ejel, you're asking what will it cost to complete the building? I think you're asking.
We were advised that this contract was terminated?
That's correct.
The building works continued. The PS says it's not yet up to par for doctors to move in because only 25% of the work was completed based upon the Auditor General. Now, I'm asking, as of September 2017, only 25% of the work was completed. After 18 weeks, it's supposed to be finished, and you have a defects liability period of 6 months. All the parts, only 25% completed. Have we expended any other sums to complete the doctors' quarters to ensure that the doctors could reside in Port Kaituma to provide services to the people of Port Kaituma at this multi-million-dollar complex that we are building?
The current part to that question from our end is I did not activate any new contracts to complete it specifically.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if I can ask the AG to guide us as to how his office would have arrived at this amount of $45 million paid to the contract.
Yeah, but As I explained, the check or cut, I would just bring it to the attention of the Accountant General also that we'll have to investigate, get his vouchers to see, because according to the accounting officer, he's saying that 21 million, although the check was cut, it wasn't paid. So I will have to see the evidence if this consultancy company certified any work, on what basis was this check prepared. We have 2 cases so far this afternoon, and I will have to investigate with it.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, because the form quite accurately noted this is the second occurrence.
Where there's another check was prepared for 21, which is the report. That would give me the part.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to respectfully ask on compassionate grounds, particularly for women folk that sit in this committee. We've been going for almost 12 hours. We've been going for almost 12 hours. And we have a number of paragraphs. We have a number of paragraphs that remain open. So this agency do have to come back to PAC just like we did with communities. So I would graciously ask with your permission, sir, if we could adjourn for tonight.
Okay, honorable member, I've heard your plea, even though I believe our women folk has the stamina to continue. And as the honorable so I think I will take your consideration.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
While I understand the compassion and while I don't disagree with the compassion, I think what we should actually do is what we did with communities, say that because communities are coming back here, they have 2 weeks to submit their documentation to this thing. So does Ministry of Health, Public Health, okay, Ministry of Health, health people. So we can actually, so that therefore we don't ever fall into a situation where we get a response to the ministries or the agencies are not busy or they were unaware for it. We can actually ask for our documentation to be submitted just like communities in 2 weeks' time, and we can program them just like before for a date in the week following so that they know now their deadline, they know the deadline of submissions rather than just simply adjourning without any directions, if that find favor with you, sir.
Most definitely.